Hello this midnight dark. Subscribe our YouTube channel if you like our videos. Thank you. Let's start the stories. The pornographer's party shame. He's shackled to some kind of hot seat, isolated in the cone of a solitary spotlight. All around him darkness. The plastic cuffs that bolt him to the arms of the chair allow minimal movement, enough to prevent his hands going numb, not enough to grow ambitious. Within easy reach of his right hand is a large red buzzer, a snarl of wiring exposed beneath the bell cap. Adam winces as certain aspects of his predicament quickly become clear. Is somebody there? He calls out, hating the falsetto sound of fear in his voice, not used to the tremor. Somebody is always here, Mr. Gage. It's the sound of the TV oracle. Not Bernie himself, obviously not Bernie, but someone imitating Bernie's unique vocal talents. You'd have to know Bernie personally to tell the counterfeit from the original. Adam's eyes stalk the shadows. Who is it? He barks. Who's out there? There's a black bubble of terror in his chest, slowly working its way towards his throat. He tries to belch it up, but his mouth fills instead with the taste of last night's Peking duck. Absolutely vile second time around. Whoever you are, whatever you want, you're not getting away with this. I can assure you. That's it. He's beginning to thaw now, his voice regaining some of its customary authority. Outrage is the best way forward. A full dose of celebrity gall. If it could rattle the almighty studio execs, what chance did an ordinary mortal have? I suggest you reconsider your position, he shouts. I'm Adam Gage, friend, the most powerful man on British television. If that doesn't scare the crap out of you, then how about the fact I personally lunch with the Home Secretary? He pauses for effect, before continuing. Come on, let's talk. Let me go and we'll forget this ever happened. No one was hurt. Makes sense if we quit whilst we're ahead. No reply. Bastards probably mulling it over. If there's more than one kidnapper, then Adam may have sown discord amongst them. That might be a good thing or it might be a bad thing. At this point there's simply no way of knowing. He takes stock of his surroundings. Beyond the single spotlight that illuminates him, the darkness gathers like a shroud. Nothing distinguishes itself besides the smell of sawdust and welded metal. Recent bodywork. Recent paint job too. Adam senses he's in a mechanic's workshop, a fairly large space, probably soundproofed. Safe to assume then that he's in a non-residential area, somewhere with a lot of privacy, somewhere a man can scream for days and never be heard. His stomach knots with terror. He starts struggling again, but the cuffs bite deep. After a while he stops struggling. He stares down at the red buzzer. What the hell is the buzzer for? He is Adam Gage, the game show messiah. 7 hours ago a hand-picked audience of 200 break into rapturous applause as Adam marches down a broad, fluorescent ramp, arms spread wide as he steps through the double-arched lights of lion, pumping the air with his hands. More, louder. Even with the sound of applause digitally tweaked, it's never loud enough. This isn't some Pin Russell character cajoling the oldies into sharing a few family secrets. This is Adam Gage, creative producer and front man for the phenomenally successful game show Shame or Glory. The applause needs to reflect this distinction. Messiahs come in all shapes and sizes, but never one as flamboyant as Adam Gage. 6 foot 2 inches of prime Yorkshire man, 6 of those clad in Valentino silk, shoes of such crystalline elegance, half the sound stage reflected in their patent leather sheen. Adam Gage is at the peak of his game. And it is his game, make no mistake about it. 45% stake in the company that owns the rights to Shame or Glory means no one but his shareholders can replace him as compere. At only 34, that's quite a feat. The oracle's voice unfurls across the sound stage like a carpet of velvet charm. Introducing the Mona Lisa of game show hosts, Bernie croons. So smooth he has to be silk. Ladies and gentlemen, give it all up for Adam Gage, Grand Master of Ceremonies. The applause intensifies, whistles and hoots erupt. The soundtrack blends seamlessly with the ovation. Adam twirls, scoops a bow and comes up laughing. Laser-whitened teeth broadcast through 4 million TV sets, quietly dazzling the nation. Start with a joke. Get them laughing, then straight to the contestants, quick introductions, a seasoning of light banter. 5 instantly forgettable human beings trying to project their personalities into those precious few seconds of airtime. After that, the game begins. The rules are simplicity itself. The game is divided into 3 rounds of 12 questions each. The player with the lowest score at the end of a round is obliged to spin the wheel of chance to stay in the game. When the wheel stops turning, chance alone determines whether a glory icon appears in the illuminated display window or a shame icon, the former doubling the player's tally and ensuring their survival into the next round, the latter knocking the player out of the game unless they're willing to pay a forfeit. The more humiliating the better. Anything from milking a cow live on stage to imitating a barnyard chicken dressed only in underwear. The last round is played for the ultimate reward or the ultimate humiliation, the spin of the wheel on this occasion either doubling the winning player's final tally, or in the event a shame icon is displayed, a forfeit is once again required to avoid losing half the pot. Are we clear on the rules? Adam asks Mrs. Booker, a 43-year-old housewife from Tiptree. Are we ready to play shame or glory? Mrs. Booker's lapel mic picks up the crackle and pop of nervous bones as she wrings her hands. Yes. She breathes after a moment's hesitation. Yes, God, definitely yes. The other contestants are grinning and nodding. Then let's play. Adam swings towards the audience and raises his arms. There's no shame in glory, he roars. But remember, folks, the audience completes the catchphrase with savage enthusiasm. There's no glory in shame. The lights flare on. Adam cries out and jerks back in his seat, his eyes instinctively closing against the glare. His heart drops like a stone into his belly. He clenches his fists, jerking at the cuffs that bind him, but they're as resolute as his ex-wife's lawyer. A while follows in which nothing else happens. He opens his eyes slowly, takes a few seconds to work out what he's looking at. The lights reveal a rudimentary mock-up of his own soundstage. The audience painted onto a huge canvas that covers one entire wall. 1,000 faces glaring out at Adam, every face twisted and ghoulish-looking. A crude version of the Wheel of Chance stands to one side of the stage, made from cork and mounted on a simple pivot. A window cut into the wood revealing the alternating shame or glory icons as the wheel spins. It's roughly the size of the real wheel, but instead of internal lights, this contraption relies on a series of overhead spots to illuminate it. The main ramp, the lights of lion, the hot seat, the databank of shame, all makeshift approximations of the real shame or glory stage. Now Adam's terrified. Now he's beginning to shake, his throat working to form words, to summon a cry for help, but no sound will come. He's convinced some kind of demented fan is behind this. Every game show has examples of extreme enthusiasts, like the guy who accidentally drowned himself playing a homemade version of Samurai Challenge, or that bloke in America who shot his brother-in-law stone dead after a heated game of friends at war. Up until this moment, Adam imagined he'd been kidnapped for a lark, a practical joke even, but this was a whole other league. Someone had spent hundreds of man-hours putting this lot together, and you didn't go to all that trouble unless you intended seeing things through. Mrs. Booker from Tiptree is not a small woman, nor is she particularly agile, and her attempts to dance Swan Lake in a tutu prove the highlight of the evening. The audience is in stitches and Adam is close to wetting himself. This one definitely goes into the end-of-year best moments episode. Bless her. You should have seen the poor woman's face when the Wheel of Chance ground to a halt on a shame icon. Her jowls literally drop. Her mouth keeps opening and closing, like a fish gasping its life out on a fisherman's hook. Bad luck, Dorothy. Adam commiserates, and the audience echoes him like kids at pantomime. Oh dear, Mrs. Booker moans, making small flustered gestures with her hands. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, grabbing her by the hand before her brain completely shuts down. Adam says, it's not all doom and gloom. You've got a nudge card in the pack, so you don't have to stick with this. Dorothy, fancy another spin? She nods frantically, squeezing his hand hard enough to hurt. Forcefully extricating himself from her grip, Adam turns to the wheel assistant and signals her to start spinning. The wheel rotates, quickly gathering speed. Mrs. Booker's hands are raised, frozen halfway to her mouth, her eyes spinning around in her head, trying to follow the path of the wheel. It's a priceless expression, and the overhead monitors reassure Adam that the camera crew have caught every second of it. The wheel slows and stops. It's another shame icon. But of course, Adam knew it would be. The nudge card is rigged. 9 times out of 10 it stops on a shame icon. The audience groans without any prompting from Adam this time. Fuck! Mrs. Booker hisses and Adam's buttock cheeks clench reflexively. Thank Christ this isn't being broadcast live. He maintains a porcelain smile and shakes his head sympathetically. I guess it's down to you now, he tells Mrs. Booker. How are you going to play this, Dorothy? Bow out gracefully or go ahead disgracefully? The audience laughs at his deliberate emphasis. I'll take the forfeit, Mrs. Booker says with a steely look of determination in her eyes. Good lass. Adam heaves a sigh. It's bad television when they quit rather than forfeit. People tune in to watch other people make arses of themselves. Dignity and self-composure are natural ratings killers. He turns back to the wheel assistant. Let the lovely Leslie read out the forfeit then, he says. With a practiced wriggle of her hips, the lovely Leslie presses the console, and a card pops out of the databank of shame. To stay in the game, Leslie reads off the card. The gods of fortune decree that Dorothy Booker dance Swan Lake in a leotard and ho-ho, wait for this, in a leotard and tutu. Ooh-hoo. The audience is reading off the cue card at this point, but the laughter that follows is entirely spontaneous. I don't know Swan Lake, Mrs. Booker complains. I don't know how to dance at all, let alone Swan Flipping Lake. A real potty mouth this one. Give it your best shot, love, Adam says woodenly. The lovely Leslie leads Mrs. Booker backstage to get changed. And if it's any consolation, Dorothy, Adam calls after her, I think you'll make a fabulous swan. Cue laughter. Straining at the cuffs that bind him, Adam starts yelling again. Roughly half an hour has passed since the lights came on, and still nothing, no movement, no noise, no sign of his kidnappers, and those ghoulish faces painted on the wall opposite, staring at him the whole time. The audience from hell, and now he's had time to examine the mural. He's realized another thing. Every face bears an uncanny resemblance to a past contestant on the show. This is nuts, he howls. This is insane. If you're going to go to all this damn trouble, at least tell me why. But the silence only deepens, becoming infinitely layered, like tiles polished to a mirrored luster. He begins to fancy he hears the distant murmuring of an audience, discreet coughs, the shuffling of impatient feet, sudden inappropriate laughter. He begins to imagine they're conspiring against him, talking about how it's all going to plan, how Adam Gage is about to get his comeuppance. God, why? His career was going into orbit. Everything he'd ever dreamed of, everything he'd ever worked towards, it was all finally paying off, and now this, it was a nightmare. He had to convince himself it was all a nightmare, that he'd wake up in bed any moment now, half choked in linen, and how he'd laugh, probably mention it on tomorrow's show. He'd laugh then too. He'd make the audience laugh, and somewhere in the midst of that laughter he'd wake up back here, shackled to this damn chair. He sobs in frustration, kicks savagely at the ground, slamming his hand repeatedly down on the red buzzer. But it remains silent. No juice. A mere prop like everything else in this place. And then the soundtrack to Shame or Glory starts up and Adam cries out in terror. It sounds like a 100-piece orchestra playing right behind him. He can't even recognize the theme to his own show until several bars in, and then mercifully it's fading, to be replaced by the thunderous sound of applause, the oracle's voice booming from every point in the gloom. Introducing the Mona Lisa of game show hosts, so smooth he has to be silk, ladies and gentlemen. Give it all up for Adam Gage, Grand Master of Ceremonies. The sound of taped applause swells to a tidal roar, and moments later a tall figure flounces down the crudely lit ramp, every spot in the room swinging around to focus on him. Adam twists around in his seat and glares at the figure. Whoever it is has gone to a lot of trouble to look like Adam Gage, right down to the silk suit and patent leather shoes, the hairstyle precise to a follicle, the face concealed behind a cutout mask that features Adam's own face crudely pasted on cardboard, those broadcast-friendly eyes, that chiseled jaw, that nationwide grin. It's vintage Adam Gage. Even the way the masked man walks apes Adam's own gait, arms spread wide as he steps through the flashing gates of lion. The imposter starts off with a joke pilfered straight from Adam's weekly repertoire. It's a dumb joke. The laugh comes only through the pace of delivery, but the fake Adam has it down to a T. The joke is followed by taped laughter, a tad more than it deserves. Even in the midst of peril, Adam finds himself critical of the performance. The guy should hold center stage more instead of wandering off to the left like that. He's forcing the cameras to break position in order to follow him. But of course there are no cameras, no audience, no witness to this lunacy but himself. What do you want? He yells at the masked man. Why the hell are you doing this? Impatient, isn't he? The man says to the audience. More canned laughter. Someone else is involved. Someone has to be controlling the spots and the laughter track. That's a 2- or 3-man job at the least. Look, Adam says as the applause fades. If it's money you want, name a price, anything. I haven't seen your face, you can walk away a rich man. The masked man interrupts him. This isn't about money, Mr. Gage. He says, this is shame or glory. The virtual audience howls. He was right about the demented fan theory. The guy obviously thinks he's some kind of compare. Adam might have found the idea ludicrous if he wasn't at the mercy of that delusion. All right then, the masked man gives a vintage Gageism, one of the best impersonations Adam's ever heard. Now that we've got the preliminaries out of the way, he thunders. Let's meet our first and only contestant tonight. Adam Gage from Pembroke in Yorkshire, 34 years old, describes himself as a bit of a ladies' man. He tilts towards Adam and in a loud stage whisper says, "A little bird tells me you work in television." Ooh-hoo. The audience sighs on cue. I may have some competition tonight, the masked man quips. The next thing you know, Adam here will be wanting my job. The audience laughs a beat behind the joke. Crossing to Adam's side, the masked man nudges him in the ribs. So, Adam, he says, married much? This is fucking perverse. Adam snarls. You're not. His body abruptly arches off the seat as a bolt of pure agony rips through him. His head slamming back against the bolster hard enough to daze him. That was unfortunate, the masked man says as Adam slumps forward, his breathing reduced to a bronchial rattle, his body twitching convulsively. That was highly unprofessional of you, Mr. Gage. He slowly reaches up and peels his mask off. There's a near-identical mask beneath the first. This one features a photo of Adam Gage frowning. Adam stares up at the mask woozily. There'll be no profanity before the 8 o'clock watershed. The masked man growls. That's the moment Adam starts screaming. Following tonight's studio recording, Adam has dinner in a local Chinese restaurant with Bibi Colette, his creative director. Bibi has rice noodles with black bean sauce. Adam has the Peking duck. They talk shop for an hour and a half. Bibi leaves at 9:35. Adam 10 minutes after that. He heads home for the night, uncharacteristically happy with the day's recording. He's still chuckling over Mrs. Booker's interpretation of Swan Lake when a large SUV rear ends him on a quiet stretch of country lane just off the A20. The force of the collision is hard enough to spring the airbag as Adam slews sideways into a ditch. He staggers out of the car, bruising the air with curses, unable to believe the sheer recklessness of the other driver. The bastard has pulled up ahead of him and is walking back towards the scene of the accident. Adam is still dazed, staggering slightly as he tries to focus on the other driver. But a confusion of street's lights turns the figure into an awkward silhouette. Are you crazy? Adam rages. Are you out of your fucking mind? What the hell did you think you were doing? The figure stoops low and Adam sees a hand disappearing into a jacket. He assumes the driver is reaching for his license. But when he pulls his hand clear, there's something metallic clutched in it. Are you Adam Gage? The figure asks. Adam raises a hand to shield his eyes, but he still can't make out the other man's features. Who's that? He demands. Who's there? I'm the man at the end of the road, the figure says, and an instant later something punches Adam in the stomach. He remembers doubling over with a wheezing groan, every muscle in his body simultaneously cramping. He remembers the hard feel of asphalt beneath his hands, the taste of warm metal at the back of his throat. But after that, nothing. I share my last name with a famous brand of car. I was the first European to visit the Great Wall of China. Who am I? Fearing another surge of electricity if he fails to play along. Adam slams his hand down on the red buzzer, and is this time rewarded with a familiar keening sound. Marco Polo, he shouts. Correct. The masked man has removed the frowning mask. He's wearing a smiley Adam Gage face again, tossing questions at Adam as he prances around the stage, his every movement a perfect travesty of Adam's own Showtime performance. And here we go for 150 points, the masked man croons. I wrote the Pickwick Papers in 1836 and Nicholas Nick. The buzzer cuts into the question.
Charles Dickens, Adam shouts.
Correct. And for 50 bonus points, can you tell me the name of the first short story Dickens ever published? Adam has to think about this. After a few seconds, he admits he hasn't a clue. The masked man's sigh becomes the audience's sigh. And we were doing so well. The answer, of course, is Mr. Minns and his cousin. The pain hits Adam like a sledgehammer to the spinal cord. This time he voids his bladder as his body snaps upwards into an arc of pure agony. He's trying to scream through clenched teeth and only a thin whistle emerges. There's a tight buzzing in his head that ends only when the pain ends. He slumps. Shame, shame, shame. The masked man squeals as he points at Adam's piss-stained crotch. The audience howls with laughter. The masked man joins in, whipping the smiley mask off to reveal yet another Adam Gage mask. This one howling with laughter. What do you want? Adam moans. For God's sake, what have I done to you? Circling Adam, the masked man croons. A perfect, squirming moment, this. The spotlights swing towards Adam, searing his flesh with their intensity. The world is watching you, Mr. Gage, the masked man continues. You are a bona fide celebrity, that rarest of trophy beasts. He does a little Mr. Bojangles dance, tum-tum-ta, snapping his hand towards Adam on the emphatic step. So let's celebrate, he roars. The audience goes wild, the applause battering Adam like a physical force. He groans and twists away from the sound. He feels microscopic in that moment, trapped in a colossal petri dish and the whole world peering down at him from a great height. Back to the quiz. The applause instantly dwindles. The lights mercifully retreat. I have the responsibility of defending the body against infections. The masked man turns to Adam and thrusts a manicured finger at him. I can be bolstered with good nutrition, he booms. What am I? Adam's hand trembles as he slaps the buzzer. The immune system, he wheezes. Correct. The masked man takes a step closer with each successive question. I am the most popular book in the world. I have the Bible. Correct. Stephen King. Correct. The Island of Gibraltar. Correct. David Livingstone. Oh, wrong. I'm afraid. Oh God, no. Adam wails. Give me another chance, please. That's not how it works. The masked man shakes his head. No pain, no glory, you know the way that goes, Adam. Please. Adam screams. I have a weak heart. I can't take another hit. But it's no use. The pain this time is so much more horrific for being so utterly inevitable. Adam contorts as far as the plastic cuffs will allow him. His face stretched into a lunatic's grin, every cord straining against his neck. New Urgurg. The voltage cuts out and he sinks into momentary delirium. His words at this point are pure stream of conscience, blood foaming from his nostrils, every muscle in spastic opposition. He has the sense he's floating up out of his body, and all at once the studio becomes a panoramic view of the Swiss Alps, huge cloud banks rolling against the broken flanks of mountains, fierce sunlight glinting off their hoary crowns. The masked man's voice shatters the vision and Adam instantly plunges back into his flesh, the pain and despair closing around him once again. And at the end of the round, the masked man roars. Adam Gage sits on an impressive 3,109 points, which makes him the overall winner of the game. Thunderous applause. But since he's the only contestant actually in the game, the masked man continues. That also means he's tonight's overall loser. The audience gives a long, drawn-out, ooh, as he turns back to Adam. The masked man's voice dissolves into feral echo. Shame on you, sir. He rumbles as he peels his mask off again, revealing yet another mask beneath. This one of Adam with his face photo manipulated into a perverse leer. Shame on you. The audience screams, and such is Adam's terror he actually believes. They're scrambling out of the wall to get at him, paintings transforming into living flesh, every soul he's ever humiliated, every contestant he's ever shamed, all howling and baying for his blood. In ancient times a man's honor was as precious to him as wife or property. The masked man says, it was his name that lived on after the flesh had withered. It was honor alone that vouched for the dead man in the afterlife. To shame a man was to strip him of more than life. It was to rob him of eternity. No surprise then that a man would go to colossal lengths to clear his name once it had become besmirched. It was no light matter to set about shaming another. Adam, the repercussions could last generations, in some cases right up to the present day, and so in former times shame was reserved for the very worst offenses. A girl stalks onto the stage. She's dressed in spangled leotard and feathered headdress and holds an ornate box in her hands. She's wearing a mask as well, but this one is completely blank. Adam can't take his eyes off the box in her hands. He licks his lips compulsively, trying to follow the thread of the masked man's words. The masked man slips out of his jacket as he speaks, folding it and handing it to the showgirl who passes him the gilded box in return. In some cultures, the masked man says as he approaches Adam, certain crimes were punishable by a public shaming. In the very worst cases the criminal would be forced to endure that sentence all the days of his life, carrying his shame as a physical reminder of his crime. He flips the lid on the box to reveal a knife with a crescent-shaped blade and a heavily bejeweled hilt. "What's that for?" Adam gasps. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to take away the one thing you value the most." The masked man takes the knife out of the box and hands the box back to the showgirl. "This knife was once used to castrate bulls," he says conversationally. "Can you imagine how painful that process must be, Adam?" "Ooh-hoo." The audience sighs. "Oh God, no." Adam wheezes. "Not that, please." He crosses his legs and presses back against the chair, arms jerking uselessly at the cuffs. "I'll give you everything I have, whatever you ask. I'll get you your own show. That's what you want, right? Your own show, a real fucking audience?" The masked man chuckles and the blade flashes in his hand. "No," he sighs. "I honestly doubt your balls are your most precious assets, Mr. Gage. I think perhaps your features hold that position. I think perhaps it's time to see your true face." And so saying, he reaches up and snaps away the last of the masks that conceal his features. The face beneath the mask is pure nightmare. Adam is instantly recoiling, screaming, hitching breath, screaming again. The face is without nose, lips, eyelids without features, the eyes bulging out of lidless sockets, sinew and muscle exposed where strips of flesh have been carved from the cheeks and forehead. This is not a face. It is a grotesque caricature. "Behold the face of shame," the masked man hisses, his teeth brilliant white against the squalid ruin of his features. "You've been peeling away the face of humanity week after week, Adam Gage, night after night, and now you've torn away the last of the illusions. This is the true face of the species. This is your face, the one I'm going to make you wear the rest of your life." Adam is still screaming, but the sound is swallowed in the roar of the audience. They're chanting the word shame over and over, and the masked man is stepping forward, flourishing his knife, laughing as he approaches. "Remember," he tells Adam just before he sets about his grisly task, "there is no shame in glory, but there's no glory in shame." The audience howls the rest of the catchphrase with monstrous glee, and the signature tune of his own show begins to play as the curtains come down on Adam Gage's brief but illustrious career. Feeder Frank Toomey was a very private person, and would go to obsessive lengths to avoid contact with his fellow man. In trying to evade his work colleague, Greg Parsons, at the local supermarket, Frank spent a good 5 minutes ducking down aisles and flitting between promotional stands, all the while using the store reflector mirrors to keep an eye on the other man's movements. But he took a left when he should have taken a right, and Greg simultaneously took a right when he seemed certain to take a left, with the result that they both collided over at the fruit and veg aisle. "Frank, man, how are you doing?" Greg grinned at him. "How's the wife?" Frank mumbled, "Fine. Both counts." He squinted at Greg. "This your local then?" Greg shook his head. "Too pricey," he said. "You been off sick or something?" "Me and the wife both." Frank rubbed his throat. "It's viral. I'm on the way back to her right now, or I'd stay and chat. Should be in tomorrow though. Everything okay?" Greg shrugged. "It's Groundhog Day every day," he said. "I thought you'd left. I was saying to Pete just today, I bet old Frankie's taken the wife off to some secret paradise location. Old Frankie would if he could." Frank made the laugh sound genuine as he edged away, dragging his cart with him. "Looks like you've bought enough for the trip." Greg eyed the contents of the cart with an appreciative whistle. "It's cheaper when you buy in bulk," Frank explained. "You bringing the wife to the Christmas do?" Greg asked. Give us all a chance to finally meet her. Frank shook his head. She's not really the social type. Greg, listen. Nice meeting you, mate. I've got to dash or I'll catch an earful. See you tomorrow most likely. Frank dreaded chance meetings like this, the casual questions, the prying eyes, everybody trying to get a heads up on his private life. They envied him that privacy. Most of them paraded their lives out in the open, dissecting every sordid detail over drinks after work, and they couldn't understand Frank's reluctance to join the office rumor mill, to give tit for tat. Was he too good for them? Was he a mole for management? Was he some kind of weirdo, or juicier still, did he have some grim secret he was trying to protect? Frank glanced nervously towards the aisles as he paid for his purchases and loaded the carrier bags. Only when he was safe in his car did he relax. Some days it felt like he was living under a fascist regime, everybody minding everyone else's business. He thumbed the radio to the classical channel. His hand was shaking and he was breathing deeply. He felt invaded. He felt like Greg had deliberately engineered that meeting to get the scoop on him. It wasn't Greg's local, so why the hell would he shop here? Frank glanced around the parking lot, imagining everyone was watching him out of the corner of their eye. The old woman stuffing bags into the back of her Vauxhall. Who the hell was she fooling behind those Granny Smith bifocals? Her eyes devouring him like a mantis in ambush posture. Or the young girl with the push pram, yapping into her mobile. Oh, she was good. The way she never once made eye contact with Frank. They were all really rather good. Playing their parts to perfection. Covertly. Feeding intel back to the great beast that lurked somewhere in London's Ring of Steel. He drove home. The streets along the way were bristling with surveillance hardware that scanned and measured and catalogued the masses. Mankind was the most studied species on the planet. No other animal was subjected to this much surveillance. Why did the beast have so many eyes? What was it afraid of? Susan never drove, had never bothered learning. As usual, Frank was there to do everything. She never left the house. She lay in bed all day long, reading bodice rippers and crime yarns. Frank was the umbilicus that connected her to the world. Without him, she'd be lost. Sometimes she disgusted him. Mostly he was in awe of her. His domestic goddess, his alma mater, and he was all the congregation she'd ever need. He was her worker bee, working himself to death to feed the insatiable appetites of the hive queen. It made life perversely bearable when everything you did was never enough. Knowing you would always be needed, that there would never come a moment when she'd tell him, "Enough, Frank, I can get along by myself now." Frank Toomey's greatest fear was obsolescence. The electronic gate swung closed behind him as he pulled into the driveway. He spared no expense where his privacy was concerned. The garden hedges were high enough to afford him wraparound seclusion, the house set as far back from the road as his salary could afford. He didn't know his neighbors. He'd seen them from time to time, passed them occasionally in the street, but never in the 10 years he'd lived here with Susan had he ever exchanged so much as a greeting with one of them. He brought the shopping into the kitchen, calling out to Susan as he piled the bags on the table. There was no reply. She was probably sleeping. He prepared the evening meal. He was a fastidious man. He kept an immaculate house, everything in its place, everything color-coded and polished to a high gleam. His mother, bless her tyrannical soul, had instilled in him an abiding passion for cleanliness. When Dad walked out on her halfway through her third pregnancy, Mom had taken up domestic hygiene with a vengeance. Frank always suspected she kept an immaculate house in the vain hope Dad would someday come back to her. Every evening she cooked her absent husband a meal and laid it out on the dining table, just as though he was still with her. And every evening Frank and his two siblings sat and watched that meal grow cold and inedible in front of Dad's vacant chair. He never did come back, and after a number of years had passed, Mom began to eat Dad's meals as well as her own, and then she began to eat her children's leftovers, and after that she couldn't stop. The food numbed the pain, you see, a full stomach somehow compensating for an empty heart. She ate day and night. Sometimes she wept as she ate, as though secretly ashamed of her own gluttony, as though it were a thing beyond her control, a runaway train, and all she could do was hang onto the broken brake lever until this particular locomotive ran out of track. Frank watched his mother eat herself to death. It was a slow-motion tragedy. He could defend her from physical assault and all manner of personal insult, but not from her own insane appetites it seemed, and so he was compelled to stand by whilst she swelled to unrealistic proportions, hidden away at home like the dirty family secret, refusing to venture out, until in the end she was unable to venture out. In solitude then, tended only by her loyal offspring, she grew monstrous, until she seemed to fill the entire first floor with bilious waves of scented flesh. By the time of her death she weighed in at a colossal 39 stone. Frank remembered coming home that evening, his siblings waiting at the front door to break the news. Jock, his older brother, said, "Christ, Frank, how the hell are we going to get her out of the house?" It had been the most shameful day of his life. The council sent a crane around and the roof of the house had to be lifted, and there Frank stood, surrounded by a crowd of fascinated onlookers, watching as Mom's body was hoisted out of the house by crane, a pale hand sticking out of a patchwork blanket, palm upturned to the sky. She had become a whale of a woman, a monument to excess, soaring for a moment, hanging weightless between heaven and earth. And then she was lowered into the back of a council truck and driven to an industrial-sized refrigerator that was usually reserved for butchered livestock. It had been the most terrible of farewells, a thing he could never forget. His preference for large women began to manifest itself during his early college years. The bigger the better. His first girlfriend, for instance, had been 16 stone, a flyweight compared to subsequent conquests, but at the time she was the largest woman he knew. Her name was Mary, and because Mary was self-conscious about her size, she wore large baggy clothes that had given Frank the impression she was much larger than she actually was. He remembered the bitter disappointment when he first laid eyes on her naked flesh. He had been unable to become aroused. She was a comparative bag of bones. She mistook his disinterest for revulsion, convinced he thought her too fat when the opposite was the truth. He wanted a big woman. He wanted someone in a league of her own. Still, everything had to start somewhere. Months later the relationship had come to an acrimonious end, with Mary accusing Frank of trying to force-feed her to death. And despite all his efforts to bulk her up, she weighed a limp 17.5 stone by the time they parted company. He was a poor student, living off a government grant, and he quickly realized that the time and money involved in building a woman up to his ideal stature were prohibitive. Instead, he had to find a woman who was already halfway to the Super League. He advertised in papers, he joined clubs that specialized in this particular fetish. He joined dating agencies and trawled the Lonely Hearts columns, learning to decipher the euphemisms that embroidered each ad: generously proportioned, voluptuous, Rubenesque, curvaceous, bubbly, buxom. He worked his way through the 18 and 19 stoners. He swam in the sweet fleshy waves of the 21 and 22 stoners, was anesthetized in the morbid bounty of the 23 to 24s. A 25-stone girl called Alice Tilbury fell on him during a hot bout of love-making, putting him in traction for 4 weeks. And still it was not enough. It was never enough. At nights he dreamt he was sailing across oceans of soft, translucent flesh, his small boat pitching and yawing, dropping into the sweating cleavage of a gargantuan bosom, spinning around the gravity well of a dimpled navel, tossed over the foaming shelves of titanic hips, or swallowed in the churning crevasse between mountainous buttock cheeks. And in the morning, dragging himself from feverish dreams, he would stare in disappointment at his bed partner, and no matter how large she was, no matter how impossibly obese, she was never large enough. And then he met Susan. Sometimes it seemed impossible to conceive of a life without her. "I'm not what you're looking for, am I?" These were the first words she greeted him with. She hadn't been a large woman in those days, positively undernourished at 17 stone, but she'd been a raging bed of insecurities. There was nothing she wouldn't have done to please him, and it was this eagerness that had so endeared her to him. "No," he told her on that first date. "You're everything I've been looking for." She smiled. These were the words she'd been waiting her whole life to hear. He enjoyed watching her eat. She loved listening to him talk. The night ended with him proposing to her. It was to be his single most spontaneous act. She laughed hysterically when he dropped to one knee, but the answer was yes. Even though she barely knew him, even though he barely knew himself, the answer was yes almost before he'd asked the question. He increased her meals slowly, allowing her gastric walls time to expand. First he increased the frequency of the meals, then the size. Sometimes he'd cut off her food supply for a day or so, and then let her binge until she threw up. He chose meals that were not high in obvious fat content, opting for simple carbohydrates, pasta, white bread, rice, anything the body could store in bulk. He increased her starvation periods, tricking her body into storing more, relinquishing less, alternating starvation with splurges, massive feeding frenzies that could last an entire day. "Do you love me, Frank?" she'd ask, desperate for his approval. Every inch, he promised her. Every blessed pound. She was becoming beautiful. She was becoming divine. He converted the spare bathtub into a sort of portable feeding trough. He reinforced her bed with shock absorbers and a solid steel base. He buttressed the house's main support walls himself, too jealous of their privacy to call in outside help. In the beginning, he had to hold down a second job just to pay for her upkeep, but it was no great sacrifice. He was her worker bee. He was helping her fulfill her potential. She crept past the scale's capacity to weigh her. She began to go out less and less, to rely on him more and more. She could no longer dress herself or negotiate the stairs. He had to hose her down in a specially prepared room because the bathroom would no longer accommodate her mass. After a while, she couldn't even rise from bed. She simply lay there, developing skin as thick as rhino hide where it constantly rubbed against the linen. And still it wasn't enough. He wanted to drown in her, to be swallowed whole. He wanted to crawl back into the womb and experience unbirth. He did not know what he wanted. He woke up at night and feared there was no end to his desires. She could swell to the size of the world, and still he would demand more. Flesh was his only solace, and at the end of each day's labor, he crawled into her arms and slept like a little child again, content to lay his troubles aside, if only for the night. "What if something happens to you? Who'll look after me then?" That was Susan's one great fear, that something would happen to him, or that someone would happen to him. "Nothing's going to happen to me," he'd assure her each time. "I'm never leaving you." He meant it. She had no cause for concern. Frank had found the woman of his dreams. He'd never grow tired of her because she'd never stop growing, like a landscape that reinvents itself each day. After he served dinner that evening, Frank followed his usual routine around the house, making sure everything was positioned just so. Now that Susan was immobilized, it was down to him to ensure the place was kept immaculate. "You do such a wonderful job, Frank," Susan told him. "Thank you, Sue," he smiled at her. "You make it all worthwhile." He knew all the right things to say. The next day, coming home from work, careful as always, but not careful enough this time. To his credit, it was the other driver's fault, jumping the traffic light at the last moment and clipping Frank's rear. Frank barely saw him, but he felt the shock of impact, and suddenly the car was flipping end over end and Frank was screaming in a void of intense silence. The image of Susan scorched across his retina. "I'm never going to leave you," he whispered a second before the car struck a second car coming in the opposite direction. "Bit special, this one?" The nurse was trying to be friendly, so Samantha forced a smile and nodded. "They're all a bit special," she replied. Samantha had been posted outside the intensive care unit, waiting to learn more about a patient called Frank Toomey who'd recently been involved in a car accident that claimed the lives of 2 other persons. And judging from the extent of Frank's injuries, Samantha might as well have been waiting for the return of Elvis. The general consensus was that Frank Toomey wouldn't last the night. "Bit of a blankety-blank, really," she told the nurse. "His paperwork's been giving us the royal merry-go-round, so I pulled death duty. I'm supposed to report in if he wakes up or croaks it. I don't think the Sarge cares either way." "He'll most likely croak it," the nurse predicted. "He was pretty smashed up when they brought him in." Samantha Wells shrugged. She was feeling bored and mildly rebellious. It was no great secret that special constables were lumbered with all the jobs regular constables couldn't be arsed with. Hanging around in hospitals was one of those jobs. The nurse lingered. Maybe she was bored. Maybe she was feeling mildly rebellious too. "So what's the story with our Mr. Toomey?" she asked. Samantha sighed. "He's a regular man of mystery," she said. "No wallet, no credit cards, nothing to identify him as ever having existed. The car was registered to an old address he was still collecting his mail from. We thought we'd trace his next of kin through his workplace, but they know about as much as we do. They have him down at that old address. It's like he was deliberately concealing something. Ooh, maybe he's a spy living some kind of double life. The nurse laughed. Probably a bigamist, Samantha said. You'd be surprised how many blokes are into that kind of thing. Frank Toomey. The nurse frowned. What kind of name is that anyway? My colleague reckons it rings a bell, Samantha said. The nurse was called away at that moment. Good luck, she said as she hurried off. Samantha watched her go. Yeah, she said. And that too. Frank Toomey woke up an hour later. Samantha rushed to his side, notebook in hand, heart pounding in her throat. Frank stared up her. Susan, he gasped. My wife, where is she? Mr. Toomey, are you up to a few questions? Samantha asked. No time. Frank's eyes were rolling in his skull, his words coming with difficulty. My wife, she's an invalid. You've got to get to her. Got to feed her. Samantha's pen hung poised over her pad. Give me your address, she said. We'll go over there right away. Frank stared at her, and for a moment she feared he was going to slip away again. But instead he recited his address, his voice so low she had to lean forward to catch his words. In full view of curious neighbors, Special Constable Ryan Phillips and Special Constable Samantha Wells were forced to clamber over the locked gates to Frank Toomey's property. Some of those neighbors were recording the incident with camera phones and camcorders, and Samantha was terrified she'd get stuck at the top of the gates. Her ample rear spread over YouTube before she reached the other side. Everything about Toomey's house screamed privacy. The hedges, the driveway, the trees growing in tangled profusion. Samantha was thrilled that she and Ryan had been assigned the task of contacting Frank's wife. But still, it was with a shiver of disquiet that she dropped to the gravel driveway. Something felt wrong, dreadfully wrong. Maybe they should have brought back up. There was no telling what Frank Toomey had been getting up to behind closed doors. They went up to the front door and rang the bell. There was no reply. She's an invalid, Samantha reminded Ryan. I don't think she can get to the door. She took Frank's front door keys out of her pocket. Toomey, Ryan was muttering. Swear I've heard that name before. Not the kind of name you'd forget, Samantha pushed the front door inwards, and almost at once the stench hit them. Ryan started gagging. Samantha turned away, her stomach heaving, barely managing to hold onto a late lunch. The two constables stared at each other, eyes wide and frightened. The color had completely drained from Ryan's flesh, leaving his face chalky white. Suddenly Samantha felt very apprehensive indeed. Handkerchiefs wrapped around their faces. They proceeded through the door. Blimey, Ryan said. Have a look at this, will you? The squalor was almost surreal. The entire place baptized in filth, gnawed and yellowing newspapers stacked into silos that stretched from floor to ceiling, refuse bags hemorrhaging across the ground, coagulated food hanging from the ceiling like ancient cave stalagmites, old packaging, wrappers, magazines, condoms, broken TV sets. Jesus! Samantha hissed. There was an almost viral genius to the squalor. No woman could possibly live here, Samantha thought. Even through the handkerchief she could smell the stench, and it was unlike anything she'd ever smelt before. It tapped into deep-buried veins of revulsion. She felt contaminated by that smell, seething with infection. 1,000 hot showers wouldn't wash away the foul memory of it. Still she found the voice to cry out, Mrs. Toomey, it's the police. Toomey. Ryan shook his head. I swear to Christ I know that name. When there was no reply, they started up the muck-coated stairs. Samantha, careful to keep her hands clear of the slime covering the banisters. Touch nothing. Just do your job and get the hell out of here. She sincerely wished she'd brought plastic gloves with her. If she came into contact with anything, even fleetingly, she was going to start screaming. They reached the first landing. The mess up here was worse than downstairs, if that was humanly possible. Samantha started with the room on the left, pushing into it whilst Ryan moved on to the next room in line. She found herself in some kind of purpose-built bathroom, crudely tiled with a single hose curled up in a corner, the walls and floor streaked with grease and clumps of hardened soil. Back in the passage, Ryan was pointing at a closed door. Last room, he said. Must be the master bedroom. Samantha joined him at the door, tensing as Ryan reached out and knocked. There was no response. Ryan snapped his fingers and Samantha jumped. "I've got it," he hissed. "Frank fucking Toomey, accused of contributing to his missus' death." He racked his memory. "That was over a decade ago," he said. "Susan Toomey apparently ate herself into the grave, really fucked up case. The way I heard it, old Frank had himself this fetish, like the ladies sumo large. Susan was supposed to have weighed over 43 stone when she died." "Susan." Samantha kept her voice low. "That's the name Frank gave at the hospital." She frowned. "But if you say she died a decade ago..." She turned back to the closed door. "Then who the hell's in there?" She reached out, fingers shaking as they turned the handle. The door swung open. Samantha ripped the handkerchief from her face an instant before she threw up. "Mother of God," Ryan choked. It was some kind of pagan monument. A mountain built out of raw sewage, shopping bags, stuffed bin liners, the skeletal remains of shopping trolleys, food packages spewing toxic mildew that spread to colonize walls and ceiling. Yet despite the awesome scale of the mess, there seemed to be a crazy kind of logic to it. There was the head of the thing, lumped, misshapen, but still recognizably a head. There were the ponderous breasts, shaped from swollen white bin liners, and there the belly, the haunches, the thighs, the massive arms folded across the chest. It was some kind of female deity, some form of Earth Mother that Frank had been worshipping up here in this room. His Susan, sprouting mushrooms and patches of green algae. Roaches scrambling around in her elaborate folds, maggots seething from her every orifice. He'd been working on this thing for years, adding to it, sculpturing, nourishing, feeding it one bag at a time in his quest for the ultimate Madonna. Samantha saw the hollow in its belly where Frank must have lain every night, cradled in filth, warm in the certainty that he had found a woman to eclipse all women, an immortal creature that would never stop growing, never stop devouring, never stop loving him. And then she could hold her breath no longer, and with a wheezing gasp Samantha staggered from the room, pushing Ryan ahead of her and slamming the door shut behind them. The speed of light, there is a horse, brave Ahmed. So swift it casts its shadow upon the wind. So ferocious its hooves strike flame from the very ground as it gallops. Can you imagine such a beast? Ahmed is naturally a little dubious of this claim. The old Turkish soldier has been known to exaggerate. Maybe that's being a little uncharitable. Let's not say exaggerate, let's just say he's been known to tweak the truth from time to time, flavoring the facts with a certain poetic license. But Ahmed listens to this remnant of the Ottoman Empire, this deserter from two armies. He is an arid man, this one. Tanned the color of aged wine, sinewy and lean to the point of emaciation. He's almost 90. He's been almost 90 for at least 20 years now, gently desiccating in the heat of the deep desert. Age alone has granted him certain insights. A horse like this would be a marvel, Ahmed agrees, but adds pointedly, if indeed it exists. Oh, it exists, the old soldier declares. I've heard it is half jinn, bred to race across the open desert as though spawned from the very wind. Such a horse, such a beast. Look here, move closer, lad. The eyes fail, but the ears are still keen as razors. He reaches down and draws a figure in the dust. An Arabian stallion with dished profile and distinctive high-carried tail. A beautiful animal, instantly recognizable despite the soldier's rather crude rendition. Yes, yes. Ahmed leans down, rolling the sleeve of his tunic to the elbow and pointing at the slight bulge between the eyes of the horse. This is the jibba, he says. See how pronounced it is, an animal like this must be of noble birth. Aha! The old soldier wipes away the drawing carefully as though erasing a great secret. You know your horses, young Ahmed, then let me tell you this. Such an animal does indeed exist. I've seen it myself only this past year. Ahmed is interested despite himself. And where did you see this horse? He asks softly, extracting several coins from his purse and depositing them in the collection tin the soldier hangs around his neck whenever visitors come calling. Satisfied with the rattle of loose change in his tin, the old soldier bends down and writes the name of a village in the same area of dust. A place some 30 miles to the west, erasing the name almost as soon as he's written it. Do you know this place? He asks. I know it, Ahmed replies. Then go with Allah, my friend. And may you find what you're looking for. Ahmed climbs down from the watchtower the soldier has built out here in the desert. It consists of a tin shack with wooden stilts raising it some 30 feet off the ground. The shack devised from whatever the soldier could scavenge from the war. Every day the old buzzard climbs this ladder, a remarkable feat considering he has only one leg and 9 confirmed decades under his belt. Jumping on his mule, Ahmed sets off at a mild trot. A pink parasol shields him from the worst of the sun. His mule wears a broad-brimmed hat with 2 holes for its ears. The poor beast has recently suffered heat stroke and Ahmed suspects this might be its last journey. An old Lee-Enfield rifle rests across the shoulders of the mule, magazines carefully tucked away into a cloth satchel to prevent the cartridges from exploding in the heat. Ahmed carried a German stick grenade at one point, but traded it for a week's supply of salt. He had no idea if that grenade actually worked. He travels through a landscape that at times seems more symbolic than tangible. The horizon swells and retreats. The ground ripples with heat distortion. Mountains appear closer than they are, or disappear altogether as he approaches. He's seen everything out here, phantom camel trains passing him in the hours before dawn, driven by tall men without faces. He's witnessed dervishes form the wilting shapes of animals and giant birds, and out on the burning plains he's endured the screams and taunts of jinn, a sound like 1,000 scalded cats sweeping out of the desert haze. Over time he has learnt to listen to the winds that converge here from all corners of the world, the Samum, the Harmattan, the Ruah Kadam and the Ghibli. These winds have borne news of distant empire, carrying precious perfumes from the east, rumors of pestilence from the west, the promise of water in the north. They spend their fury out here in the empty quarters, chased to silence, tamed at last. A long time ago Ahmed's father had this to say to his son. The desert is a house of winds, Ahmed, but silence, you will find, is the key to every door. He'd wronged his father and dishonored his tribe, and for this reason Ahmed set out a year ago, determined to discover something of value, a great secret to ensure his father's forgiveness and win back his love. Only through hardship and pain, Ahmed reasoned, could he ever hope to redeem himself. Only by facing the merciless judgment of the desert could he ever hope to return home. Ha! Instantly alerted by this cry, Ahmed raises his head and, twisting around in the saddle, scans the horizon for the source. After a few moments he spies a figure standing on a nearby rock, beckoning him to approach. Ahmed tugs instinctively on the reins. The mule snorts and comes to a nervous halt. Naturally wary of strangers, Ahmed's hands rest lightly on the stock of his rifle, ready to swing it to readiness. He glances back the way he'd come, but the old soldier's watchtower is no longer in sight, and so keeping a wary eye on the figure on the rock, he urges his mule forward again. The mule won't budge. Ahmed digs his heels into its ribs, but the mule vents a miserable groan and refuses to move an inch. Ahmed climbs down and stands staring at the figure, little more than a silhouette from this vantage point, waving its stick arms in the air. But something about that figure, that rock, has spooked the mule into inertia. It will not go forward until Ahmed has resolved this issue by other means. Grabbing his rifle he climbs down and approaches the rock on foot, keeping the weapon pointed down, his finger hooked around the trigger. Hello there, Ahmad bin Saeed al-Murik. The figure shouts down at him from the top of the rock. There's a strange quality to the man's voice. The echoes that follow seem to come from every quarter, hailing Ahmed from past, present, and future. Who are you? Ahmed shouts back, glaring intensely at the figure. But no matter how hard he stares, he can't make out anything distinct. Anything that might identify the man as coming from this tribe or that. Even his voice remains curiously devoid of accent. I am a man in possession of a great secret, the figure tells him. Just as you are a man in search of a great secret. The desert is a great place for secrets, my friend. The wind tosses them to and fro. The sand partially buries them for an age or two. But they're here all right, in fact they're all around us. You have to be quick to catch them though. The mind must empty of thought. The flesh must learn to forget. Only then will you understand that the desert is a place where men can become immortal. What do you know of that? Ahmed demands, convinced by this time that he faces not a man, but some manner of jinn or intemperate spirit. I know that you have wronged your tribe, the figure replies, that you stole a thing precious to another, and that you walk these barren plains in search of redemption. Then you know all there is to know about me, Ahmed grunts. And what if you come across this secret you're searching for? The figure asks. And what if I do? Ahmed retorts. What if this secret belongs to another? Will you steal from the future in order to pay back the past? Ahmed shakes his head. I don't understand. But you will, brave Ahmed, the suspected jinn chuckles. Go with Allah, my friend. May he grant you what you seek. And in that instant the figure vanishes from the rock and the sun comes rushing through, dazzling Ahmed, forcing him back with a tempered curse. He continues his journey after that, somber now, ever watchful, and that evening he arrives in the town whose name the old Turkish soldier wrote on the floor of his watchtower. It is a stark place. Its principal thoroughfare would scarcely serve as a ditch in a more prosperous town. The buildings, arranged in highly irregular terraces, look as though they've been thatched together out of mud, cardboard, and second-hand fabric. The town's occupants watch Ahmed's arrival with languid indifference. They look just about ready to give up the ghost, tall, sickly people, wrapped in careworn blankets with unseemly sores colonizing every inch of exposed flesh. Even the dogs lack any bark, lying in the gutters, grooming their flanks, raising not so much as a growl as Ahmed trots down the main street. Salamu alaikum. Ahmed raises a hand in pious salute, offering a nod for every soul he passes. But they give no response, simply stare at him with hooded eyes and faraway concerns. He wonders what kind of tragedy could have befallen these folk that would have left them so indifferent to their appearance, or so impervious to the common courtesies. There is hardly any sound in this town. He notices this curious fact as he tethers his mule to a hitching rail and enters a rundown cafe. There is no happy sound of children, no traffickers of gossip, no tradesman's call, no murmur of communal radios, no vinyl voices crooning through layers of static, no bleating of goats, although there are goats aplenty, no lowing of cattle, nor screech of hunting birds, not even the sound of a baby crying in the distance. The patrons of the cafe sit alone or in silent pairs, smoking hookahs and sipping mint tea in the shadows. They don't look up as Ahmed enters. Not do they acknowledge him as he settles at a table and waits to be served. A boy approaches him. Ahmed orders an apple-flavored hookah and a pot of mint tea. The serving boy merely shrugs when Ahmed inquires after the al-Qadi, the town mayor, and turning points to a figure at a nearby table before sauntering off to fetch Ahmed's order. Ahmed approaches the mayor. Yes. The mayor sighs wearily as Ahmed sits opposite him. Yes, I am the mayor. That may not be so obvious, but it is a fact. He raises blood-rimmed eyes and fixes Ahmed with a look of utter ruin. How may I help you, my son? What happened? Ahmed asks. Did some disaster befall you? Your town has the quality of a cemetery. The people act as though they are all in mourning. What happened indeed? The mayor frowns. I have no idea what befell us, young man. I know only that the life of this town has slowly ebbed away, that each day drags for an eternity, that the simple tasks have become momentous, and even the act of greeting a stranger seems more effort than it took to first set the world in motion. What has befallen us? A great and inexplicable melancholy. That's what, a sense that life is a burden and that death is the only thing worth looking forward to. Ahmed is astonished to hear this. And you know not the cause? He asks. The mayor shakes his head, jogging his keffiyeh askew as he does so. He raises a hand to straighten the headdress but then seems to lose interest halfway, his hand dropping back to the table, his eyes slowly closing, and to Ahmed's further disconcert he appears to fall into a fitful doze. Ahmed returns to his table where he smokes his hookah and sips his tea as he contemplates the mayor's words. After he's finished he pays the bill and leaves the cafe. Outside he finds his mule, faithful companion of the desert, lying dead where he hitched it. Several children have gathered around the stricken beast, moving with painful slowness, their faces utterly blank. They stare at Ahmed as he crouches down beside the mule, offering no comment as he unhitches the dead beast and lays its head on the ground. He sighs. The children sigh. Ahmed stands up and looks around at them. Never has he seen children with faces so completely devoid of expression. His flesh crawls with unease. The mule is dead, Ahmed explains to them. It is good, the children breathe. He rents a room in a crumbling hotel at the edge of town, the building lying in partial ruin, its west-facing wall gently fading back into the desert. The receptionist blows dust off the register and Ahmed signs his name, noting the last entry was made some years ago. This town was once prosperous, the receptionist sighs. We were famed for our hospitality, if you can believe that. Times have certainly changed, Ahmed observes. The receptionist nods slowly. That they have, he mumbles. What happened? Ahmed asks when it becomes obvious the receptionist has lost interest in the conversation. Happened, sir? To cause your town, to cause it to become so. Ahmed shakes his head, at a momentary loss. So lethargic. I can only speak for myself, the receptionist replies after some consideration. I can only tell you that I woke up one morning with neither the will to carry on nor the good sense to care. My appetite's gone, my pleasures, my dreams. It was as though Allah himself had placed a curse upon me, may his name be praised, and since that day. He shrugs. Well, you can see for yourself, sir. This town is dying, one dream at a time. It's the same story everywhere Ahmed goes in town. One day people were walking around like people everywhere. Hopes high for the future. A keen sense of purpose. The next day they could barely summon the strength to remember their own names. There were suicides aplenty in those early days. Each morning the living left their houses to cut the dead down from the branches of the acacia trees. Burying them in symmetrical rows out past the ruins of the old mosque. But after a while even suicide was too much effort, and the people became shadows, drifting through the heat of the day, fading at night, but never quite going away. The general malaise seeps through Ahmed's skin, sapping his strength. He knows the longer he remains here the more despondent he will become. The hotel receptionist is right. This whole town is under some kind of curse. Twice he sees men simply curl up in the streets and die for no apparent cause, and staring down at these fresh corpses there is such envy in the eyes of the living, as though they'd trade places in an instant, Allah permitting. Ahmed determines to leave town as soon as he has acquired a replacement mule, and for this he is directed to the stables, located a little over a mile away, at the head of a shallow wadi. The animals quartered in these stables echo the people back in town. Gloomy, despondent creatures, heads hanging low, tails limp and unmoving. Ahmed sees the accordion pattern of their ribs protruding through gray and lifeless flesh. Nothing about these beasts inspires confidence in him. The stable hands are sleeping and cannot be roused, and so Ahmed is left to wander from stall to stall, inspecting one half-dead specimen after another. He is about to give up in despair when he hears a vibrant whinny outside, a sound that is startling and out of place in this equestrian mausoleum. He hurries outside to investigate. He will never forget the moment he laid his eyes on the horse, an animal like no other Ahmed had ever beheld. Not even the Sultan of Oman owned such divine stock. It was of that breed known as Hisan Arabi, with high tail and arched neck, its features refined to the point of sentience. It was almost pure white, yet seemed tinged with blue in certain light, the muzzle and eyes covered in darker patterns of gray that also clouded the ankles and hindquarters, the mane and tail glowing luminous. White, like veils of finest muslin billowing in the wind. And yet, even as Ahmed stands admiring the beast, he senses something is dreadfully wrong. The horse appears psychotic, it is well behaved, there is no doubt, carrying its aged owner without complaint. But something in the eyes hints at an inner madness. They are red and inflamed and roll with a nervous energy, the muscles of the flanks trembling every few seconds, great seismic quakes roaming beneath the flesh, the hooves pawing at the earth, the nostrils flaring wide as the horse emits the most pitiable groans. Ahmed turns and boots a dozing stable hand in the buttocks, rousing the fellow only after the third kick. Who is that man? Ahmed asks, pointing to the old fellow riding the stallion. The stable hand shrugs, begins to speak, then gives up the effort and offers another shrug instead. Ahmed grabs the youth by the shoulders and shakes him. Who is that man? He snarls. I must know. He is the Syrian, the boy says softly, the richest man in the richest, the man. He begins to sink into lethargy again, and Ahmed promptly releases him. He turns again to study the horse, and his heart burns with the sight of it. This is a horse fit for kings. It is composed of cloud and wind. See how noble its carriage, how exquisite its profile. Ahmed must know its story. Where could such a creature have originated? How had it come into the possession of this Syrian? Yes, the horse. The mayor says sleepily when Ahmed takes his questions to him. The horse belongs to the Syrian, there is no doubt. His sons brought it to him as a gift many years ago when it was still a foal. It is a most unfortunate beast, most unfortunate. Why do you say this? Ahmed snaps his fingers to rouse the mayor before he dozes off again. Why do you say the beast is unfortunate? Ah, never have beast and master been so mismatched, the mayor sighs. The Syrian is as conservative a man as any that walked this earth, and the horse, as you've seen, was born for speed. Yet not once since coming into that man's possession has it been permitted to move faster than a trot. It bursts with energy, it foams with passion, it rolls its eyes with frustration, and still the Syrian clutches at the rein, suppressing the very nature of the beast. His eyes droop, such a shame. He whispers before nodding off. The horse's name is Noor, which in the Arabic tongue means light, and a more appropriate name Ahmed can scarcely imagine. For it is hard to look upon the beast in broad daylight without shielding his eyes. The bulk of its coat is astonishing in its virtue, without a single stain or blemish. Its mane gives the illusion the stallion is dissolving into the very wind, and the way its eyes blaze, with a near supernatural intensity, as though the fires of the sun itself rage just beneath its flesh. Ahmed is haunted that night and tosses and turns on his mat, convulsed by memories of the Syrian's horse. He tries to sleep, but its eyes blaze in his head. Its mouth gnaws at the bit. Its hooves stamp him into wakefulness, watchfulness. He has discovered the secret that will reunite him with his father and his tribe, and it is in the possession of another. Ahmed is in an ecstasy of indecision. The desert jinn's words plague him. What if this secret belongs to another? Will you steal from the future in order to pay back the past? And the answer is yes, thrice yes, and damn the consequences. How can he allow such a magnificent beast to remain in the hands of so unworthy an owner? It is certain in Ahmed's mind that the damning of Noor's spirit has created forces that will soon destroy the entire town. And fools that they are, can they not see the source of their own ruin? Can they not see that unless the horse is given free rein, its temperament will bring certain destruction on them all? No, they are too far gone. Their strength fades a little more each day. Their vision dims. They shuffle through the tattered remnants of their lives without thought or care. The only man in town who seems unaffected by this catastrophe is the Syrian, the very man who caused it. Damn you, the Syrian says with force enough to expel spittle from his mouth. Damn you, sir. Not for any price will I sell that horse to you. It is my youth, my strength. Would you buy the legs from beneath me? They sit in the Syrian's villa, surrounded by sleepy servants who can scarcely focus on their master's business. There they go, stumbling around like badly tuned automatons. One of them pours tea for Ahmed, holding the spout high above the cup in the traditional manner. But he dozes off on the job and keeps pouring until the tea flows over the rim of the cup and swamps the table. The Syrian raises his riding crop and gives the servant an enormous whack on the back, and the man cries out and stumbles away in confusion. After that, Ahmed and the Syrian move to a dry part of the table and continue their discussion. Can you not see what has become of this town? Ahmed asks. The horse is from divine stock. It would please Allah that such a beast be free to roam, not curbed at every turn. Can you not see God's displeasure all around you? Even your own servants are infected by your caution. The Syrian sweeps these words away with a contemptuous wave of his hand. Are you an imam that you lecture me about Allah's will? May his name be praised. Are you a mutakalim that you would move me with pious words? Who are you, traveler, that you demand my most precious asset? For whilst I possess this horse, I tell you I shall never die. Ahmed sees the light in the man's eyes, the fervor that thinly disguises his wickedness. The Syrian will not be moved at any price, even though all around him suffer the consequences of his selfishness. So be it. Ahmed rises from the bench. Go with God then. I can see I have come to you in error. May Allah grant you what you seek. The Syrian responds with no hint of irony. I can only tell you that you will not find it here. And so that night Ahmed murders the Syrian for that which he will not give up willingly. He first convinces himself it is his duty, that the lives of the townsfolk are worth more than the life of a single selfish man. But there are many truths, and this is simply the truth that best suits his motives. He waits until a little after midnight before returning to the Syrian's villa. Slipping past the dozing security guards, the servants insensate to the world, the several concubines snoring loud enough to cover any sounds Ahmed inadvertently makes. He's already praying for forgiveness, even before he settles the cushion over the Syrian's sleeping face. It is a muffled death, the Syrian's arms thrashing about in a frenzy. His frail body sent into powerful convulsions that settle by and by, until he becomes still and silent, and only then does Ahmed lift the cushion. "May Allah be praised," he breathes. Noor's anguish is evident the moment Ahmed enters the Syrian's stable. The very timbers tremble as the horse paces the end stall, snorting and whinnying, gusts of hot wind rushing past Ahmed as he approaches, almost bowling him over in their haste. He feels volatile furies at play here, the sense that all of nature is out of kilter. The horse resists him at first, too used to the hand of its master, or perhaps it senses the blood of that master on Ahmed's hands. But Ahmed has learnt secret words to tame the most recalcitrant spirit, words gleaned from the desert nomads and the wild men who live out amongst the sand gullies. "Nothing rests," he says in ancient Persian. "Everything moves. Let the wind be your guide, noble spirit. Let the sun kindle your heart." And so saying, he saddles the stallion and leads it by the rein, out into the night, softly past the sleeping stable hands and the slumbering guards, quietly along the deserted main road that leads to the desert's edge, eventually passing out of that cursed town and on into the great wilderness that he knows better than most men alive. They walk for a long time. It is bitterly cold at this hour, and Ahmed has draped Noor's flanks with a sheepskin blanket to protect it from the chill. Yet he removes the blanket after only a short distance, surprised to find steam evaporating off the horse, its flesh almost too hot to touch. He tries to soothe it with more words from the desert, wind charms and solar spells, but the stallion senses freedom, has become intoxicated by the aromas of the open desert, its nostrils flaring wide, its hooves stamping the ground with mounting impatience. Ahmed has increasing difficulty restraining it. It is only when he climbs on top of the horse and takes hold of the reins that Noor calms down, its magnificent head held high and alert, muscles quivering with eagerness. Ahmed sits forward in the saddle, stroking the luminous mane, uttering words of comfort. And it feels like the earth trembling beneath him, great convulsions of energy roaming beneath the horse's flesh, the heat rising and enfolding Ahmed, causing him to sweat and gasp even at that sub-zero hour. He guides the horse forward again, and soon they crest a small sand dune, pausing for a brief moment on the ridge. An eternity of flatland spreads before them, and not a single crest or hillock to temper the monotony. The moon creates weird undulations of silver and shadow across the desert, the wind roaming with absolute authority. It is a desolate prospect, an empty land with no visible sign of relief, and Ahmed breathes a deep sigh of resignation, mentally bracing himself for the hard days and nights ahead. He leans forward and in ancient Hittite whispers, "You are free." The horse surges forward in that instant, descending the dune in 3 long strides. The sand erupts beneath its hooves, the entire dune collapsing behind it like a poorly constructed tent. Ahmed's teeth clench as Noor strikes out across the flat, pressed low as he grips the reins, his body offering no resistance, and yet it is all he can do to hang on as the wind howls past, raised to fierce dervishes that stumble about in their wake. As the horse accelerates, the landscape begins to blur and tear, the stars becoming streaks of phosphorus, the moon a child's finger smudge. Ahmed's heart beats in wild terror. There is nothing natural about their velocity now. To fall would mean instant death. A single misstep would spell calamity for both of them. And yet, even in the extremis of his fear, Ahmed still finds the strength to marvel. The horse truly is divine. No mortal beast could equal this pace. Nothing born of flesh could withstand the sheer stresses involved. Strange lights appear ahead of them, worms and squiggles of incandescence, whilst overhead the entire sky seems to tilt on its side. Ahmed is howling with fear, crushed to the mass of his charge by the force of its momentum, its mane billowing around him like a theater of soft cloud. "Noor!" he howls. "Kef! Kef!" Too late. Noor is free and will never again respond to a human voice, surging across the open plain, throwing off the weight of physics. Like an elemental force now, a myth clothed in flesh. The skin is stretched back from Ahmed's face, his mouth pulled into a lunatic's grin. He realizes he is about to be snatched to his death as the wind prizes his grip from the reins one finger at a time. It will all end here. He will never again see the face of his beloved father or hear the songs of his tribe. This is the price of his folly. This is journey's end. A split second later, Nur seems to hit an invisible wall and punch straight through. For a moment everything becomes confusion. Spectral faces howling at Ahmed out of the wind. Phantom animals leaping from the earth to claw at horse and rider. Suddenly the weight of momentum lifts from Ahmed's body as the wind drops to silence around him, and raising his head, he sees they have entered a landscape of unearthly dimensions. They are still traveling at great speed, but the forces prevalent a moment ago seem to have entirely vanished. There is no wind or gravity here. The dunes that rise around them have become perfectly symmetrical pyramids, too precise to have been formed by natural aeolian processes, and yet every one of them is made entirely from compressed sand. Glancing up, Ahmed is astonished to see diamond-shaped dunes floating in the sky above him. Immense quantities of sand pressed into precise polyamons and lozenges that cast vast, imperial shadows across the plain. He cowers from these floating monoliths, fearing their imminent collapse. Hundreds of tons of sand cascading down on him in a blinding instant, crushing him flat as taboon bread. Bismillah! He cries in wonder and fear. But there is no need to fear. The monoliths hold their miraculous positions. Slow spinning giants, moonlight glittering off the trillions of granules of sand that make up each impossible facet. The sky is the color of liquid silver, filled with reflections that shrink and expand, twinkle and foam. The sun bulging into this world like a tumor swelling behind a thin, hoary membrane. It is an alchemist's sky, a madman's vision, only appearing to move because the world it reflects is moving. But Ahmed suspects the sky is the constant, that all else is illusion. This then is the great secret he has traveled so far to find. God is great, he whispers. Beneath him Nur continues to accelerate, without friction now, as though born and bred in this wasteland of unearthly symmetries. There are dervishes dancing ahead of them, whirlwinds forming artificial spirals, circles nesting within circles, that expand in sudden waves and collapse again into cones of intense light. Ahmed closes his eyes, filled with both terror and a sense of abiding awe. This is a sacred place, beyond the spectrum of everyday reality. He has passed a great and insurmountable barrier and has entered a realm known only to God. They are traveling faster than sound, perhaps faster than light, surely faster than any mortal has ever dreamed possible. And still the horse accelerates, all but flying now, its hooves scarcely striking the ground. Ahmed laughs and weeps and screams in soundless waves of anguish, driven to the brink of madness by the sheer lunacy of this realm. And then they hit another barrier in space and he is violently wrenched from the saddle, howling as he is flung backwards, striking something soft and yielding, rolling over and over until he is rendered senseless. He wakes up in his father's tent and imagines he is still dreaming. In that dream his father sits by Ahmed's bedside and croons the words to an old Bedouin prayer. His eyes filled with joy at the return of the prodigal son. He nods and smiles when he sees Ahmed open his eyes. Insha'Allah, the old man whispers. Ahmed realizes he is awake then. He cries out in wonder as he reaches out to touch his father's face. How can this be? He gasps. Allah delivered you out of the wind. May his name be praised. Ahmed sits up and embraces him, pressing his face into his father's tunic to hide the sudden rush of tears. How can this be? He says again. We were sitting down to our evening meal, the old chieftain explains, when a great wind came upon us out of the western desert. It came with such force and fury we had no time to brace ourselves. It lasted but seconds, turning the world blood red in that time, filled with the sound of a horse's hooves, loud as thunder and coming from every direction at once. And when the wind passed, there you lay, my son, delivered to us as if out of the storm itself. I was searching for a secret, father, Ahmed weeps. I found a horse in the deep desert, a magnificent stallion. I was trying to bring it home to you. His father hugs him fiercely. You cannot tame the wind, my son, he sighs. Many a man has been broken in the attempt. Let us thank Allah then for sparing youth from its own folly. But I've gained nothing in the end, Ahmed moans. I've discovered no great secret to make up for the wrong I did you, father. You've discovered enough for a lifetime, his father replies, though it take the rest of that life to realize it. Charlie Halfhead Charlie was the great pretender. Charlie could pretend almost anything out of existence. He pretended away the night the vicar, Bartholomew Thomas, poured petrol over Mother Laura, his saintly wife, and threatened to burn her to a cinder if she didn't repent of her sins. He pretended away the time he saw Mrs. Roberts vomit her cancer into an old iron cauldron, the Vicar Thomas holding the cauldron up to his midnight congregation as certain proof that the upside-down God wielded more influence than his daytime counterpart. But it took all Charlie's powers of self-deception to pretend he didn't see the thing he saw that night. The bad night. The night Charlie must never remember. It never happened. Charlie would howl as he raced across the open moors. You never saw nothing. It's all in that pinhead of yours. People always said Charlie was wrong in the head, and who knows, maybe they were right. Seemed the kindest thing you could say about Charlie was that he was different. They called him Charlie Half-Head on account of how different he was, but Charlie didn't mind. Half a head was all he needed. He'd been born with a rare case of microcephaly. His head 2 standard deviations smaller than was average. This had pushed Charlie's features into a pugnacious snout and according to the doctors would be the cause of migraines and violent seizures up until the day he died. But as strange as the outside of Charlie's head was, the inside was even stranger. Charlie dreamed weird and wonderful things. Problem was Charlie had a tendency to act on everything that came his way, real or imagined. And not for the world could you convince him that rain horses didn't roam the moors in the wake of each storm. He'd go chasing them too. Certain these horses gathered beneath rainbows and dissolved at the first touch of sunlight. Nor could Charlie be persuaded that Mother Laura wasn't in fact the moors witch of ancient legend, or that the Vicar Thomas hadn't ensnared her with powerful binding spells. The reason the walls of the old farm were plastered with pages torn from the good book. The reason Mother Laura never left the house. Not once, not in all Charlie's living memory. Charlie also believed angels dwelt in the headlights of Thomas's old Land Rover. And in an effort to liberate those tiny beings, Charlie had smashed the vehicle's lights on more than one occasion. Reverend Thomas had almost smashed Charlie that last time. Would have broken him into so many pieces if Mother Laura hadn't locked Charlie in the broom cupboard and swallowed the key. The Vicar Thomas had inherited Charlie Half-Head from one of his flock, a young woman who'd been locked away in a sanatorium soon after Charlie's birth. A raving lunatic by all accounts. She would have run naked over the moors with baby Charlie sucking at the teat if Vicar Thomas hadn't intervened. No one knew who Charlie's dad was. Thomas said it didn't matter. God had a plan for all his children, orphaned bastard children included. People thought a lot about the fact Thomas had taken in a pinhead like Charlie. They held old Thomas in high esteem on account of his great charity, and each time they saw Charlie running errands in the village, they'd whisper, "There goes Charlie Half-Head. God bless the Vicar Thomas. He's an inspiration to us all." Charlie's home stood about a mile from the village. It was a place where the sound of the wind rarely fell below a thin scream, and ghosts were rumored to spend their summers whilst the winters were haunted by such wild tales as the Black Hound, the Moor's Witch, the Lost Centurion, all popular myths that went down well with the local ale. "Watch the Black Hound don't get you, Charlie." Mother Laura would warn him before Charlie set out for the day. "You know how he's partial to pinheads. I've got spells to deal with ol' Blackie." Charlie would show her a crow's foot he'd traded the travelers for. That always wound Mother Laura up. "You mind the pagan rubbish you bring into this house?" She'd yell at him. But Charlie was off, laughing at her as he slammed through the back door. The moors were covered in sepia-colored grass, knolls of hardy vegetation like dried-out zits, hills that weren't quite hills, and pathways that led nowhere. Every so often the blast of a shotgun could be heard across that stark landscape like a series of deliberate handclaps. Quail taking off in flustered clouds, the happy bark of retrievers as they sprinted after them across the dry tundra. It was a forsaken place. Ironic then that a God-fearing man like the Vicar Thomas would park himself and his kin out here. Thomas proclaimed the moors a natural remedy to all the ills of the modern world, adding wryly, "You won't find God in amongst the fornicators." They lived in an old farmhouse made from local stone with pebble-dash walls and small windows, and the remains of a stable out back that wasn't used for much these days but storing things. It was a place a young boy's imagination could roam free. Charlie knew some of the things he believed were most probably not true, but he didn't know which ones. He couldn't tell if the blood-curdling screams he heard at night were real or in his head, or the ghost owl that lived out in the stable, or the dragon that kept trying to eat the moon. Mother Laura said he had a head full of cotton fancy, but Charlie knew some of those fancies were real, maybe not everything, but certainly some. He knew, for instance, that the Vicar Thomas was planning to kill him. Every night he heard Thomas come into his bedroom, the floorboards muttering beneath the cleric's stealthy tread. Charlie kept his pinhead turned to the wall. He never opened his eyes on these occasions, but he knew Thomas was there, could hear him breathing, the weight of his gaze on the back of Charlie's skull. Thomas never took things further than that, just stood there, breathing and staring, and after a while he'd creep back out of the room and close the door. That's how Charlie got wind of Thomas's plans for him. Listening to the sound of his breathing, feeling the weight of his gaze, it was obvious what the vicar Thomas intended, even to a half-head like Charlie. The vicar Thomas ran his house with an iron fist. He loved the word heathen, could roll that word off his tongue in so many perverse ways. "Pick up your heathen feet!" He'd yell at Charlie, who had a habit of dragging his heels whenever he was bored. "Pick them up, God damn you, or I'll flail skin from your back." And he would have done it too. He had a studded belt he'd nicknamed St. Augustine that he used to flog himself every Pentecost Eve, and Charlie and Mother Laura every other day of the year. God was the driving force behind Thomas's every breath. Hail and brimstone awaited the blasphemer, brine and sulfur for the idler, and God help the adulterer if the vicar ever got hold of him. Thomas was from old Bible stock, and he let everyone in his parish know it. Thundering sermons from the village pulpit like an olden times preacher, it was no secret Thomas had served apprenticeship under the legendary East Anglican vicar, Jericho Fields, a man who'd taught him a thing or two about raising the roof. Get them to scream the hosannas. The vicar Jericho was fond of instructing, and the hallelujahs will take care of themselves. The vicar Thomas owned a black mastiff called Master, a brute of a dog with ropes of saliva permanently dripping from his dewlaps. Every night man and hound could be seen striding across the moors, and a more intimidating sight you were not likely to witness this side of the yawning grave. Thomas himself standing a handspan over 6 feet, with the shoulders of an Apis bull and the disposition to match. Charlie hated that dog, hated the way he seemed to commandeer the whole house with his animal charisma, striding into the living room like a canine emperor, settling in front of Mother Laura and fixing her with his unsettling gaze until she set aside whatever she was doing and got up to attend to his needs. That dog had presence. It was just the sort of mythical beast a man like Thomas would own. A black hound of his own to go wandering the moors with. Master had the most chilling eyes Charlie had ever encountered in a dog. Chips of cold blue steel they were. The unusual coloring triggered by a random gene according to the village vet, who considered himself no particular expert on the subject. Master would stare Charlie down, not look away like other dogs did. He'd stare Charlie into submission each and every time, never barked or growled. He didn't need to. Those eyes were enough to send a shiver of dread down anyone's spine. You didn't need a whole head to figure out Master, like Thomas himself, was not to be trifled with. The day Thomas finally tried to kill Charlie started out the way most days started out around here. Rain and wind with a forecast of more to come. Mother Laura was preparing lunch after a fervent bout of morning prayer. Charlie was doing Bible studies to compensate for missing out on the previous evening's service. He could feel the tension slowly creeping into the air, and sometime around midday Master started howling. And whenever Master howled, violence was certain to follow. "What's this about, Charlie?" Charlie glanced up, sensing trouble even before he saw St. Augustine dangling from Thomas's left hand like a stunned viper. A half-erection tented the vicar's trousers, a sure sign he was about to do Charlie a serious mischief. "What's what about, sir?" Charlie asked, noting that Thomas had locked the study door, no doubt to keep Mother Laura from interfering with whatever was to come next. Not that he'd normally mind thrashing her too, but today Thomas's rage was focused solely on Charlie. "What are you studying?" the vicar Thomas asked. "Psalm 49. Charlie held the Bible up to confirm this. "I told you to study Psalm 24, Thomas barked. This was an outright lie, but Thomas needed a pretext to start laying into Charlie, and thus far Charlie hadn't given him one. Charlie knew better than to argue, so he just shrugged and said, "Sorry. Must have been confused." "Must have been confused," Thomas sneered. "You've been confused all your life, Charlie. I thought I could bring you up a decent Christian, wipe out the stain of your mother's sin. I accepted you as my burden to bear, and Lord knows, I've never regretted it, but you're a heavy burden, Charlie. Your mother was a whore and you've inherited her wild ways, I'm afraid." "I don't know real things from dream things," Charlie admitted as he scratched his chin and looked at Thomas askew. "I think maybe there's something buried in the basement, but Mother Laura says my head's full of fancy." Mother Laura had begged Charlie not to ever mention the basement to Thomas. It was a forbidden subject, but Charlie couldn't help the things that came out of his mouth, especially times like this when he found himself threatened by violence. What was that? What did you say, Charlie? The Vicar Thomas's eyes narrowed to slits, a muscle jumping in his right cheek. What's that you said about the basement? Something buried down there. I see it in my dreams, Charlie shrugged and added. I can't tell dream things from real things. Thomas launched himself at Charlie before he'd quite finished, St. Augustine coming down with a ferocious crack across the broad width of Charlie's back. You damned heathen, Thomas howled at Charlie. You freak son of a whore, you know nothing about that basement. Do you hear me? Nothing. Charlie recoiled into a reflexive ball as Thomas brought the belt down again and again, howling moron at the top of his voice, screaming, savant, as he brought his boots into play, attempting to prise Charlie open so he could strike the soft flesh of his belly. But Charlie was coiled tighter than a hedgehog, and so Thomas nudged him around the room instead, rolling him like a football, striking at whatever parts of Charlie were currently exposed. Mother Laura was pounding at the door, screaming to be let in, but there was no chance of that, not until Thomas was finished, and Thomas wasn't going to be finished for some time yet. At some point Thomas realized he wasn't inflicting nearly as much damage as he wished, and so he tossed St. Augustine aside and picked up a wooden frame chair instead, wielding it with every intention of bringing it down across Charlie's back. Charlie glanced up from his position on the ground, and seeing Thomas raise that chair and seeing the murderous glint in the vicar's eye, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Reaching out, Charlie grabbed the corner of the carpet and yanked it towards him, spinning the Vicar Thomas over on his back with an enormous thump. Master started howling somewhere in the bowels of the house. Thomas lay moaning on the ground, clutching his head where he'd struck it on the way down. Meanwhile Charlie was leaping to his feet, darting for the door, struggling with the lock even as he heard Thomas regain his feet. Charlie half-head, Thomas thundered. May your blood be upon my hands, you ungrateful cur. Charlie was out of there, flinging the door open and scooting around a startled Mother Laura, fleeing along the passage, through the kitchen, and out into the backyard. The rain came down in hard sheets, fitting weather when Charlie stopped to consider it. Thomas was in a biblical rage, and it seemed God was too. God hurled everything but the kitchen sink at Charlie. The rain felt hard as hail against his battered flesh, thunder roaming the outer darkness, lightning far over on the horizon, like a terrible eye that opened for a moment, glaring at Charlie, before winking shut again. The moors were filled with flux and fury, thick columns of sunlight pouring down through surly vents in the cloud cover. It was mid-afternoon, but it may as well have been midnight, bruised thunderheads forming a dense overhead canopy that depressed the landscape until it was the color of tarnished bronze. Charlie knew the lay of the land, lying amongst the hawthorn and crowberry every time the skies lit up, moving amongst the low hills and avoiding the flat areas where he could easily be spotted from no great distance. Visibility was bad. Charlie's eyesight was keener than most, and he couldn't see shit in this rain, but Thomas would be coming after him in the Land Rover, with Master's keen sense of smell to guide him, and the Vicar Thomas knew the land almost as well as Charlie did. Charlie howled like a wolf. He couldn't help himself. He got this way every time he was out in the open. He crowed like a rooster, and he gibbered and hooted like nothing sane. He stripped himself naked and fled into the teeth of the storm, dancing his feet raw, hurling Psalm 49 at the heavens raging above. Hear this, all ye people, he screamed. Give ear, all ye inhabitants of the world. And he understood not one whit of it, but it felt good. Words were power, Thomas had told him repeatedly. Words could make dream things real. Charlie was never going back. He was going to find the fattest rain horse and ride it all the way to the Holy Land, where the Virgin Mary would crown him king of Jerusalem. She'd promised him a coronation on account of all those angels he'd liberated from the Vicar Thomas's Land Rover. Night fell and the darkness became complete. The rain let up at some point, but the clouds only gathered deeper, and now the thunder roamed directly overhead, bolts of lightning turning everything into a haunted negative, leaving Charlie blind and groping for seconds afterwards. At one point he reached the crest of a small hill where he stopped to look back, and away in the distance he saw a line of torches snaking towards him across the moors. Thomas's midnight congregation was out in force tonight. Faraway voices calling out, "Halloo, Charlie!" After that he didn't stop running. terrified at the prospect of being hauled back to the farmhouse to face the wrath of Vicar Thomases. He came at last to a house standing alone in the wilderness, lights blazing from the first-floor windows, smoke fuming from a high chimney stack, and here Charlie came to a confused stop, not certain whether this house was real or something he was imagining because it seemed he'd been this way loads of times before and not once could he ever recall seeing a house. But it offered refuge. That was for sure. Thomas's posse would be upon him soon, and how long could he keep going? He'd need food and shelter at some point. It was a long way to Jerusalem. He approached the house with this in mind, knocking on the front door with enough force to be heard above the storm. The door swung open of its own accord, and not giving much thought to it, Charlie stepped inside. He found himself in a hall the color of corrosion, a faraway whistle shrieking like the old factory whistles that started and ended a day's shift. The center of the hall was filled with a great iron table laden with broth and exotic fruits and animal carcasses that didn't quite seem dead, didn't quite seem at peace with the idea of being eaten either, roasted chickens scrambling amongst the crockery, pigs squealing on the spit, a headless duck reeling drunkenly from one diner to the next. And the diners, this was where Charlie decided his imagination had taken firm hold of his senses. For the diners had the well-dressed torsos of men and women, but the heads of a great variety of animals. Deer, boar, wolves, owls, otter. Am I dreaming? Charlie wondered aloud. At first the diners made a great deal of commotion, but this settled down as one by one they noticed Charlie standing in the doorway, and then they raised their goblets and they all chanted in one voice. He's toast. He's comatose. Charlie Halfhead, King of Jerusalem. And then they fell instantly back into feasting and quarreling. Charlie scratched his head and thought maybe this was an appropriate time to leave, but before he could make his mind up on the matter a voice boomed from the head of the table. Are we all seated then? Brother Charlie is amongst us at last, a fine lad, shades of his father, rumors of his mother, especially around the mouth, to Brother Charlie then, whom we all so awfully admire. A second toast was hastily convened. Hear, hear, the diners cried. To Charlie Halfhead, King of Jerusalem. Who are you? Charlie demanded, thrusting a finger at the head speaker. Are you real or fancy? I am the dude, said the head speaker as though this ought to mean a great many things. And I'm real enough if you fancy. This went down well with the other diners, and they hooted and shrieked with laughter, and several wound up choking on their food. One fellow with the head of a caribou collapsed in a fit of convulsions, his nearest neighbors instantly leaping to his aid, or so Charlie thought. It was only later that he realized they'd completely devoured the poor fellow where he lay, leaving nothing behind but antlers and a few discarded bones. The dude stood up as Charlie approached the dining table. He was dressed in a rather shabby tuxedo, half his head evaporated in some terrible long-ago injury, the rest appearing more dog-like than human. When he spoke his voice sounded thin, half a voice, the echo stripped away, leaving a brittle shell of sound that carried no great distance. The world has treated you poorly, he told Charlie. The world has cursed and slandered you, and that's putting it mildly. It's nice of you to say so. Charlie felt the dude had made a valid point, but this didn't make the dude any less a fancy. Capital fellow? A canary woman cried. And so damn symmetrical. She pointed at Charlie's head. That head, she shrieked. Oh my word, that head wastes no space. I'm asleep. None of this is real. Charlie thrust a finger at the dude. You're not real. Oh God, say it's not so. The dude cried in a faux panic, and then he laughed and said, Be seated, young Charles Christopher, be satiated. Fester, make room. Damn your flatulent hide. Make a place for Brother Charles. Fester stabbed at a desperate meal. What's real? He howled. Who gets to judge? Damn it. But he made room nonetheless, and Charlie slid into a high-backed chair and stared around at his fellow diners. To his left sat the canary woman, to his right a man with an antelope's head, or an antelope with a man's body, whilst directly opposite him sat a fellow with the features of a Staffordshire bull terrier. As soon as Charlie was seated, the entire hall erupted in a frenzy of applause, accompanied by much boot stamping and rattling of cutlery. I've been here a while, the dude said as soon as the hall had settled. I gave up half my head just to keep the rest. Look around, Charlie. Each of us is here because a sin weighs heavy on us. Fester crept up behind Charlie and nudged him in the ribs. Each of us born of sin, he growled. And sin is all we ever do. The results of heathen appetites we are, the dude continued. And all too real, yes, all too real, Charlie. We are the spirits your stepfather conjures into the world to do his bidding. We are the imp that fawn and fey at his every sinister command. My stepfather is a minister of the cloth, Charlie said with great dignity. Minister of the damned? The dude cried in a sudden fury. And your stepfather be damned too for what he's wrought in the world. Thrice damned if I had my say. Charlie stood up. That's enough of that, he shouted. Remember the night you mustn't remember? The dude asked slyly. Charlie stared at him. Nothing happened that night, he said carefully. Oh, it did, the diners whispered around him. Something most certainly did happen that night, Charlie. Nothing happened, Charlie insisted. It was all a dream. You were coming down the stairs, the dude said. You heard a noise in the basement, so you crept closer, Charlie, and the Vicar Thomas was down there praying to God. The other God. The one he only prays to after midnight. I didn't hear nothing, Charlie cried. You heard him, Charlie? The dude crooned, his voice gathering sinister echo in the shadows. His congregation chanting a la la, which is hallelujah backwards, by the way, and the witch of the moors was down there too, speaking in tongues, her voice like 1,000 lashes against your flesh. Charlie reeled away from the dude's words, his head blistering with memory. The rain horses screaming as one by one they died in his head. The angels of the headlights fleeing, the terrible things swelling at the back of Charlie's mind. It never happened, Charlie howled. I never saw nothing. It was a dream. The basement door was open, the diners chanted. Charlie Halfhead sneaks in. Charlie Halfhead sees. Nothing, Charlie shrieked as he fled that hall. Charlie saw nothing, nothing, nothing. He was gone. Out into the night. Out into the storm. Chasing the last of his innocence across those brooding moors. Charlie Halfhead crept into the Vicar Thomas's room just as quiet as the Vicar Thomas used to come creeping into his. He stood breathing deep, staring down at the vicar's slumbering form, trying to think things through in that slow, dreamlike way of his. It was 2 weeks after Charlie fled into the moors and he hadn't been back in all that time. Not once. Charlie knew how to live off the land, knew how to burrow down and wait out the storm. Patience was one of the few virtues God had granted him. In the half-light, the Vicar Thomas looked like a slumbering Old Testament prophet, his beard rising and falling with the motion of his chest, his eyes half open, showing nothing but fluttering whites. On the other side of him, Mother Laura lay in a chemical stupor, snoring hard enough to tremble the timbers. Charlie raised the mallet in his hand. He'd discussed this moment out on the moors with the Virgin Mary. The coronation had been postponed. Charlie Halfhead had one more mission before he could declare himself king of Jerusalem. He'd entered the house through the basement window. It would have been too small for someone with a normal-sized head. But Charlie's proportions made him more streamlined than most, and it took him no amount of time to wriggle through. He'd never been in the basement before. Not since the night he mustn't remember. The Virgin Mary had told him to prise up the floorboards once he got into the basement. She told him exactly which floorboards to prise up, and after he'd prized them up he was to dig away at the loose earth beneath. Charlie liked digging. He dug up loads of stuff out on the moors. Lots of interesting things got buried by folks down through history. But Charlie had never dug up anything nearly as interesting as the stuff he found under the basement floorboards. The Virgin Mary had been right. Charlie Halfhead had brothers and sisters, lots of them. He found their bones all jumbled up in the earth, like Chinese puzzle pieces. This made Charlie sad. This made Charlie angry. Now he was standing in the Vicar Thomas's room, watching him sleep, and the anger just kept on growing, until it became a full-blown rage. He brought the mallet down in the center of Thomas's forehead. He brought it down with such force it took all his strength to retract it again. And then he brought it down again and again, until there wasn't much left of Thomas's head but red ruin and brain jelly, and each blow of the mallet triggered a part of Charlie's long-repressed memory. That night, the night he mustn't remember, he'd been attracted by the noise and commotion coming from the basement. He crept out of bed and down the stairs, and the basement door stood open that night he mustn't remember. But it was all right to remember now. The Virgin Mary had told him so. Whump! He brings the mallet down. At the bottom of the basement stairs, Charlie saw the Vicar Thomas standing in front of his midnight congregation, naked as a jaybird, and his congregation all naked too, kneeling and chanting, "Wump," and on the floor between shepherd and flock, Mother Laura crouched on all fours, her skirt hitched up to her waist, Master mounting her from behind, thrusting his horn-shaped penis into her, and Mother Laura speaking in tongues, eyes rolled up in her head as she crawled around in delirious circles. "Wump." The Vicar Thomas glanced up at Charlie as he stood watching from the basement door. "This never happened, Charlie," the Vicar Thomas boomed. "God curse you, boy. Get back to bed." Waking up in bed days later, Charlie found Mother Laura staring down at him. "You never saw nothing, Charlie?" She pressed a finger to his lips. "Say, wump, wump, wump." Charlie remembered now. Charlie remembered it all. He stood staring down at the remains of the Vicar Thomas, and everything was clear in his head for the first time ever. This was real, not fancy. The angels were free at last, singing Charlie's praises as they flew east to Jerusalem. Mother Laura was muttering to herself, her face splashed by her husband's gore. She was trying to wake up. Even from the trenches of sleep, she sensed something awry. Her eyes flickered like Morse code. Her face contorted horribly. But the soporifics had too strong a grip, and by degrees she slipped back into slumber. Charlie heard the soft creak of floorboards behind him, the heavy sound of breathing, and his heart clenched tight in his chest. He didn't dare turn around. He didn't dare move. Thomas wasn't dead. The old God-fearing bastard had been resurrected somehow. Charlie began to tremble as he felt the weight of Thomas's gaze on his back. He imagined he was back in his bedroom, pinhead turned to the wall, Thomas watching from the shadows, planning Charlie's murder with exquisite patience. But Thomas was dead. Dead. Charlie had just killed him in the real world. It wasn't a fancy. It couldn't be. He couldn't bear it any longer. He had to see. He turned and stared fearfully into the darkness. "Who's there?" he called out as he hefted the mallet in one hand, reaching out with the other to turn the light on. Master came at Charlie the moment the room was lit. 200 pounds of snarling mastiff, eyes blazing like blue fire as he launched himself through the air. Mother Laura came awake with a piercing shriek, just as Charlie swung the mallet with every ounce of strength he had left. The beast was down, momentarily stunned. Charlie swung the mallet again before Master had time to recover, and again, Mother Laura screaming loud enough to wake the dead. At last the room was silent. The beast and its master were dead. Mother Laura stared in shock at the carnage Charlie had brought down on her household, her mouth gulping for air, her hands clutching her chest. "I'm going to Jerusalem now," Charlie said as he stood up. "Oh, Charlie," Mother Laura sobbed as she pointed at the remains of the dog. "At least bury your father." Island Doll's Dutch Grady had been with hundreds of aging socialites in his time. He was a youth of uncommonly good looks, and the wealthy were always willing to pay for uncommon things. It wasn't as though Dravida Lloyd was all that old, at least not in the traditional sense. She was just nudging 70 when he met her, and he'd courted far older than she. But there was something about her eyes, something ancient and almost indecent. They frightened Dutch and excited him. He first met her at the comedien's Halloween ball, but even before they were formally introduced he felt her gaze on him, proprietorial from the very first. "Are you an artist?" Dravida asked him. "What makes you think that? You have the bearing of an artist. You see things other people tend to miss. Either you're an artist or you're incredibly poor." He was a little taken aback by her candor. "I'm a bit of both," he said. Her laugh captured the moment perfectly. 1 part condescending, 2 parts predatory. "Do you know who I am?" He knew who she was. Dravida Lloyd, the mysterious Witch of Wall Street. So-called because of her ability to navigate the white water rapids of the New York Stock Exchange without getting her feet wet. It was said Dravida's lineage stretched all the way back to the Merovingian kings of medieval France. Her name was synonymous with inscrutable wealth and almost obscene privilege. Amongst his fellow gigolos, Dutch was something of a rarity. He actually did his homework. He considered knowledge and investment in trade as indispensable as a six-pack and regular flossing. "You're very well informed." Dravida's voice was husky, a smoker's voice. her vowels polished enough to see his reflection in. She was a tall, angular woman with a stillness born of impeccable breeding. Her eyes burning through the layers of guile Dutch had carefully built up over the years. She knew who he was and what he did for a living. She knew everything about him, and so there was little point denying it. "I'm available for a price," he told her. "Isn't everyone?" she said. Dutch first realized his looks were a ticket to Easy Street when his 7th grade math teacher, Mrs. Parsley, seduced him one afternoon during detention. She called him her beautiful angel, expanding his education in the 4th cubicle of the male toilets in ways the education board would almost certainly have frowned upon. He focused on his looks from that point on, determined to trade off them first opportunity he got, and nor was that opportunity long in coming. He was still in high school when he started servicing male clients in the parking lot of a local fast food restaurant. But his looks soon attracted a better class of trick, and less than a month after leaving school Dutch snared his first lady of leisure, a middle-aged woman called Heidi Fletcher. Heidi was the bored wife of a bank executive, and they met twice a week in a motel room just outside of town. Dutch received an ample gratuity for his services, enough to leave home and rent his own apartment. He was hooked from that point on. The money was the lure, the gifts, the easy living. He was driving a Ferrari Daytona by the time he was 21, living out of 5-star hotels and short lease apartments. He moved where the action was, his nights spent clubbing, his days spent chiseling his body into something hard and easy on the eye. He was smarter than the average whore, diverting some of his gains into further schooling, focusing on subjects that were largely a matter of conjecture, like psychology and philosophy, stuff he could pass off as original no matter how many times he recycled it. The cougars lapped it up. Dutch had the unerring ability to crawl right under their leathery skins, triggering long-buried maternal instincts. At one point he had 6 sugar mommies on the go at once, all competing to look out for his best interests. Having no mother of his own, he found the attention almost therapeutic. He was intelligent and polite, vulnerable without appearing weak, all the qualities an older woman might look for in a younger man. And of course his movie star good looks were coin of the realm in a world that took everything strictly at face value. Dutch considered himself the total package, and he charged the total package, and for a long time things worked out just fine. But time is the enemy of all prostitutes. Dutch was 26 when he met Dravida, old by gigolo standards. He'd spent 8 years on the game and was becoming increasingly desperate to score that one big fish before he retired. A woman rich enough and grateful enough to afford him the gold standard lifestyle he'd long become accustomed to. It was every gigolo's dream to marry or acquire enough wealth to turn legit, but to Dutch it was more than a mere dream. He'd worked his entire career towards that one big score. Several times he'd almost pulled it off too, only to have things turn sour at the last minute. It wasn't an accident he'd been at the comedian's party that night. He'd been researching Dravida's movements for months now. No easy thing, the woman was a ghost, leaving virtually no sign of her passing. It was hard enough figuring out where she had been, let alone where she was going to be. But it was well known that Dravida adored the company of young men, and through this chink in her armor Dutch was able to place himself in the right place at the right time, gambling half his life savings on the bribe that got him through the back door. "Come away with me." Dravida breathed smoke past him, her eyes never straying from his face. "How far were you thinking of going?" He was struggling to conceal the quiver in his voice, but of course she noticed. Women like Dravida noticed everything. Her smile was razor-keen. "To the ends of the earth if we must. Does that intrigue you?" He nodded. "I sojourn each year to an island just off the coast of Lebanon," she explained. "My mother christened it Isla Fortuna, which is a pompous name for a decidedly pompous era. The instant I came into my inheritance, I renamed it Island Dolls. I only bring beautiful things back to Island Dolls. And I do so find you beautiful, mister?" "Dutch," he said. "Dutch Grady." "Dutch Grady," she smiled. What an extraordinary name. They shook hands, and the electric shock of that contact traveled all the way to his elbow. She contained a vitality that literally transferred itself through her flesh, flint-gray eyes burning with an insatiable hunger as she studied him. She was devouring him where he stood, and he felt a sudden sense of detachment, an inexplicable weakness creeping over him. Stumbling, he would have fallen, but she held him close and whispered, "Dance with me." So they danced. That was the beginning. Island Dolls once served as a hideout for Corsican pirates. It was ideally located some 15 miles off the coast of Lebanon and had, at various times, played host to a Templar garrison, a Christian hermitage, and a medieval leper colony, the stigma of this last association lingering right up until the present day. Heavily forested with cedar of Lebanon and a hardy staple of evergreens, the island measured approximately 10 square kilometers in diameter, an emerald paradise that was nevertheless shunned by local fishermen who would rather brave the full fury of a storm at sea than take shelter there. Arriving on Island Dolls some 6 months after that first meeting, Dutch was met by Dravida's manservant, Amir, at the island's solitary jetty. "No one will come here," Amir told Dutch as he maneuvered a golf cart along the single road to his mistress' hideout. "Many believe the ghosts of the drowned congregate in this place." He shrugged happily. "See people make up such stories, who knows why?" This was the principal reason Dravida's mother, Lady Jessica Lloyd, had purchased Island Dolls in the first place. Isolated behind a wall of superstition, it made the perfect getaway for a reclusive billionaire, and the fact it was going for a song only added to the allure. Dutch was only mild interested in the conversation. "Have you ever seen anything?" he asked with a yawn. "I mean ghosts." "I have seen many things that cannot be explained rationally," Amir said matter-of-factly. "I would not advise walking these woods at night. There are places on earth God has seen fit to curse." He paused to lend emphasis to his next words. "And who are we to question the divine will?" Indeed, Dutch could feel the weight of that curse bearing down on him, the feeling of being watched intensifying the further inland they traveled. The road was obscured by lingering patches of mist, sunlight rationed through a tangled canopy of branches. It was a gloomy journey, and although Amir proved an amiable enough companion, his voice sounded strangely hollow after a time, as though the air itself was erasing all trace of echo. Dravida's mansion was located on the island's only promontory. The entire windward side of the house, covered in glass tinted the color of storm clouds, its century-old walls merging with a 90-foot cliff face that plunged straight down into the foaming waters of the Mediterranean. The leeward side of the building, the side that first presented itself to Dutch, bristled with spires and turrets and ornate battlements, flame-colored ivy spilling across Victorian red brick, impressive at first glance, at second glance slightly less so. The battlements were crumbling, the walls cracked, the landscaped garden a snarled wilderness. Dutch noted all this in the few seconds it took to reach the gates. He felt a first twinge of doubt. "The seas were rough during your passage across?" "Positively savage," he said. "It's been a strange year," Dravida acknowledged. "A strange summer in any event. The seas grow more unsettled by the season. Soon there will be storms, I fear, and here we are, the two of us marooned on this island." He didn't like the way she said that, or the way Amir responded with a soft chuckle, as though sharing an old and private joke with Madame. Dinner was every bit the cliché that Dutch imagined it would be. Dravida was seated at the end of a 20-foot dining table, Dutch positioned opposite her, between them acres of lacquered wood that seemed to emphasize the gulf that separated them. Amir stood against one wall, half concealed in shadow. He was dressed in the livery of a butler, although his role seemed far more intimate than that. Dravida was dressed in a black satin dress, a bow tied fetchingly over her left shoulder. She appeared paler than Dutch remembered, older too. He noted the way her right hand trembled when she held her wine glass. They'd been going out a mere 6 months, and not once in all that time had he received a single gratuity off her, not so much as a free lunch. For his part, he'd asked for nothing, preferring to bide his time, to pay his own way. She was too rich and far too canny. He couldn't afford to engage her in the same cat-and-mouse game he played with the others. Dravida was in a high-stakes league of her own, and Dutch treated her accordingly. She smoked too much, one perfumed cigarette after another, filling even the largest of rooms with her caustic essence. "Are you an ambitious man?" she asked at dinner that night. She'd asked this question before, several times over the preceding months. "I'd like to die a comfortable man," he said, cautious as ever. "I don't think that makes me particularly unique." "No," she agreed. "No, you're not unique, Dutch. You fleece the rich, and yet you dream of mere comfort. Could you ever imagine yourself rich? The poor think of nothing else, believe me." She laughed at this, and Amir applauded softly. "Very good, sir," he enthused. "How old are you, Amir?" Dravida turned to her servant. 36 last birthday, madam," Amir responded. Dutch found this hard to believe. Amir looked 60 at the very least. You look a hell of a lot older, he said. If you'll excuse me for saying so. A genetic anomaly, Dravida explained. Amir ages twice as fast as the average man. Methuselah syndrome, Amir shrugged. For some reason this island slows the process down. Something in the water, I believe. Dutch nodded. It's very scenic, he said, taking a sip of wine. A beautiful island. But cursed, Dravida retorted. Desperately and tragically cursed. She lit another cigarette, tendrils of smoke curling around her head as she leaned forward and tapped the side of the glass with her spoon. As if this were a cue, Amir began to sing in a powerful and well-versed baritone, his voice startling Dutch out of his reverie. It took a few disconcerted seconds to realize he was singing Amazing Grace. It turned out to be quite a moving rendition, and by the end of it Dravida was dabbing her eyes with a lace handkerchief. The human voice is an instrument of exaltation, Amir said with a polished bow. Well poised. Well presented. Bravo, that man. Dravida drummed the table with her knuckles before downing her wine in a single, desperate gulp. Madam is too kind. Amir moved to refill her glass. Madam is too melancholic, Dravida hiccuped. I get this way, it's the time of year, you see. Dutch, my love, you've come all this way to see a feeble lady in her dotage. I'm not much fun tonight, I'm afraid. I'm exhausted, Dutch confessed. I'll turn in early if it's all right with you. Dravida waved a dismissive hand. Of course, the journey, you're such an angel for not complaining. Amir, will you kindly show Dutch to his room? It was all wrong, this place, this island. The only thing right about it was the fortune Dravida was sitting on, the sole reason Dutch was here. He'd invested 6 months and most of his savings in the gamble, believing the payoff would justify the means, but now, retiring to his room that first night, he felt the early stirrings of panic. 41 Amir had shown him around the manor soon after arriving. It was a dusty labyrinth with more rooms than Dravida could possibly inhabit in a lifetime, and in every room she'd arranged mannequins in lifelike poses, dressed in tuxedos and evening gowns, or the apparel of servants and old-fashioned tradesmen. They resembled exhibits in a museum, seated around a dining table like lords and ladies of the manor, toasting each other's imaginary health, more mannequins waltzing in a ballroom with a high, glass ceiling, gowns tweaked in such a way as to create the perfect illusion of motion. It was breathtaking in scale, obsessive in detail. What's this all about? Dutch was baffled. These are Madam's dolls, Amir said as though the thing were of no great import. She prefers the illusion of company. Dutch knew she was mad then, but it was only later, after he'd retired to bed, that he came to realize just how mad. He woke up that night to dreadful screams. At first he thought an animal was being put to slaughter, and leaping from bed, he rushed out of the room to investigate. He was halfway down the grand stairs when the screams dissolved into a series of fitful sobs. Dutch crouched and peered through the balusters, heart pounding in his throat, the hairs still standing up on the back of his neck. The main dining room was at the end of a long, gloomy hall. Dravida was visible through the open door, still seated at the table where Dutch had left her several hours earlier. Amir stood beside her, a hand resting gently on her shoulder. Abruptly Dravida lurched to her feet and, sweeping the plates and cutlery from the table, screamed, I'm old, ravaged. Where did the years go, Amir? Where does time go? I was beautiful. Only yesterday. She clutched at her manservant's arm. Wasn't I beautiful, Amir? You've always been honest. Tell me. You were ravishing, madam. Amir's voice was almost too low to make out, and Dutch found himself unconsciously leaning forward. You defined an era. The man-servant continued. You define all eras. But where's it all gone? Dravida brought her fist down on the table with startling effect. Why can't I hold on to it? Any of it? I even sound like an old crone. Christ, I despise myself. You will always be beautiful to me, madam. How I clung to my youth. Letting out a dreadful groan, Dravida staggered away from the table. Oh God, what a hideous trick nature plays. She continued to rage out of sight. I'd rather have been born decrepit and have known no different. At this point Amir crossed the dining room and gently closed the door, and although Dutch continued to hear Dravida howl and rave, her voice was muffled now, her words indistinct. After a while he crept back to bed. The next morning he found his host wandering through the epic ruin of her garden. She wore coveralls and mittens and gaily snipped away at the foliage with a large pair of garden shears. Amir stood just behind her with a sketchbook in hand, drawing his mistress as she worked. Dravida looked up and smiled as Dutch approached her. "Oh, you beautiful boy," she gushed. "The sun in your eyes, just so. Don't move, hold still. I shall remember this moment. Amir, sketchbook, damn it." Amir turned towards Dutch and dutifully began to sketch him. His tongue peeked between his lips as he worked, his eyes darting frantically from pad to subject. Dutch obliged him by standing stock still. "I can't hold on to memories," Dravida confessed as she returned to pruning an overgrown hedge. "I despise photos. I find them wholly dispassionate. At least the artist brings his personal prejudices to the table." Cervantes had a very angry eye. He could make a violet seem positively homicidal. "What's with all the dummies?" Dutch asked. "They're pretty spooky. I keep imagining they're real. I believe the fear of mannequins is referred to as pediophobia," Amir said as he blew charcoal dust from his drawing pad. "Do you fear my dolls?" Dravida asked. "Not at all," Dutch said. "They're just a bit unusual, that's all. They're my companions." Dravida swatted at a fly with her shears. "Every guest who's ever visited this island is immortalized as a mannequin," she continued. "Some people keep photos to commemorate an occasion. I prefer my mannequins." She laughed. "You probably think that utterly eccentric of me." "Do I get one?" Dutch said. "One what, darling?" "A mannequin. Why ever not?" Her shears went snip and a tangle of branches tumbled to the ground. "Celebrate your youth, Dutch. It'll all be over soon enough." Snip! Another clutch of twigs fell to the ground. Dutch shuffled his feet uneasily. "I thought I'd go nosing through the woods," he said. "Get the lay of the land, if that's okay with you." "Certainly," Dravida nodded approval. "Only steer clear of the east side of the island, darling. It's an absolute death trap. I've had signs posted, but they're terribly hard to see in all the brush." "Sure." Dutch shrugged. "Which way is east?" Amir pointed. "And please return before nightfall," he said. "I must insist upon that, Mr. Grady." Dutch needed to seriously rethink his position in light of his host's recent behavior. Dravida Lloyd was not the sure thing he had imagined she was. Somewhere along the way, it seemed, he'd badly miscalculated the returns on this one. She was enormously wealthy, that much was certain. But the woman was a loose cannon. People in that state of mind were notoriously unpredictable, and the poor condition of the garden, the crumbling walls of the manor, all suggested a meanness of spirit that she'd only hinted at in previous months. Jesus! He smacked his fist against a tree trunk in frustration. He had the sinking feeling he was coming out of this empty-handed, and with half his savings invested he'd be decidedly worse off than before. He headed west, following a dirt-packed trail through the woods. The trees quickly drew a veil of shadows around him. The air grew dusty and stale. No wind stirred the overhead branches, no sound of foraging animals or birdsong, or hum of insects for that matter. He stopped now and again to rub a sore spot between his shoulder blades. He felt off color today. His left leg was aching and there was a sharp point behind his eyes that hurt in direct sunlight. He was getting old, sooner or later he was going to have to face that fact. A few more years he'd be 30, and there weren't many career opportunities for 30-something-year-old gigolos. This morning he detected wrinkles around the corners of his eyes, a definite downturn to the corners of his mouth, defects that could easily dent his market value. He had to leave, cut his losses. Right now he could be servicing some Botoxed harpy in Florida, or reinvesting his libido in Southern California where the suburban housewives paid cash on delivery. Time was money, and God knew he had little to spare of either. He strolled along for less than an hour before realizing he'd wandered completely off the trail. Must have lost it soon after entering the woods. He wasn't desperate enough to admit he was lost. Not yet. Seemed a hard thing to do anyway. Getting lost on an island this small, keep walking, sooner or later he'd bump into something familiar. He imagined he heard the sea in the distance, but he couldn't be sure. The woods hereabouts smelt vaguely of mothballs and old tobacco, the feeling of being watched growing more intense the deeper he went. He came at last to a small clearing, and for a startled second he imagined he'd stumbled upon a man and woman sharing a private moment. But then he realized they were mannequins, and on closer investigation what he presumed to be an intimate embrace turned out to be the polar opposite. The male dummy's hands were locked around the female's throat, and there was murder etched into his face, terror carved into hers. The figures had been here some time, judging from their condition. Features badly weathered, clothes rotting from plastic limbs, cobwebs glistening in the spaces between their bodies. Dutch hurried on, and a short time later came upon two male dummies hacking at each other with rusting knives. A third lying mortally wounded on the ground. A little further on he encountered a female dummy position, so she appeared to be running away from some invisible threat, her face contorted in terror. Dutch felt something of her panic, a growing sense of horror as he stumbled across one grim scenario after another. The forest was filled with mannequins engaged in symbolic violence. Everywhere he turned there was some new atrocity emerging out of the brush. And all the while that sensation of being watched, growing so potent at times he almost stopped and called out. His every instinct told him it was time to get off this island. He was frantically searching for the trail back to Dravita's house by this time, crashing through the underbrush and yelling at the top of his voice. At one point he thought he heard someone returning his call, but when he turned to locate the source of the sound his foot snagged in a root, and he stumbled backwards with an undignified cry. As he picked himself up he spotted a mannequin standing nearby, the figure of an old man holding its hands clasped against a sunken chest. There was a dirt track that began a few feet beyond the mannequin, and Dutch breathed a sigh of relief as he hurried towards it. But as he passed the dummy it suddenly reached out and grabbed him by the shoulder. Dutch screamed and yanked his arm away in blind terror, convinced the dummy had sprung to life. "You've got to get out of here," the dummy rasped, and that's when Dutch realized it was a flesh and blood man. "Jesus," he cursed. "You almost gave me a heart attack. Get off this island," the old man insisted, glaring at Dutch with eyes that bulged from their sockets. "Swim if you have to, but don't stay here another night." "Who are you?" Dutch demanded. "I thought this place was deserted." "Hurry," the old man shuffled closer. "There's not much time." At that moment Dutch heard Amir calling him through the trees. He turned towards the sound for just a moment, but when he turned back the old man had vanished. "Perhaps you met a ghost," Amir suggested as he led Dutch back to the manor. "This island is cursed. You will recall Madame telling you that, Mr. Grady." "It wasn't a ghost, Amir." Dutch winced as a bolt of pain shot through his right hip. He was limping by this time. Must have twisted something when he fell. "There's an old man in the woods and you need to do something about it," he said. "And sort those mannequins out while you're at it, they're grotesque." "Madame commemorates every act of grace or violence that has ever occurred on this island," Amir said. "The dolls are her markers in time." Dutch stopped and glared at him. "You mean people were actually murdered out here?" he asked. "Long ago," Amir said. "Certainly not in our lifetime, but yes, there have been many unfortunate incidents in these woods. A madness infects the mind, a sense of loneliness and despair, influencing some more profoundly than others." "Well, I'm leaving," Dutch snarled as he pushed past Amir. The manor was in sight by this time. He didn't need a guide anymore. "As sir wishes," Amir said. Dravita was appalled by the idea. "Leaving?" she wailed. "But why, my beautiful boy? You've only just arrived." "I'll be honest," Dutch sighed. "I thought this relationship was going to be a tad more reciprocal. But so far I've been the one giving and you've been the one receiving." "Money then." Dravita's upper lip curled in contempt. "You'd put a price on these moments we spend together." Dutch shrugged. "I kind of thought that was the idea." "Then stay," Dravita insisted. "And I'll write you a check at the end of the week." This perked Dutch's interest. "How much are we talking about?" "Enough?" Dravita snapped. "Everything you've ever dreamed of, summed up in a few measly digits." "How few?" "Stay." She put an arm on his shoulder. "Stay, beautiful boy. I'll look after you, I promise." He should have gotten out then, but he had too much invested in this deal and precious little to go back to. In the end he relented. "A week then," he said, and in that moment sealed his fate. They made love 4 times in a row that night, each time in a different bedroom. He found the mannequins off-putting at first, gathered at the end of a succession of beds like voyeurs at a live sex show. But by the third session he was too tired to care. Dravida's appetite was voracious. She would have kept going all night if Dutch hadn't eventually pleaded exhaustion. Once more, Dravida grabbed him by the arm before he could slip out of bed. "You're so young, surely you can keep up with an old lady." "It's not that," Dutch gasped. "I haven't been feeling right all day, maybe it's the sea air." She dismissed him with an impatient snap of her fingers. "They were cut from finer cloth in my father's day," she growled. "Everyone's so damned fragile these days." He felt worse the next morning. He was definitely coming down with something. His head was pounding, his teeth ached, and when he pissed it felt like he was forcing fire through his urethra. Amir brewed him a cup of ginseng tea. "You must keep your strength up," he told Dutch as he brought him breakfast in bed. "Madam has such great plans for you." "I feel like shit." Dutch pushed the tray away. "I may need a doctor." Amir surprised him by saying, "I am a qualified physician, sir. One of my many talents, if you have a malady, I have the means to diagnose it." "So what's wrong with me?" Dutch challenged him. Amir pressed his fingers against a point just beneath Dutch's jaw. "You are acclimatizing," he said after a while. "Everyone experiences the same thing when they first come out here." Dutch brushed his hand aside. "Where's Madam?" he asked. "Painting," Amir replied. "I believe your presence here inspires her." She looked up as Dutch stepped out on the patio. "I feel wonderful today," she gushed. "Come, Dutch. See what I've been painting." She sat in front of an easel, wearing paint-smudged coveralls and a broad-brimmed hat. She was painting a bouquet of flowers that sat in a glass vase in front of her, squinting at them over the line of her brush. Dutch joined her. "What do you think?" she asked. The disturbing tangle of lines and squiggles on Dravida's canvas bore no resemblance to the red roses arranged in front of her. "Beautiful perspective," Dutch lied. "You're a darling," Dravida sighed happily. "Listen," Dutch said. "I'm not feeling too clever. Amir says I'm probably acclimatizing, but—" Dravida had resumed painting. "Amir is a qualified physician," she said. "So he says." Dutch shrugged. "I'm not so sure about the diagnosis, though." He trailed off, and after a while he said, "You look good, by the way. Sex always rejuvenates me." She laughed gaily. "Gets my creative juices up and going." Dutch rubbed the back of his neck. "I'm not getting any younger, I guess." Christ, what was happening to him? He didn't recognize himself in the bathroom mirror anymore. It was his third day on Island Dolls, and every day he felt decidedly worse than the day before. Dravida wouldn't let up. Each night she came to him demanding marathon bouts of sex, and refusal simply wasn't an option. He slept most of the day, just to recoup his losses. He was taking Viagra to keep up with her, but there was no keeping up with Dravida. She was insatiable. The more he tried to appease her, the more ravenous she became. He was walking in an exhausted stoop, struggling to remember the most trivial things. Dravida, on the other hand, appeared to be flourishing. She looked rejuvenated. There was no other word for it. Plump with his juices, years younger than her established age, and Dutch became increasingly convinced she was leeching him of something vital, like some perverse sex vampire. "What's happening to me?" He held up a clump of his graying hair. "What are you doing to me?" "I'm going gray. I feel like shit." "What the hell is happening?" Dravida smiled at him. "I've been thinking of giving you my Spanish villa," she said. "It's a beautiful place. A young man should have a good start in life, and I can think of no better gift for you." "There's something wrong with me," he sobbed. "I need to get to a hospital." "I've placed €1,000,000 in a Madrid bank," Dravida crooned. "You will have full access to it as soon as we conclude our business here." This gave him pause. "How much is that in dollars?" he asked. "Stay a while longer," she purred. "Just until the end of the week." He lost 2 teeth that afternoon. They just popped out of his mouth while he was rinsing in the sink. He grew numb as he stared down at them, an incisor and a premolar irreplaceable parts of his self-esteem. He raised a hand to his face, and it quivered like an old man's hand, winkled and dry and patterned with liver spots. "I'm dying," he whispered. He didn't dare look in the mirror anymore. He didn't need to, he felt it, in his bones and his balls, that sense of excruciating weariness, that he was closer to the end of something than the beginning. I can't, he groaned when Dravida came to him for sex that night. But you can, she whispered as she slipped into bed beside him. But you must. God give me strength, he silently pleaded. She kissed him and he flinched away from her. I have so much to thank you for, she said with a young woman's laugh, high and loud. You've brought new life to this house, my darling, new possibilities. You lied to me, he groaned. You're not going to let me leave, are you? Love me, she pressed closer to him. Am I not beautiful? He wandered through the manor like a ghost in search of its humanity, weeping and gnashing what few teeth he had left. He wrung his hands and for long periods would join the mannequins in silent contemplation, blending with the shadows, the silence, staring blankly out of the windows at the mist and darkness. He was arthritic and incessantly rubbed his joints to ease the pain, sharpest around his knees, flaring in the hip joints like a slow distress beacon. His memories were becoming elusive. He couldn't recall how he first came to this island, or how long he'd been here. Seemed like years, they went by so quickly. And what did he have to show for them? Chronic fatigue and a hacking cough. Who's there? He called out. A shadow slowly detached itself from the surrounding mannequins. It was Amir. You're so good for her, Mr. Grady, he assured Dutch. I've never seen her take to anyone so quickly. What's she doing to me, Amir? It was his 5th day on Island Dolls, and in that time Dutch's body had aged decades, his mind decaying at almost the same rate. It took him a while to work out his own thoughts. Things kept drifting away from him. He'd start a sentence only to forget what he was saying halfway through. She's taking my youth, isn't she? Just as she once took mine, Amir confirmed. It is her gift and her curse, Mr. Grady. She has lived so long and she is so terribly alone. You can't imagine how alone. She watches the flame of each generation gutter and fade, and still she burns, still she endures. He shook his head sadly. How does she do it, I ask myself. How does she persevere? What is she? She is old, Mr. Grady. A remnant from another age. All her kind have passed away. All but she. Can you imagine anything quite so tragic? Dutch levered himself to his feet with great effort. Help me get out of here, Amir, he pleaded. Don't let her do this to me, I'm begging you. Amir laughed. You are a whore, Mr. Grady. Of no great consequence to anyone, I'm sure you'll agree. Do you begrudge the little madam asks of you? Dutch stared down at a dark urine stain spreading across his crotch. He shrugged. Incontinence was the least of his worries right now. He looked up at Amir and with deliberate emphasis, he said, You're crazy. The both of you stark staring mad. Amir bowed. If you insist, he said. In any case, Madam thanks you for all you've done for her, and I'd like to express my gratitude as well, Mr. Grady. You've certainly improved the outlook of things on this island. Dutch would have laid waste to the manor in his rage. He would have set fire to every room, burning Amir and mistress out of house and home. But he didn't have the strength. Vandalism was a younger man's game, and Dutch felt old beyond reason. In the end, he fled into the woods, taking nothing but the clothes on his back. There's no boat until next week, Dravida yelled from the top of the grand stairs as he fumbled with the latch on the front door. Honestly, darling, you're being ridiculous. She sounded so young, filled with generations of stolen youth. He heard their voices chained to hers and every one of them screaming at him to leave. Get out. But it was already too late. Even as he stumbled down the mist-shrouded path leading from Dravida's house, he realized he'd left it too long. Stay away from the east side of the island, Amir's voice echoed after him. It's particularly dangerous this time of year. So of course Dutch headed east, convinced there was some secret way off the island. A hidden cove, a motor-powered launch. It was inconceivable that Dravida would have marooned herself so completely out here. He was tired. After a while all he wanted was to curl up somewhere and sleep until the end of the world. This was what it was like, old age. This bone-deep exhaustion, joints inflamed, eyesight failing. How many years had he lost? All the best ones, surely. Dravida had sucked him dry of every last ounce of vitality, leaving him to wallow in the dregs of his own existence. Even if he did get back to the mainland, what then? His career was over, his looks a thing of the past. These days the face that stared back at him out of mirrored surfaces was the face he'd always dreaded, the decrepitude he'd seen in his dying father, the complete and utter ruin that comes to all things in the end. He had become this thing in less than a week, this relic of a human being, weighed down by years he'd never lived. The mist closed around him. The world became swirling vapor and ghostly silhouettes. Every tree a raving lunatic, every branch an assailant's weapon, and every now and again one of those ghastly mannequins would appear out of the thickening haze, screaming silently at Dutch as they bludgeoned and hacked and throttled for a frozen eternity. No doubt they too were victims of Dravida's carnivorous appetites, some less willing to accept their fate than others it seemed. But in the end she'd sucked the marrow of youth from every one of them, leaving their graven images out here in the woods, forever young and forever damned. Dutch was convinced Dravida had masqueraded as her own mother, and her grandmother before that, a charade going back countless generations, right back to the Merovingians and probably earlier. Dutch hadn't been the first of her victims, and he certainly wouldn't be the last. It was no use, he couldn't go any further. The weariness came down on him like a death shroud, not just physical this time. He was weary of life itself, the endless struggle to make hay whilst the sun shone. There was no point denying it. His sun had well and truly set. He found a nice tree to settle against, and there he sat, rubbing the pain from his joints, waiting for the end that must surely be near. "You won't die, you know?" She looked like an angel emerging out of the mist, a young woman in her early 20s, beautiful and radiant in the morning light. She was naked, and if he'd been a younger man he would have been charmed afresh, despite what he knew about her, despite what she'd done to him. But he was old now, old and flesh-weary, time to move on, time to fade away. "I want to sleep," he mumbled. "Let me sleep. Come." Dravida helped him to his feet. "You don't have to be alone, you know, the others are waiting, they'll look after you, my love." She picked him up and held him in her arms as though he weighed nothing at all. Light as a feather, a sudden breeze and he'd blow away like so much plaster dust. "Why can't I die?" he muttered as she carried him through the woods. "You are bound to me now." She looked down at him with such compassion, holding him tight against her chest. "You will live my dotage for me. I will live your youth. It is the way it has always been." She brought him to a clearing deep in the woods, the roar of the sea no great distance away. There was a building there, made entirely of stone and populated by men and women like Dutch, ancient before their time, virtual relics in human form. They lay him on the ground and stripped him naked and massaged life back into his weary body. He begged them to let him die, but they hushed him and told him death was a dream on this island, and that this island was no place for dreams. "I am leaving now," Dravida told him. "I will return in a generation, when the season is ripe and the urge to feed is upon me once again. Thank you, Dutch, my love, my darling. Thank you for sacrificing so much. I will use your youth more wisely than you." The old cried out for Dravida to love them again as she once had, but she kissed their ravaged faces and told them to be patient, to endure. Death was promised to each of them at the end of the age, death and rebirth into beautiful new bodies, and she assured them that these bodies would never wither and die. They wept as she departed. They came to Dutch, still weeping, and dressing him in simple rags they hoisted him up and carried him inside the stone house. "We will endure," they told him. "We squandered our youth, just as you squandered yours, Dutch. Now we must be patient. Now we must learn to share what little we have." And in the twilight interior of that building Dutch slept and dreamed and forgot much of the life he'd led. Time was meaningless here, the years passing in an unconscious fugue, and every once in a long while he'd wake out of that half-life and ask, "Is it the end of the age yet?" And invariable someone would reply, "No, not yet." The dogs of Seventown, the guns fell silent at the turn of each shift, allowing junior runner, Bayou Samsworth, the chance to snatch a fitful 10-minute nap before they opened up again. He'd timed it over the last few weeks, and it was always 10 minutes. The enemy gunners ran like Swiss clockwork to the extent that some of the boys even set their chronolights by them. "Let the diligence of those gunners serve as an example to all men," the trench sergeant bellowed at the start of each new day. "They may be trying to pulverize us, but by God you have to admire their punctuality." It was mildly comforting to know that whatever else failed Bayou in life, the enemy would always try to kill him on time. It seemed Bayou had just about set his head down on his flea-infested bunk when he was being roughly shaken awake again. "What you doing, Bayou?" asked Master Runner, Hillary, pushing his bulk beneath the tarpaulin flap and reaching across a tangle of sleeping bodies to yank at Bayou's left boot. "Catching 40, Bayou moaned. "I've just come off duty." "Well, you can't lie down," Hillary told him. "Sarge wants all runners up front and sharpish." He yanked at his boot again. "Look alive, Bayou, something's brewing." Bayou rolled off his bunk with an exaggerated groan, and instantly a soldier crawled in to take his place. Something was always brewing. If it wasn't the watered-down tea, then it was another of the Sarge's outlandish plans. He made his way across a carpet of slumbering khaki that shifted and quaked, and here and there emitted a groan, a fart, the odd bronchial snore. He'd gotten used to the smell. Eventually he'd get used to the horrors of organized bloodshed. But he would never get used to the idea that one day, any day now, he might be called upon to step into the kill box where good men die for real. Everybody dies. Even poets. He followed Hillary through a series of L-shaped tunnels. The walls shored up by concrete and a tight fretwork of stress beams. The ceilings crawling with fatigued water pipes that sagged and split and wept like open sores. "I gave up university to be here," Bayou told Hillary. "We're honored by your sacrifice," Hillary said. Rat carcasses and human feces swillied around Bayou's legs. The tunnel swamped in sewage almost a foot deep in places. Hillary's boots created a backwash that Bayou was trying to avoid. Walking along the side of the tunnel, with his hands braced against the slime-covered wall. "I'm not boasting," he hurried to reassure Hillary. "I'm just saying." Hillary poked his head into bunk holes along the way, calling up any runner who happened to be lying low. By the time they reached the reserve trench, he'd gathered some half-dozen men in his wake. Most of them newbies like Bayou, kids who'd screwed up their credit rating early and now found themselves fighting their way out of debt. 6 weeks ago, when Bayou first joined his unit on the front line, the trench sergeant held a welcome assembly for all the new recruits and told them they'd all most probably be dead in a fortnight, pitching his gruff voice above the sound of guns to the west. But he added with a reassuring grin, "You will have left debt-free dependents behind. You will have discharged your duties as solvent citizens, and that's all we can ask of in this life." A fresh crop of runners gazed back at the trench sergeant, breath congealing above their spanking new helmets. "Don't live for yourselves," Sarge bellowed on that day, impressing his point upon what he saw as not much more than an assembly of warmed-up cadavers. "Live on through your families, make them proud, show them your lives counted for something, and grateful for the chance to redeem their credit rating in the eyes of the world." The warmed-up cadavers stamped their freshly minted boots and broke into corporate-sponsored hymns as the Sarge passed out survival packs. After first assembly, there were photo ops galore, the military photographer taking group pictures of the men to send back to loved ones. Bayou didn't join in, having no one beloved enough to take receipt of his photo, but he cheered and hooted along with the rest of the recruits, and slowly the guns crept closer. 6 weeks later, Master Runner Hillary gathered the runners beneath a steel-gray sky, and only half of them still alive. The survivors, resembling creatures formed from 2 parts mud and 1 part flesh, heaving with fleas and weakened by dysentery, a crow's army of men who'd already given themselves up for dead. Hillary saw no sign of the Sarge in the reserve trench, so he turned to the runners and said, "Wait here," and went off to find him. Corporal Manfred hunkered in the shadows of a nearby funk hole, playing poker with 2 reserve gunners. His muscles bulged through an old string vest, 3 lions tattooed on his left shoulder. "Come here," Manfred barked as soon as Hillary disappeared. The runners weren't sure whom he was addressing, so they all stepped forward. "No, you." Manfred pointed at Bayou. The runners stepped back, and Bayou took another step forward. "Me, Corporal?" he asked witlessly. "You connected or something?" Manfred asked. "How comes they ain't sent you into the kill box yet?" Bayou flinched at the question. "I don't know, Corporal," he shrugged. "Maybe they will, I hope not, but that's the way it is, I suppose." "You sound posh." Manfred had a tea cozy jammed down over his weathered features, a fat cigar clamped between his teeth. He continued playing cards as he spoke to Bayou. Various items of ladies' lingerie and 1 soft porn magazine appeared to be the stakes. "You sure as hell don't look red," he concluded. "Don't sound red neither." Red was the term used for credit defaulters, people like Manfred, people who wound up fighting for the banks. I'm not red, Bayou admitted. Manfred and the two gunners glanced up at that. Manfred took his cigar out of his mouth and contemplated Bayou for a moment. So what the hell are you doing here? He demanded. You some kind of rich loony? I was a poet before all this, Bayou twisted uncomfortably. I just thought war would give me something to write about. Hear that, Webb? Manfred laughed incredulously. We have a real live poet down here. I told you we were getting a better class of cannon fodder. Webb was an old veteran of 9 months, and he told Manfred he'd heard a lot of things in the trenches, but that had to take the biscuit. Give us one of your poems, then, Manfred invited Bayou. Bayou cleared his throat and closed his eyes and in a powerful baritone, recited the following. Here we are, Elizabeth. Dreaming we were men, away we go, Elizabeth. Into the lion's den 1 man stands for every 9 men down weep for us. Elizabeth, the dogs of 7 town. The men all seemed deeply moved by these words, and behind him Bayou heard his fellow runners discussing the poem in subdued voices, and even Manfred gave grudging pause before saying, 7 town? Never heard of it. Bayou lowered his voice. The 7 great banks, he explained. Isn't that who we're all fighting for? Manfred raised an eyebrow at this, and then he broke into hearty laughter, and the 2 gunners laughed alongside him. Dangerous thing, a little knowledge, Manfred declared. Here, join in, poet boy. He made room for Bayou. Watch out for these 2, though, they'll have your balls for collateral if you don't keep your wits about you. The Sarge stormed into the trench a few minutes later, and Bayou jumped up from his game, quite forgetting that he'd just won a hand, and that his prize, a size 40 DD bra, was still draped around his neck. You, what the hell is this? The Sarge went all squint-eyed when he saw Bayou, his hands squeezing into unconscious fists, as though Bayou's neck was already wedged between his fingers. Sorry, Sarge. Bayou tore the bra off and tossed it back into Manfred's funk hole. No disrespect, Sarge. This here runner is a poet, Sarge, Manfred boasted. A damn fine one, too. What's a poet doing in my squad? Sarge marched right up to Bayou and stared down at him hard, the cords straining in his neck like galvanized pylons. You any good with a rifle, lad? By God, you'd better be. Yes, Sarge, Bayou stammered. Meaning to say I am, Sarge. Good, Sarge barked. Because you're in the kill box tonight, we need every available man to fill the week's quota. Bayou tried to look lively upon hearing this news, but it was no use. He tried to say, very good, Sarge, like the other men said when they were assigned to the kill box, but his tongue was gummed to the roof of his mouth and there was a walnut-sized lump in his throat, and all he could manage was G-U-H. Sarge laughed. Some poet you are. And then he was turning to the other men, dishing out rapid-fire instructions as Bayou slunk off into a corner to be by himself. Don't fret, lad, Manfred called across. To him, it comes to us all in the end. The kill box was right smack bang in the middle of no man's land, a section of pock-marked earth not much larger than a football pitch. Yet it was here that most of the fighting and killing and dying was concentrated. A flag had been run up a mast and planted equidistant between the opposite ends of the kill box, and every week Wednesday night, 1,800 hours, to be precise, the 2 opposing armies would muster their runners, or flag runners as they were officially known, and launch an assault on the kill box. Each side's primary objective was to replace the standing flag with its own, or if they already possessed the standing flag, to defend it against enemy assault. The side that had its flag flying by the end of the hour was declared the winner and would then have the right to bombard the losing side with heavy guns for the whole following week. And what was more, the other side would have to sit there and quietly take it. No guns were fired in the kill box, no grenades were lobbed. It was strictly bayonets and machetes, with survival usually predicted by how desperately you fought or what particular drug you'd imbibed before commence of battle. Narcotics were an unwise choice. Stimulants like injectable caffeine and tobacco snuff were preferred over pacifiers like hashish or any of the opiates. As soon as the flare went up, the carnage would begin, and those who'd survived the experience said, it was like a football riot with all the safety features removed, or trying to hack your way through a jungle with every tree armed and hacking right back at you. Bayou had seen the aftermath of that mad hour, the chopped-off limbs, the severed heads, the screaming amputees slipping and sprawling in their own gore. So far he'd only ever formed the second wave, the stretcher-bearers who only went out into the kill box after the battle was through, snatching up the injured and racing back to their lines just as fast as they could. Tonight Bayou was going to take part in the first wave, a thing he dreaded from the day he popped into his local recruitment office and enlisted in the war. But he had to be here. Elizabeth hadn't understood this, and that's why she'd left him. She wasn't grieving widow material. She told him. She wasn't going to be wearing black before she had the chance to wear white. And so the marriage plans were cancelled. They'd split apart like cell mitosis, each taking half the genetic material they'd invested in the relationship. Bayou was a poet, and he needed to be here because this was the epicenter of the human condition, and the epicenter was where poets needed to be. Any second thoughts, now was the time to have them. Standing with the other runners at 1755 that evening, wearing jointed Teflon armor and refusing the rounds of drugs passing from hand to hand. There was palpable tension in the air. Everyone was openly breaking wind. Several runners had vomited into the gutters. One appeared to have pissed himself. No one talked. The enemy guns always fell silent during the last 5 minutes. It was unofficial protocol. Gave the air a chance to clear, the long-range cameras time to focus on the kill box. Right now, all around the world viewing figures would be peaking. Good luck, Bayou. Junior runner Butler turned and gave Bayou a rigid salute from 3 lines ahead. You don't have to be mad to work here. His voice failed him before he could complete the old joke, so he shrugged and said, You know what I mean. Oh God. Oh God. What was he doing here? Bayou had seen the mangled bodies pulled out of the kill box, had himself ferried the injured to the infirmary amidst pleas for more morphine. He'd seen grown men screaming and voiding their guts into the mud, and every face that looked back at him was his own, boys who'd now never have the chance to become men. Their debt to the banks paid in full. Any moment now the flare was going to go up, the darkness would become a sickly, albino day, and then they'd all pour up over the rim of the trenches, bellowing and howling and pelting across the crater-ridden earth, straight towards the kill box with its phosphorus borders. The enemy flag a stark reminder of the defeat they'd suffered 7 days prior. And from across no man's land the enemy runners would spew out of similar pillboxes and trenches and surge forward like an evil black tide, bristling with machetes and bayonets and pickaxes and every face distorted with rage and fear. Elizabeth was right, he shouldn't have come here. He didn't belong amongst the debtors and mortgage defaulters and credit junkies of the world. This was their fight. The leading financial experts had all agreed that unless society pruned its least productive shoots, the healthy, self-sustaining economies they all craved for would forever remain a pipe dream. But something inside told Bayou this was exactly where he needed to be. He'd heard the ideology so long and it made such clinical sense. There hadn't been a stock market crash in 70 years. Society could recoup its losses through the bold sacrifice of those who threatened to undermine it, and so on and so on. He had to experience the reality behind the corporate cell. The reality is death, Elizabeth said the day she walked out the door. Death is reality, he'd whispered back. She didn't hear him. She was gone. That phase of his life was over. And so here he was at last, glancing down at his chronolite. 1759. Less than a minute to go. He was going to die. It was inevitable. All the flowery verse in the world couldn't paper over that fact. He was going to die screaming, or he was going to die quick, and one way or the other it was going to happen in the next 60 minutes. The men were making final preparations for battle, sharpening their weapons, banging their helmets to work up aggression, when abruptly, out of nowhere, a young boy began to sing. He had a sweet, melodious voice, a natural falsetto that carried high over the wastelands and fell back into splendid echo, and everyone stopped what they were doing to listen. At first Bayou was too busy listening to that voice to concentrate on the words, but when he heard the name Elizabeth he realized the lad was singing his poem, had somehow put music to it, and it was the sweetest, saddest song he'd ever heard. By the time the boy had finished men were openly weeping, their weapons flagging, their heads bowed, and then from somewhere in the depths of the ranks voices began to join together, and before long the entire platoon was singing The Dogs of Seven Town. Despite his great terror Bayou had never felt prouder than he did right then. There was a sudden commotion, the Sarge shoving his way through the morbid ranks, bellowing for men to raise their weapons, to pull themselves together, but a certain rebellious spirit had taken hold, and far from quietening the voices grew louder, more insistent, until the Sarge took his sidearm out and discharged it into the night sky. Now, he snarled into the ensuing silence. Who the fuck is Elizabeth? The Sarge went from man to man, grilling him about the origins of the song that had so sapped their morale. Shoulders shrugged, eyes slipped sideways, boots shuffled insolently. But by dint of body language the Sarge eventually wound up standing in front of Bayou. "You!" he yelled, thrusting a finger into Bayou's face. "Fall out of line on the double." Bayou pushed his way out of the ranks and stood to one side, wondering what this was all about. Moments after he left the line the flare went up, the night repelled by a fierce phosphorus sun that burnt a slow, decaying arc across the sky. 3,000 men howled at each other across opposing sides of the conflict, and then they were pouring out into no man's land like ants from a flattened nest. When the trench was empty the Sarge stood glaring at Bayou, his hands gripping the ends of his cane, flexing and releasing. At last he spoke, raising his voice above the sounds of carnage that rang out from the kill box. "You and I need to have a talk, poet boy." Bayou was kept isolated in a little room with concrete walls and a tiny ventilator up close to the ceiling. There was a crack in the wall through which drops of water seeped at regular intervals. He'd been counting those drops ever since he was brought here. He counted 242 by the time the Sarge came in and said, "Follow me, poet boy." He was brought to a dark room that consisted of a table and 2 chairs standing in a puddle of electric light. Sometimes Bayou sat in a chair, sometimes he huddled against the wall. There was no dripping water in this room, nothing to help him keep track of time. A pipe ran across the ceiling that carried progress of the war, the cries of men in agony, prayers and curses muted by distance, the chaplain doing his weekly rounds in the infirmary. Bayou was grateful he'd escaped the kill box, but he was sick with worry now that he'd had time to think about it. The army might charge him with sedition even though he hadn't meant the poem to be circulated. Sedition carried an automatic death sentence, a bullet to the head without even the formality of a trial. "I thought you were smarter than this, poet boy." A voice floated through the overhead pipe, distorted by echo but still recognizably Manfred's. "Seems there's all kinds of ways to win a war and no kind of way to win a war," he crooned. "You can't stop the beast, poet boy. It's older than you and me." Bayou stared up at the pipe. "What do they want from me?" he demanded. "They're trying to figure out why you're here," Manfred said. "A man like you, good family, good credit rating, they're trying to figure out whether you're some lone nutter or the start of something new, something they hadn't anticipated." "I'm just a poet," Bayou protested. Manfred chuckled. "Poets worry them more than armies," he said. "Words are magic. Words got us into this mess." Bayou breathed a wretched sigh. "They're going to kill me," he said. "Ain't that why you came out here?" "Not to die. Not like this. I wanted to write about something real." "Careful what you wish for, poet boy." The man entered the room and sat down in one of the 2 chairs. He was a civilian, his suit immaculate despite the miles of mud-choked tunnels he must have walked to get here. Bayou kept glancing down at the man's shoes. Patent leather, not a spot on them. He wondered if the man was some kind of ghost. He was very pale, whoever he was, his eyes cold and hard. They never left Bayou's face the whole time he was there, and his voice never rose about a soft drone. "If this war ends," the man said, "the outpouring of violence around the world would be catastrophic. Imagine 70 years of postponed warfare unleashed in a sudden global orgy. Conflict erupting everywhere, food production interrupted, supply routes choked. This war is fought in the name of peace, Mr. Samsworth. Any attempt to stop it would be a crime against humanity." "This war is fought in the name of the banks," Bayou said. "You can't fool me. War equals profits. Eternal war equals eternal profits." The man shrugged. "This war serves many functions," he said. "It was convened as a temporary measure, breathing space until a more permanent peace could be found. But slowly an industry built up around it. A fragile industry that involves the entire world working together in harmony, and profiting as a result. And yes, it is perhaps ironic that only war could unite the species in the end, but better a limited war than the catastrophic alternative. You think my poem threatens your little war? You have a talent, Mr. Samsworth, an ability to touch the common man. We'd like to offer you the chance to write inspirational verse on our behalf." "You mean propaganda?" "Poems to inflame the spirit, to make the burden of war more tolerable for the wretches who have to fight in it. This war is a necessary evil. Make no mistake about it, Mr. Samsworth. This war is all that stands between us and anarchy. And if I say no, you will be executed for sedition. And if I say yes, you will be removed from the front line and afforded all the luxuries that become your new status. Then I'll have to say no. The man blinked at this response, the first time he'd registered emotion. Are you quite sure about that? He asked. Quite, Bayou said. You really are being unreasonable, Mr. Samsworth. I'm prepared to give you time to think about. No need, Bayou said dismissively. I've made my mind up. The answer is most definitely no. I'm a poet. We're stubborn that way. The man sighed. Very well, Mr. Samsworth, he said and got up to leave. He turned back at the door. May I ask you one question? Bayou nodded. Who's Elizabeth? After that they brought him to a small cell where his only comforts were a soiled mattress and a latrine bucket. He lay on the mattress and waited for death. Every time he closed his eyes his head filled with the most grotesque caricatures of the life he'd lived thus far. He was riddled with doubts, tossing this way and that, leaping up at every slight sound in the passage outside. At last he slept, and then only in brief spurts, his dreams too horrific to be condoned for long. He was in that cell a long time. They passed food to him through a vent in the door. He passed the empty plates out the same way. The rest of the time he sat in silence, his fears slowly eating him alive. He wanted to call the man in the suit back in, to tell him he'd changed his mind, that he wanted to live, that he wanted to be transported away from this nightmare, and in return he'd write them poems to inspire even the most reluctant of soldiers, anthems extolling the virtues and glories of warfare incarnate. In return he'd give them his soul if they asked it of him. But then he'd no longer be a poet. He would have denied the moment of his truth. He would have killed the spark that had driven him this far, that had taken him to the very edge of existence. He'd never felt more alive than he did right now, knowing he could call out any moment and save his life, but refusing to, his principles unshaken, even in the face of death. In the hour of his greatest despair, he whispered, I'm a poet. This life is my verse. They came for him at last. They led him through the dark and stink, 2 soldiers flanking him as he stumbled along. He was stronger than he imagined he'd be. He'd imagined they'd have to drag him to his death, but he went like a soldier. He went like a poet. He went like a man who'd seen a glimpse of light in the darkness ahead. 56 They brought him up into the night air, and he stood squinting into the impossible brightness of the moon, and a familiar voice was barking. Get your gear on and fall into line, poet boy. At last Bayou's vision cleared enough to see the ranks of soldiers filling the trench in every direction. Sarge was handing him his Teflon armor, and the 2 soldiers who'd escorted him here were helping him slip it on. And then he understood. They weren't going to execute him. They were sending him into the kill box instead. He grinned. Out of the frying pan and into the fire was the most profound thing he could muster as he took up arms and slipped into line. He looked down at his hands. He was surprised to see they weren't shaking. Godspeed you, lads. Sarge howled as the flare shot into the sky and the world at once became ghostly and pale. There was no response, no monstrous uproar as the runners surged forward, no screams of frenzied blood lust from the other side, only silence, so deep and impenetrable it felt as though time itself had stopped. Not one soldier had moved forward out of the trenches. Against the backdrop of that silence, Sarge's voice became a thin, brittle shriek. What is this? He raged. Get out there, you dozy lot. Are you on the wrong meds or something? But the silence swallowed his voice and not a man moved to obey him. It was as though they were waiting for something miraculous to happen, something that would change the world forever. And then they heard it, fractious at first, a distant hum that rolled across no man's land from out of the opposing trenches, voices raised in song, growing louder by the second, until the words swept over Bayou's trench and he gasped in disbelief. For they were his words, his poem, sung by 1,500 enemy soldiers. And then Bayou and his fellow runners were casting their weapons aside and marching boldly into the wasteland, singing loud as they could as the enemy let up a tremendous cheer and abandoning their positions, rushed forward to embrace them. Here we are, Elizabeth. Dreaming we were men, away we go, Elizabeth. Into the lion's den 1 man stands for every 9 men down, weep for us. Elizabeth, the dogs of 7 Town. The pornographer's party, the Road of Bones, nicknamed the Road of Bones, in tribute to those who perished during its 20-year construction. The M56 Kolyma Highway is considered Russia's most remote freeway and its most unforgiving. In winter, the Road of Bones forms a corridor through 1,900 kilometers of blizzard-swept wilderness, and in places will support a layer of ice that can range from several feet thick to eggshell brittle. Winter is the killing season, and it is during this period that the highway claims the majority of its victims. In summer, the Road of Bones becomes almost passive for a time, the earth setting hard as concrete, allowing something approximating normal traffic to flow between the towns of Magadan and Yakutsk. And then the rains come down and the road turns into a river of mud that surges and fumes and swallows anything unlucky enough to be caught in its path. About 3 years ago, I experienced a sudden urge to travel, to see the world, you might say, a calling I'd vehemently resisted until well into my middle years. This impulse may have been prompted largely by the 3 warrants issued for my arrest in Britain, all of them relating to a spate of robberies that took place in the early aughts. I'm not saying I committed the robberies, mind you, but since there's a dozen witnesses ready to place me at the scene of the crime, it hardly matters what I say. The point I'm trying to make is that my departure from the country of my birth became a matter of expediency. For 2 years I've been plying the M56 highway with Dmitry Ostrovsky, a man with a past far shadier than mine. Together we've watched others flounder and fall along the way, their rusting bones adding to the bedrock of the M56, and legend has it that on quiet nights you can hear the sound of buried radios coming from deep beneath the road, tuned to Soviet stations that no longer exist. Russia's Far East is the equivalent of old America's Wild West. Here nobody asks questions if you speak passable Russian, grease an official palm or two, and keep your head down. Always keep your head down, talk when spoken to, never say anything too political or too clever or too memorable, because the last thing you want are people remembering you. Transporting cargo along the Kolyma Highway pays well but costs a bomb in maintenance. Some months me and Dmitry just about break even. Bachelor Boy, our truck, is a model of perseverance, a 15-ton juggernaut with a heart of gold. But she's old and the road takes its toll, and one of these days Bachelor Boy is going to come to grief. It's inevitable, plying the M56 for any period of time, and sooner or later everything comes to grief. Kiss my arse. Dmitry rumbles from the passenger seat as we ride the Road of Bones one night in deep winter. What was what? I'm dozing at the wheel again, drifting in and out of micro-dreams. Faces have begun to congeal out of the blizzard that fills the windscreen, wipers erasing the images with each pass across my vision. Kiss my arse. Dmitry grunts. Why would you say that? I yawn. Why would you want me to kiss your arse, Dmitry? This is good English, yes? Dmitry holds his mobile phone up and wags it at me. Very strong words. Depends what you want to do with them. I ease my foot off the pedal, aware we've been picking up speed imperceptibly as we head down a gentle decline, and I imagine the wheels locking beneath me. I can almost feel the truck shearing left as it begins to flip, Dmitry cursing my Celtic forefathers in fluid Russian as the interior of the cabin becomes a tumble dryer on fast spin. Some part of me is resigned to dying on the M56 highway. Some crazy part of me actually yearns for it. Mingled in there with my dreams are visions of me trying to crawl out of a labyrinth of steel, the truck's cabin crushed and mangled around me, the cold sweeping in through the smashed windscreen, freezing the blood that pools from a dozen fatal wounds, freezing the thoughts in my heads, the very breath in my lungs. I'll either die out here or else my past will catch up with me, and to tell the truth, I much prefer the former. Dmitry is hard at work texting on his phone, his heavy, fur-lined boots braced up against the dashboard. He reads out what he has written so far. Happy birthday, Olga, he proclaims. Kiss my arse. Love you lots, Dada. You're writing to your daughter? For birthday, yes. She speak pretty good English, he shrugs. So I write in English, maybe not so good. Maybe you should leave the kiss my arse bit out. Not enough strong, no? Maybe too strong. Dmitry makes the necessary corrections and then reads out what he's left with. Happy birthday, Olga. He frowns. Love you lots, Dada. His frown deepens. This say nothing. Happy birthday says a lot. I'm thinking of my own daughter as I speak. The one I left back in England. The one I may never see again. Happy birthday says it all. I tell him. Dmitry clicks the send button on his phone and sighs. You should go home, David, he says in Russian. This road doesn't like foreigners. This road doesn't like anyone, I reply tersely. Besides, I tap the steering wheel. I am home. This is not home. This is shit. Dmitri jabs a thumb at the snow driving past the cab window. You know why God makes the weather so bad? Why? So no one can see him weep. Dmitri pulls a hip flask out of his jacket pocket and takes a swig. This is what Matilda says. So no one can see him weep? You like this English man? Matilda is Dmitri's ex-wife and something of an oracle according to him. So no one can see him weep. I Mutter. Dmitri grunts with satisfaction as he passes me the flask. I'd really rather stay sober for this part of the journey, but I can feel the cold even through 3 layers of thermals and despite the heated cabin. I take the flask and knock back a gulp. The vodka cheers me no end. What does Matilda mean by that? I hand the flask back. Why would God weep over real estate? I'm indifferent to the concept of God, but Dmitri, a staunch Orthodox Christian, doesn't hold this against me. This area has seen much suffering, he says. From war, from starvation, from revolution and persecution. So much death. Perhaps the land remembers. Perhaps the earth has a memory. Let's not talk about death, I advise. It's unlucky. Tonight we will meet the devil, Dmitri says with quiet resolution. Matilda tell you that as well? She's never wrong, my friend. I wish you'd just forget about Matilda. I tell him, it's not going to happen, okay? We shall see. I spot the car half buried in a snowdrift about 20 meters further along the road. Its taillights winking like Morse code in the dark. It is a monster of a vehicle, some kind of armored SUV, its entire front end buried beneath a mini avalanche of snow. There are so many wrecks out here, so many things tangled and torn and twisted and bleeding. The road is 2 parts wounded steel. We would have likely passed the SUV in the dark and not have given it a second thought, but those winking taillights indicate the mishap is recent. The man waving frantically at us from the side of the road is clearly in distress. It is an unspoken rule out here to help if you can. Give comfort if you can't. A moment of lapsed concentration. A trick of the light. A treacherous turn in the road. Out on Highway M56, none of us know when our time will come. And for long haulers like Dmitri and me, it's always a matter of time. Could be bad guys. Dmitri opines, twirling the heavy, brass crucifix that hangs around his neck the way he always does when he's troubled. He stares at the wreck as it enters the cone of our headlights, the figure out front waving at us with both arms, flagging us down. He's covered in fur and ice, and the snow is coming down so hard it looks like white noise, a faulty reception. Reach out and tap the TV and the signal should come in just about fine. Definitely bad guys, I respond. Who drives something like that if they've got nothing to hide? The vehicle we're approaching looks like a Hummer or a Knight 15, one of that monster breed of armored vehicle especially favored by South American drug barons and hip-hop stars. Maybe we shouldn't stop. Dmitri flips open the dashboard and pulls out a Smith & Wesson revolver that's been polished and oiled to a high, almost obsessive gleam. This is none of our business, maybe. Put it away, I caution him. These guys likely have bigger guns than us. It's not the size of the gun, Dmitri growls. It's the speed of the draw. Put it away, Dirty Harry. I'm pulling over. This is a bad idea, but it's too late for better ideas. I have to shift the gears down gradually to bring the rig to a safe stop. Too fast and the wheels lose traction. We end up in the same predicament as the Hummer. Bachelor boy shudders. All 15 tons locked now as the wheels take the strain of inertia, the engine revving frantically before cycling down to a throaty rumble. We come to a stop several meters beyond the Hummer, and glancing across into the blind spot mirror, I see the figure by the side of the road begin towards us, still waving its arms. Matilda was right. Dmitri breathes. Tonight we meet the devil. What would the devil want with a couple of delinquents like us? I ask, trying to keep my tone light. Dmitri doesn't appear to hear me. He's staring into the blind spot mirror at the approaching figure. His crucifix clasped so tightly in his hands the knuckles have turned white. Tonight we meet the devil, he says again, his voice barely a whisper. Thank God. Thank God. The boss is freezing his chestnuts off. The fur-clad figure stands just below the line of Dmitri's window and yells up at him in heavily accented Russian. Dmitri says something back, but he's leaning out the cab window so I can't quite make him out. I can see Dimitri's Smith Wesson pressed into his lap. The barrel tilted so it's pointing towards the door and by extension the man standing on the other side. The presence of the gun makes me nervous. It probably has the opposite effect for Dimitri. There is a muted exchange between Dimitri and the fur-clad figure, and then Dimitri turns to me and says, "This guy's boss wants to speak to us." He slips the gun into his waistband as he speaks, and I take this as a positive sign. He says his boss is in the SUV. "What do you think?" I ask him. Dimitri laughs. "We are already in the frying pan, my friend." He speaks in English, no doubt calculating that the man outside won't understand him. It's too late to fear the fire. We get out of the cab and I really don't want to leave the warmth of the truck. The night air is frigid as all hell, filled with snowflakes as big as sunflowers. So cold I feel a gasp ripped from my lungs as the wind creeps below intimate layers of thermal underwear. "Fuck you, Charlie Manson." I howl. I don't know what else to say. It's that cold. The fellow who flagged us down looks a lot smaller now I'm down from the cab. He wears an outsized fur coat and a black Ashanka hat with the flaps pulled down over his ears. As soon as we're out in the open, he starts shambling back towards the Hummer, waving us to follow him, shouting something over his shoulder that's lost in the wind. His arms pinwheel wildly as he tries to keep his balance on the ice-packed road, and once or twice he goes down. We follow at a more leisurely pace, using short steps, wide arm movements, a little like the robot dance so beloved of 80s dance floors. As we approach the Hummer, the back door swings wide and golden light spills out into the night. Brian Ferry's Song to the Siren is playing from inside the vehicle. I don't know why, but it seems the perfect choice of song for this kind of night. From the depths of the Hummer, a man's voice is raised in sodden cheer. "Come in. Come in. My good Samaritans, you are very welcome. Come. Join us." There are two men seated in the heated interior of the Hummer, but I don't immediately notice them as I climb on board. It's the woman that captures my attention. She's dressed in a white fur coat and matching hat. The coat looks like the pelt of a small polar bear but is more likely sable, hideously expensive. Everything about the woman looks expensive, even the way she sips her champagne, the way she crosses her legs at just the right angle, the fur coat falling in just the right way. She's so gorgeous, so unexpected. I actually taste mothballs in my mouth for a disorientated moment. The taste of desires I have no hope in hell of ever satiating. She has alabaster skin, hair like rivers of gold cascading around her shoulders, her blue eyes regarding me for a frosty moment, a perfect moment before slipping away. "Come in, come in." I turn my attention to a large man in his mid-50s. He has the soft proportions of a banker but the face of a career gangster, as hard and immobile as granite. His eyes are inky black and humorless, a large scar connecting the left side of his mouth to his left ear like a zipper lock. He wears a fur coat that enhances his bulk but does little to flatter it. The man who led us here climbs into the Hummer behind us. "This is Iosif Dorofive." He begins, but the man with the scar grows impatient. Yes, idiot," he scoffs. "I can introduce myself. Close the door before the cold kills us all. There is one other man in the Hummer. He is young and good-looking in an Ivy League sort of way. He wears horn-rimmed spectacles, his hair oiled and combed around a pencil-thin parting. He looks like some kind of bean counter, probably an accountant, but there's also a haggard sense about him, an impression of weariness and despair that goes deeper than the flesh. I don't know what the fuck we were thinking coming out in this. Iosif Dorofive, the man with the zipper lock scar, has a voice like a Sunday morning dump truck. I can imagine that voice ordering the assassination of a competitor and a double espresso in the same breath. He thrusts his multiple chins towards the accountant. I don't know what the fuck this turnip head was thinking. Iosif tosses an empty champagne glass at the accountant, who catches it with the consummate skill of a man used to having things tossed his way. "Money buys you technology," Iosif laments, "but it still cannot buy you brains. Is that not so, Vinko? What do I pay you for?" "Man, your stimulating dance moves." The accountant, Vinko, shrugs. "The manufacturer's specs said this was an all-weather, all-terrain vehicle," he says in his defense. "So you decide to test it in a Force 10 blizzard?" Iosif shakes his head sadly and turning to me says, "You see, money can't buy you shit." "Well, let's see about getting you home," I tell him. I indicate Dmitri, who's sitting next to me. We're happy to do whatever we can to help. You're a godsend, sir. Iosif breathes. But first you must have champagne to celebrate. I begin to protest, but Dmitri beats me to it. Thank you, Mr. Dorofive, he says, and something in his voice warns me to say, thank you, Mr. Dorofive, as well, and upon further reflection this seems entirely the right response. Iosif does not look like a man who takes refusals lightly. We've been trapped here over 2 hours. Iosif says as Vinko takes a champagne bottle out of an ice bucket and fills 3 glasses. Another 2 hours, and who knows, perhaps we would have nothing to celebrate. You're too morbid, the woman says, and even her voice sounds expensive, husky and suggestive and controlled and feral all at the same time. Someone would have come along, she says. This is a major road. Not tonight, it isn't. Iosif grunts. Tonight it is a major pain in the arse. Vinko hands him a glass of champagne and he raises it in our direction. Please, gentlemen, he rumbles. Your health. We toast and we drink, and gangster or not, I'll say this much for Iosif. The man knows his champagne. I'm trying not to look at the woman sitting to Iosif's right, but it's like trying not to look at a stripper in a room full of nuns. The muscles around my eyes are twitching with the effort of not looking at her. She fills the whole of my periphery vision, her eyes like hot binary suns that bore a hole in my skull whenever they turn in my direction. I stare hard at Iosif and force myself to nod and smile and tell him this is the best champagne I've ever tasted. I also tell him that we've left Bachelor Boy's engine idling and we should really be getting back to the truck before she stalls in the cold. But Iosif holds up a diamond-studded hand. Finish your drink, he says in a sullen voice. We're all in God's hands tonight. The flesh merchants, whilst we attach the chains to the Hummer's tow hook, Dmitri takes the opportunity to tell me that Iosif Dorofive, the man we are in the process of assisting, is one of the biggest porn merchants in Europe. This doesn't at all surprise me. I certainly didn't expect him to be an investment banker. But Dmitri also informs me that the woman with him is one of Russia's most popular porn actresses. This does surprise me, and for some reason I can feel myself getting quite angry with Dmitri. That's rubbish, I tell him. You're talking crap as usual. Believe me, Dmitri protests. She's been in over 100 movies. This woman, Sasha Yankov, you cannot mistake her. How do you know so much about porn? I snap. Dmitri shrugs, the motion barely discernible beneath his great coat. The road is long, he says matter-of-factly. I'm not certain what this means, so I ignore it. Well, I think you're mistaken, I tell him. I can tell a porn star a mile off. Dmitri turns to me. What do you think she is then? A ballerina? He demands. I just think she's a better class of person, that's all. Dmitri grunts with satisfaction as he tests the tow chain he's coupled between the 2 vehicles, his breath condensing into a fine mist as it streams from his mouth. Believe what you want to believe, he tells me dourly. We trudge back to the truck in silence. Iosif joins us in the truck's cabin. I'm sick of luxury, he complains as we haul him on board. You can only pamper the arse so long before it becomes immune to pampering. I feel marginalized as Iosif's bulk takes up the entire middle portion of the cabin. I used to be a truck driver, he says after quizzing me for some time about the technical specifications of our vehicle. When I was a teenager, yes, of course, this surprises you, but it's quite true. Every 2 days I drove my uncle's trucks from St. Petersburg to Isborsk's 600-kilometer round trip. His chest swells with pride. In my uncle's company, I was one of the best fucking truck drivers. My uncle, he said. Iosif, in my company you are one of the best fucking truck drivers. That's really great, I say. Iosif nods fondly at the memory. My uncle, he said this right before I killed him, he says softly. Dmitri and I both stare at Iosif for some time, expecting him to crack a smile or in some other way indicate he is joking, but Iosif's face remains impassive. I get the creepy sensation right about then that I am sitting in the presence of a very dangerous, very unbalanced man. You ride this road so long you forget the weather isn't the only thing that can kill you out here. I ease Bachelor Boy forward until her tow chain grows taut and I can feel Iosif's Hummer straining at the other end. The SUV is a big vehicle, maybe half Bachelor Boy's weight, maybe a little more, but Bachelor Boy has chainmail tires and a 700 DHP engine. She's perfectly adapted to hauling large loads even in these weather conditions. Easy does it, Dmitri cautions me. Don't jerk the chain. I know how to haul a car, I growl. Bachelor boy starts grunting and shuddering like she's hit a particularly steep incline. As she struggles to pull the stricken Hummer from the snowbank, several of her wheels begin to spin blindly and the whole rig starts to list. I take the gears down a notch and ease off on the throttle, gripping the steering wheel with all my might as time, and again it threatens to tear itself from my hands. Despite Bachelor Boy's huge engine capacity, it is still touch and go whether she'll keep her grip on the road. She slips gears and constantly threatens to stall, her rear end swinging away from the front cabin, wheels churning the ice up and spitting it back at the Hummer so that it is impossible to see what's going on back there. Dmitri is constantly jumping down out of the cab to check on the Hummer's progress. So far, so good, he says each time he hops back on board again. He says this really fast, so far so good, like it's all one word. We are fellow truckers. Iosif claps me on the back, at the same time throwing an affectionate arm around Dmitri's shoulders. We are brothers in arms, he declares. I respect you motherfuckers, your choice of life. For minimum wages you endure this hell on earth. He waves a hand out the window. The rich owe a debt of gratitude to men such as you. I don't know what to say, so wisely keep my mouth shut. Thank you, Mr. Dorofive, Dmitri says politely. Please, call me Iosif. Iosif encourages us. And you, what shall I call you? Tweedledum and Tweedledee, I think. Dmitri, Dmitri says. David, I say. David, Dmitri. Iosif nods approval. Strong names, Christian names, I like you guys. Not just because you pulled my arse out of the shit. I like you because you kept your eyes on the road, you didn't sell out for the fast ruble. He turns to me. Tell me something, David. Sure, I say. You like my wife? Assuming you mean the lady back in the Hummer. I shrug, careful with my response. She's very beautiful. But you would like to fuck her, yes? I feel the truck begin to drift to the left as my brain freezes with shock. Watch the fucking road, Dmitri yells. I yank the wheel hard right and Iosif roars with laughter. Why not? He yells. She's fucked over 1,000 men. A battalion. She fucks for a living. The best fuck star in Russia, in Europe. And do you know why I married her? I shrug but say nothing. One of the advantages of marrying a porn star, Iosif says earnestly. You don't have to worry what she's doing behind your back. He laughs again, louder this time. His laugh is oddly infectious, and after a while Dmitri and me start laughing as well. With an extreme winter temperature of -70 degrees Celsius, the village of Oymyakon is designated one of the coldest permanently inhabited places on Earth. It lies some 3 days' drive from Yakutsk, the capital of the Russian Republic of Sakha, which also happens to be the nearest major population center. Because modernity was not designed to endure such extremes of cold, the people of Oymyakon enjoy few of the conveniences the rest of the world take for granted. There are no cell phones, no central heating, no hot water other than that provided by the nearby hot spring. Most houses burn coal and wood to generate heat, and the village's only school has just recently been provided with an indoor toilet. It is said that in Oymyakon it takes 3 days to dig a grave. Between bouts of Russian folk singing and generous swigs from Dmitri's vodka flask, I take the opportunity to ask Iosif why it was so important he came out here tonight. He grows serious in an instant, his face concentrating into a dark scowl as he braces his arms on his knees and leans forward. Why is it so important? He muses after a time. Because it is, Mr. David. Why is fucking so important? Why is taking a shit so important? Because it is, Mr. David, and so I'll tell you this, some things you do because you must do, other things you do out of choice. I did not choose tonight. I am here because I must be here, just as you are here because you must be here. I frown. How's that? Nothing is by chance. If you look hard enough, if you look long enough, you can see the hand of the watchmaker in all we do. Iosif sighs and straightens up. Now, please, he grunts. I hate philosophy. Do either of you know Korobushka? I know it, Dmitri says. Very famous song. Then we sing, Iosif says. 1 2 1 2 3. And he and Dmitri start belting out the words to Korobushka whilst I tap the steering wheel to keep time. The warehouse is located at the end of a short forest road about a kilometer from the village. It squats in the middle of a large desolate clearing that has a wall of frozen logs arranged along one side and a driveway that runs right up to the warehouse's double doors. The driveway has been excavated out of 5 feet of hard-packed snow and is wide enough to allow 2 trucks to drive alongside each other. The warehouse is 5 stories high and roughly the size of a small aircraft hangar. I'm pretty impressed that anything this large could be built anywhere this inhospitable. I'm aware the locals raise reindeer for hide and meat, but not to the extent they'd require a building this size. It's a forlorn construction, security lights flooding its stark, unadorned walls, massive steel shutters covering its windows like drugged eyelids. Amidst all this wintry desolation, the warehouse looks like a skull picked clean by the weather, a mausoleum for dead things. I get a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach when the building first swings into view. I don't have to see Dimitri's face to know he has the same feeling. All I can think is God help the poor soul who turns up here uninvited. 6 giant pandas guard the doors to the warehouse, men made improbably large by the sheer mass of outdoor clothing they wear, and to my mind they can't be wearing nearly enough. Nothing short of full NASA environmental suits would repel the cold on this particular night. One of the doormen exchanges muffled courtesies with Iosif whilst the other 3 hurry over to the damaged Hummer. Come, come, Iosif urges us. The first guard exposes a sub-automatic weapon hidden under his jacket as he turns and bangs on the warehouse door. Just a momentary glimpse, but I can feel my pulse quicken at the sight of it. The doors swing open a moment later and warm light floods out and engulfs us. The interior of the warehouse is far larger than its exterior suggested. The gloom pierced by numerous spotlights rigged to a tight matrix of scaffolding that hangs just below the ceiling. The warmth comes as a complete surprise. I can only imagine the monthly electricity bill. Add to that the cost of lighting. Hundreds of spotlights creating a kind of lattice gloom that extends into haze and impenetrable distance. Hundreds of soft floor lights embedded in the timber flooring, marking out aisles along which endless racks of clothes have been arranged. It's a clothes warehouse. I give an incredulous laugh. A clothes warehouse right slap bang in the middle of this Arctic nowhere. I'm shaking my head in bewilderment as I look around. Men's designer jackets occupy one entire row for as far as the eye can see, purple dress jackets blending into blue, blue into indigo, indigo into black, the colors merging so fluidly one into the other that it appears almost otherworldly, like something designed for one of those 80s MTV videos. A second row of clothes consists of men's suit trousers, a third row dress shirts, followed by outdoor coats, waistcoats, casual shirts, and on, the color gradient almost mechanical. In its precision, there must be tens of millions of dollars worth of designer clothing on this floor alone, arranged like the irrigation canals in an endless rice paddy. Good God! Dimitri beats at his shoulders to drive the cold out of his limbs, at the same time stomping his feet like a little boy on top of an angry anthill. Too fucking warm? He wheezes. I'm thawing too fast. I'm clamping my teeth together at the same time, doubling up as the pain hits me in the joints, like someone stuck needles into every raw nerve ending. Dimitri is right, our bodies are going from extreme to extreme too fast, no time to adapt. The bends must feel something like this, nitrogen bubbles forming in the blood, gases coming out of solution too fast for the body to handle. It's like pins and needles only 1,000 times worse, and I bite down on the urge to howl with anguish, to strip naked and dig down into my joints in an attempt to manually extinguish the pain. Eventually, the discomfort passes of its own accord. Dimitri hands me his blessed vodka flask and I'm nodding thanks and downing it in almost the same instant. My hands shaking, the alcohol running as much down my chin as my throat. Dimitri is staring at the endless rows of designer wear, blinking rapidly as his eyes sweep back and forth, as though his brain is trying to assimilate too much information at once. And then he shrugs and snatching the flask back off me, he knocks back a quick swig before slipping it into his coat pocket. A woman glides across to us. I say glide because walking doesn't really describe the way she does it. Tiny steps, exaggerated hip sway, arms moving in slow, languid motion, eroticizing the simple act of getting from here to there. She wears an evening gown that looks as though it's been cut out of a clear summer's night, tiny sequins glittering like stars, a crescent moon pendant resting against the exposed upper quadrant of her breasts. She is tall and beautiful as a fading teenage idol, her hair graying slightly at the temples, tiny lines of personality clustering around the lips and the corner of her eyes, softening their intensity, but not by much. She is smiling. "My beloved Iosif," she says in a breathy whisper. "Every year you grow more desirable, and your beautiful wife, Sasha, oh my dears, my lovelies." She exchanges air kisses with Iosif and Sasha, and then she indicates Dmitri and me. "The help may wait around the back," she says, the warmth in her voice changing to instant ice. "These are my rescuers, my guests," Iosif thunders. "They are here for the festivities, Olga. I owe them my life. You will accommodate my wishes, of course." He is slipping out of his coat as he speaks, as though the matter is already settled. Olga doesn't miss a beat. Of course," she gushes, turning the full intensity of her gaze upon us. "Friends of Iosif, such gallant men, ah, such gallantry." She raises a hand and snaps her fingers loud as a pistol shot, and instantly 3 men appear beside us, dressed in the livery of waiters. "You must shower, change, become men again," Iosif bellows as Dmitri and I are led away by the waiters. "And then I will show you ways to become more than men, gods perhaps, for a single night, yes?" Olga's laugh follows us like the hunting cry of a pterodactyl. Strange courtesies are extended to us that night. The privilege of choosing, straight off the peg, any clothes we desire. This prompts us to spend an indeterminate time browsing and selecting from the almost limitless stock available. The waiters offering fashion hints, color tips, this tie with that shirt, this shirt with that jacket. Even our underwear is designer wear, shoes and socks, tie clips, cufflinks, everything is neatly folded into a wire-frame shopping trolley that the waiters wheel towards the back of the warehouse. We shower and change in an oak-paneled locker room. Sepia light, acres of mirror, the smell of old leather and cigar smoke. I comb the tangled knots out of my hair as I shampoo, luxuriating in the sensation of hot water droplets pounding against my flesh, tenderizing it. I want to stay under that shower for as long as possible. Feels like heaven. Afterwards I douse my flesh in hideously expensive cologne supplied by the locker room attendant. A little old man dressed like a riverboat gambler. "Where's the other guy?" I ask, looking around the locker room for Dmitri. "He is availing himself of a haircut," the old man says. "And you're from England, yes?" I frown. "You've got a sharp ear," I tell him. "You speak good Russian." "Not good enough by the sounds of it." The old man laughs. "It is unusual to meet an Englishman in this part of the world," he says. "I hear the English like to go to hot places for their holidays, Istanbul and Majorca and Goa." I shrug. "I come here for the reindeer." I tell him, "Fine beasts." The old man nods. "Perfectly adapted to this weather. It was recently discovered, this is in fact true, that the reindeer is the only mammal that can see ultraviolet light." "I didn't know that." "Not many people do." The old man shrugs as he helps me slip into my jacket. "Well, enjoy your evening, sir," he says, fastidiously brushing a speck from my left shoulder. Everybody has a past. It's the future we need to concern ourselves with. I don't ask him what he means by this, but his words plague me as I leave the locker room. Is he warning me? Am I in danger? This whole get-up seems wrong, that Olga bird for starters, the way she laughed when Iosif made that crack about men becoming gods, like she was sharing a personal joke with him. And then there are the endless rows of designer wear, the 5-star locker room, the sheer size of the warehouse, the cost of heating and lighting. Everything seems dreamlike, gauzy, like I'm not really here at all. Nothing makes sense. I catch my reflection in a mirror as I pass it on the way out. The reflection isn't someone I immediately recognize, the face perhaps, but the clothes have been cut and pasted from the pages of GQ magazine. The lavender single-breasted jacket, the matching pants, pleats so sharp they could draw blood, the pistachio-colored shoes, patent leather, so new they creak, the olive green tie, fastened with a solid gold tie clip. I look like I might have looked had I lived my life differently, had I taken right turns instead of lefts, lefts instead of rights. But the exhaustion in my eyes, the regret masquerading as indifference, that was something the clothes couldn't disguise. One of the waiters is loitering just outside the locker room. As soon as he sees me, he rather neatly clicks his heels together and motions me to follow him. The lift is one of those old-fashioned models with crystal walls set in a brass framework, an antique lever and switch box system directing it from floor to floor. As we rise towards the second floor, I watch the endless fields of clothes racks dissolve into a swirling maelstrom of hues that sweep back and forth and collide like waves on a psychedelic shoreline, inducing a fierce strobing effect against my retina. The doors to the lift open on the second floor and I step out into malt darkness, the air textured and warm as old leather, and it seems I am no longer in a warehouse but somewhere secluded, somewhere labyrinthine and ancient, the floorboards creaking beneath me. Black satin walls that seem to shift and sigh as I follow the waiter down a long, somber passage, doors ranked on either side, heavy oak, satin-paneled, possessed of the same kind of morbid sameness one encounters in a badly rendered video game. The waiter snaps to a halt outside a door indistinguishable from all the others we have passed. He knocks politely and smiles reassuringly at me. The door opens and the waiter ushers me into a large room filled with soft lavender light. Someone thrusts a glass of champagne into my hand. Someone else is guiding me by the arm, talking non-stop. I glimpse people in outrageous costumes, dressed like birds of paradise, bird masks, soulless eyes, everyone turning their heads to stare at me. I feel naked without a mask of my own.
I'm nodding, smiling mechanically.
I can't tell if anyone is smiling back at me. "Why are you here?" asks a man dressed in the black and yellow plumage of a king of Saxony bird. Two enamel blue plumes sweeping away from the brows of a mask that hides everything but his mouth and chin. He is dancing tango with a woman in an iridescent green mask, her velvet black cape sweeping the floor behind her. "I was invited." I tell the man, "Of course you were." The man laughs. "But you must search for your inner bird. David, in this room you must sprout wings and fly." "How did you know my name?" I demand, but the king of Saxony is whirling his partner away from me, laughing and jabbing a finger towards the ceiling. I look up and my mouth unhinges in surprise. Fluttering back and forth on gaily colored swings, men and women in the most stunning plumage kick their legs rhythmically in an effort to gain as much momentum as possible, ribbons and feathers trailing behind them like comet tails as they pendulate. The swings are anchored to rivets set into the framework of an enormous mirrored ceiling, the entire room reflected back upon itself. A carousel of colors swirling round, and my own gaping reflection appears to be rooted right at the center of this fiesta. Unadorned, uninvited, a truck driver in a room of outrageous invention. A parliament of birds, as you can see. The person guiding me by the arm turns to peer down at me now that I've stalled. He stands at least 6'6" and appears to be entirely naked beneath the feathered robes of a stork. His orange mask possessed of a long yellow bill that hovers just above my face, threatening disfiguration with the slightest inclination of his head. "They are flighty, our fine feathered friends," he says. "Every one of them a courtesan of the senses, porn stars, flesh merchants, celluloid and digital whores. But not here, not tonight. David, tonight we are birds of a very different feather." He pulls me forward, but I resist. "Everyone knows my name." I tell him. "I don't get it. How comes everyone knows my name? Are you not David, the English man?" "Yeah." "And you are?" "A painted stork." The man spreads his feathers, revealing that he is indeed naked beneath his robes. "Am I not suitably stork-like?" "I came here with a man called Iosif," I tell him. "I'd like to find him." "Iosif will not come to this room," the stork says. "He inhabits a completely different level of experience." He turns to a green peacock passing us at just that moment. "Peafowl," he calls. "Where is Iosif tonight?" The peacock ruffles her iridescent feathers, exposing silicon-enhanced flesh for a brief second. "Iosif is searching for redemption this year," she thrills. "No doubt you'll find him on the 3rd floor. "How do I get to the 3rd floor?" Ask. "Why leave? You've only just arrived?" The stork reaches towards me. "Come. Choose your bird of allegiance. The rapture is about to begin." "The rapture? The rapture?" The stork gushes. "If you haven't experienced the rapture, then you simply haven't lived. Come, my dear, I'll help you prepare." "No thanks." I begin to back away from him. "I need to find Iosif." "Too late," the stork cries. "The rapture has begun too late." And he begins to quiver and contort as though caught in the throes of a violent fit. "Oh my God," he shrieks. "The rapture is upon me. I feel it, I feel it. I am Mycteria leucocephala, a stork, I tell you, a beautiful painted stork. Elongating his neck, he issues a shrill cry that very nearly perforates my eardrums. Then flapping his downy cape hard as he can, the stork springs high in the air, exposing hairless flesh for an indecent moment before landing gracefully on the balls of his feet. An instant later he is gone, whirling away into the crowd with a flash of brilliant plumage, and it seems at that moment everyone is swept up in some drugged-out frenzy, thrashing their feathers, leaping and gyrating and shrieking and cawing, and I am not ashamed to say I'm scared out of my fucking wits. The pleasure principle: these people don't just dress like birds. They've somehow become convinced they are birds, the rarest and most exotic breeds, migrated hundreds, thousands of miles, from their native habitats to attend tonight's gathering. An avian spirit has possessed the room, and it seems the whole place is lurching towards bedlam. I feel the wind against my face as something foul and invisible circles above me, the lights flickering erratically, causing the shadows to twist and foam like giant condor wings in flight. The costumed revelers swinging back and forth above the room all appear to be mutating into hybrids, monsters, half human, half bird, gazing down at me with stony eyes and gaping beaks and razor-hook talons. I'm running into a whirlwind of color, hummingbirds and hyacinths screeching at me as I blunder past, flamingos and flushes of brilliant pink, nightjars and yellowthroats and spoon-billed sandpipers, and clack 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 goes the rainbow bill of a macaw, birrrr goes the speckled woodpecker, and every now and again crested ibis twist into red and black silhouettes and fling themselves at me, only to veer away at the last possible instant. I cower as I run, arms flung above my head like a man caught out in an unexpected rainstorm. I'm convinced I am about to be torn apart by these lunatics, that I am in the presence of religious fanatics or gay subversives or French occultists. All manner of wild ideas are crashing around my brain. The wilder the idea, the louder the crash. Everywhere I look, ghoulish masks stare back at me, beaks filled with broken shards of mirror, eyes like gravity wells that devour light and shed nothing in return. It is quite likely I notice the figure running towards me from the opposite end of the room. Like me, he wears no plumage or mask. Like me, his face is contorted in terror, arms raised to 69 ward off imagined blows. It is too late to avoid him, and we collide with force enough to knock us both clean off our feet. I lie stunned for a long moment afterwards. I taste blood at the back of my throat, a dull pain in my nose, my ears filled with the frenzied howling of 100 delusional people. At last I haul myself to my feet. The guy I knocked down gets to his feet at the same time and then appears to fracture into a dozen separate pieces. Only then do I realize I've run full force into a mirror, that the other guy is my own reflection. I'd hit the mirror hard enough to fracture it. There's a smudge of blood where I made impact. There's probably a corresponding smudge where my nose used to be. Front teeth hurt like hell. I have to breathe through my mouth. My nasal passage is too clogged with blood to let much air through. I'm sliding along the mirror, keeping my back pressed against something solid as I search for a door out of here. The rapture, screeches a tawny owl as she leaps out of the crowd at me. I flap my arms in frantic imitation of a bird and squawk, the rapture, I feel it, my God, I feel it. In this manner I hope to persuade the owl that I belong in this room, that I too am part of this madness. The owl cocks her head. What species are you? She asks. A plucked chicken. I howl and run flapping across the room. Pumped in through high vents in the walls, smoke hangs thick as carbon fog, causing everything to look muddy and primordial. Veins of trapped lightning roam overhead, underwater silhouettes prance past me. Figures so distorted by light and smoke they look like manifestations in a peyote vision, hypnagogic and fractal and infinitely sinister. The waiter appears out of the fog ahead of me. Do you need assistance in choosing a costume? He asks, and in my confusion I'm not sure whether he's speaking Russian or English. I need to get out of here? I grab his arm, afraid he'll disappear again. I need to find Dmitry Iosif. I need to get the fuck out of here. A lanky toucan swoops past. Its screech a sonic dagger to my brain. Its wings like broken fins flopping about its shoulders. Get me out of here. I beg the waiter. I can't take this anymore. The waiter shrugs, unfazed. This way, sir, he says, and turning disappears back into the fog. I go with him, my hand still gripping his arm. a blind man stumbling after salvation. It's a journey 2 parts nightmare, 1 part hallucination. The waiter leading me through rooms that are like bad dreams floating past in a fog, each distinguished by its utter detachment from reality, each filled with people who indulge in every bizarre fetish and perversity of spirit. There are rooms dedicated to adult babies, rooms filled with talking statues, singing monks, costumed insects, human toys, self-harmers, Freudian opera, and then there are rooms dedicated to fetishes both. Nameless and indecipherable, in one such room I come across bathers dressed in scuba diving gear, reclining in antique bathtubs filled to the brim with sand. In another room I encounter couples dancing in concrete darkness, garlanded in Christmas decorations and drinking luminous fluids from light bulbs. I chance upon dogs dressed in the costumes of medieval courtiers, trained to walk on their hind legs and mingle like lords and ladies of the manor. There is a room filled with giant-sized furniture that instantly makes me feel small as a stumbling infant. There is a room where men and women wallow in mud and suck from the teats of enormous sows. But strangely enough, there is no sex on display, no intimacy, barely any nudity. Considering the revelers' daytime professions, I find this peculiar, that there should be so much flamboyance, so much spectacle, yet so little genuine debauchery. We find Iosif in a room on the 3rd floor, sitting on an enormous toilet. His pants are pulled down around his ankles and he voids his insides noisily into the toilet bowl whilst he puffs reflectively on a huge Cuban cigar. There are maybe a dozen such toilet systems in this room, arranged in rows of 3. The entire room appears to be some kind of communal loo with cisterns and outsized plumbing floating overhead like giant ceramic tumors. "David," Iosif growls as I approach him. "Come take a shit with me, man." He points to an empty toilet seat next to his own. It relaxes the disposition, I find. "I'd just like to leave, Mr. Dorifive, if that's all the same with you. Do you understand this place, David? Do you actually understand where you are?" I shake my head. "With all due respect, I don't really think I want to understand. It's not my kind of scene." Iosif waves his cigar dismissively, drawing a pencil-thin line of smoke in the air. "And yet you are here," he says. I shake my head, puzzled by this comment. "You invited me," I remind him. "Did I?" Iosif puzzles over this. "And yet never once did I use the words, 'I invite you.' I simply implied an invitation and allowed your mind to fill in the blanks." I give a nervous laugh. "I guess I gate crashed then." Iosif's face remains impassive. "Nobody arrives here unless they were meant to," he says. "This place is not earthbound, David. It exists in that no-man's land between life and death, dreaming and waking, sanity and madness, and yet it is physical, and yet it is tangible, and yet we are here. What's going on, Iosif? It's like everyone's lost their minds. They have lost a thing far more precious than their minds," Iosif replies. "Have you perhaps heard of the pleasure principle? The Gary Newman album?" Iosif frowns at this. "It would be better if you confine your answers to the things you are certain about, David," he advises me. "No, I do not mean the Gary Newman album. The pleasure principle I am referring to is that emotional/physical response system that every person possesses and without which life would become intolerably commonplace. The pleasure principle is the thing that tells us fucking is enjoyable, or chocolate is delicious, or money is desirable, or cocaine, football, shopping. We form a personal bond with those things that guarantee us, in the end, an emotional payoff, and like it or not we are coerced into shaping our lives around the attainment of this payoff. Everybody needs a kick, I suppose." "Exactly, David, a kick, but what if a person burns out his pleasure principle? What if they could no longer derive pleasure from any of the 5 senses? What would become of such a person?" All too often, in the porn trade, we find these types of people. They have partaken of every depravity, satiated every lust, and in the end they lose the ability to feel anything, or appreciate anything, or take pleasure from anything. These are the people who have truly died. They have no place amongst the living, and so they form covert societies, perverse cliques, dubious associations, and all in pursuit of that subtle something that everyone has but no one can describe. The pleasure principle. Exactly. The pleasure principle. Is that what's going on here? Iosif gives a snort of disgust. Ask any person in this building to describe the things they are doing and they will be unable to, he says. And yet year after year they make the pilgrimage to this, the coldest place on earth, to carry out these very activities. These things they cannot describe. For what purpose? Isif shrugs. To rekindle something they have lost. Something they didn't even know they had until they lost it. He laughs coarsely. Yes, and so they revert to infancy or babble in nonsensical languages, or imagine themselves unborn or transformed. It's a form of self-induced hysteria, you see, a collective delusion, but isn't all of reality? I'd just like to get out of here. Do you? Speak for Dmitri. I wonder. I know Dmitri, we're friends. He's probably waiting down in the truck right now. Do you imagine so? I nod. Pretty much. Isif calls across to the waiter who brought me here. He hovers by the door like an immaculate shadow, only becoming a person again when he is directly addressed. Yuri. Where is Dmitri right at this moment? On the second floor, Mr. Dorofeyev. The waiter replies. With the Dowagers of Pain, I believe. What the hell are the Dowagers of Pain? Ask. I don't like the sound of them at all. A group of individuals dedicated to achieving pleasure by courting its opposite. The waiter explains. I frown and then I laugh incredulously. You mean Dimitri's into SM? Isif interrupts us with an explosive evacuation into the toilet bowl. Ah! He sighs when he's done. Inappropriate, but good, damn good. You sure you won't join me, David? I'm sure, I tell him. Then at least join me in the scented garden, he insists. After that, if you still wish to leave, then you and Dmitri have my blessing. I start to shake my head, but the look on Isif's face converts the gesture to a nod. Sure, I tell him, aware that this is the man who recently confessed to killing his own uncle. Sure, Mr. Dorofeyev, that sounds fine. The scented garden. Isif taps his face emphatically. Have you ever wished to peer behind this mask of sanity? David? He asks. This one, the public mask we are compelled to wear every day of our lives? He draws an appreciative breath, at the same time patting the prodigious curve of his belly. It can be very stimulating. He says, you see the world differently if only you are prepared to change your vantage point. We ride the crystal elevator down past the ground floor and its endless fields of designer clothes, down into the building's sublevels, dark and corroded foundations sliding past the elevator's see-through walls. My host filling the interior with rich cigar smoke that resembles the creeping tentacles of a cephalopod. The waiter stands by the crank that drives the lift into the infected bowels of the warehouse. He smiles at me whenever I look his way. I don't recall if I smile back. Where are we going, Mr. Dorofeyev? I ask nervously. Underground, David, Isif responds. Where we will find fungus and tree roots and the fossilized dung of dinosaurs. Underground, David. That's where we're going, the place gods go to shed their mortality. I don't want to be a god. No, Isif agrees. You want so desperately to get back to that truck of yours, because driving trucks is all you've ever imagined doing. I shrug. We can't all be rich and famous. Really? Isif looks surprised. You don't want to be rich? To tell the truth, I don't really think about it from day to day. I see. Isif nods. You weren't thinking about it when you robbed 7 jeweler stores in London's East End? I feel the flesh slowly tighten across my face as I stare at him. After a while, I realize I'm smiling. You've done your homework, I say. You obviously didn't do yours, David. Isif takes an expansive puff on his cigar. That is why you are presently on the run. Good point, I laugh. What do you have to lose? Isif insists. My life. Isif snorts at this. What life? He scoffs. I think about the M56 highway and the endless haul along its frozen length. I think about my daughter back in London, the grandchildren I'll never see, and with a defeated shrug I concede the point. What life? I echo. And so you are here. Isif claps me on the shoulder. Exactly where you need to be, exactly when you need to be, traveling back to the beginning where all mistakes can be erased and all the past reimagined. Do not fret, David, people like you and me, we deserve a second chance. A second chance. I taste those words as the lift comes to a stop. I like the sound of that, I tell him. We are walking along a corridor of red satin wallpaper, blood red light, a hellish color that turns every thought in my head a corresponding shade of red. I feel increasingly paranoid. And yet at the same time I feel oddly aroused, butterflies of anticipation stirring in my balls, a deep fear gnawing at my gut, contradictory emotions that create a tightrope of uncertainty along which I am compelled to walk. The waiter raps on a steel door at the end of the passage. Do not continue to tempt the road of bones, Iosif tells me as we wait for a response. If you're willing to risk your life, then I must tell you, David, the M56 is only too willing to take it. Then what would you suggest I do? I ask as bolts slide free on the other side of the steel door. I'm not exactly cut out for flamenco dancing. Iosif laughs. I could offer you a job. In the porn trade? I have subsidiary interests, some of them quite respectable. I'm sure I could find you a suitable appointment. The door swings wide before I can respond. Think about my offer. Iosif ushers me ahead of him. We'll talk later. The steel door leads into a tunnel of riveted steel that leads in turn to a second door, identical to the first. It is at this point that the waiter hands us gas masks and indicates that I should slip mine on. Sound instantly becomes distorted as I pull the mask over my head. My vision severely restricted to the two eye ports on either side of the breathing nozzle. Iosif looks suitably post-apocalyptic as he heads towards the second door, his gas mask resembling the skull of a malformed dog. The door swings open as we approach. A woman stands framed in a soft green luminescence that emanates from the room behind her. I recognize her as Olga, the woman who first greeted Iosif. Her smile is only a few degrees removed from a grimace, her eyes hard as obsidian as she contemplates us. She seems taller somehow, more angular, and I realize the gas mask must be distorting my vision slightly. When I look at my feet, they seem a long way down. I feel like a child perched on the shoulders of an adult. Welcome, gentlemen, Olga says as she steps aside for us. The garden, you'll find, is in full bloom. The room we find ourselves in is balmy as a Louisiana afternoon, steam rising through stock grids covering the ground, filling the air with a deep, prenatal haze. I see the ends of things but not their beginnings, figures floating like ghosts at their own wake, detached from their surroundings, stilt men and balloon women, strange chimera with zebra heads and human proportions, dog-faced people, reptilians, insectoid, fearsome effigies that can only be glimpsed in sections. Nothing can be seen as a whole. It's like purgatory, I whisper. Trapped behind the gas mask, my voice sounds like a long-distance phone call, echoing and distorted, my breathing amplified and strained with fear. Iosif is just ahead of me, walking alongside Olga. I watch him reach up and slip his gas mask off, inhaling deeply before turning to me and indicating that I should do the same. Unclasping the gas mask, I lift it free of my face with a sense of relief and take a deep breath. The stench hits me like a riptide and instantly I double over, my vomit hurtling through the stock grids at my feet. I'm choking on the noxious stink of human waste, my throat instinctively tightening, the smell so foul, so potent, that it is all I can do not to pass out as I ram the gas mask back over my head. Iosif is laughing, Olga too. I can hear them over the wretched sound of my own breathing. I'm still doubled over, my hands clenched into balls of anguish, and it's a tremendous effort not to throw up into the gas mask. That's the official odor of the species, Iosif says. I look up to see him standing over me, a hand extended to help me to my feet. I reject the offer with a fierce shake of my head, turning away from him, humiliated, angry enough to sock him in the mouth and fuck the consequences. Iosif seems to be enjoying my discomfort. He inhales the shit-sodden air with intense vigor, patting his belly like a man appreciating the aromas of a fine meal. Don't worry, he says. I threw up first time, we all throw up first time, but you get used to it, you might even learn to appreciate it, the smell of shit more honest, I find, than the stench of hypocrisy. He grins and indicates my mask. Take the mask off, David, you'll throw up. Yes, you'll retch and curse, I guarantee it. But if you can learn to tolerate the shit beneath the sheen, the rot beneath the polish, then you will transcend your meager existence. I promise you will taste epiphanies hidden in the most perverse circumstances. This is your pleasure principle? I shake my head. You came all the way out here just to get high on human waste? Fuck the pleasure principle. Iosif bellows. Fuck pleasure, David, it brings only pain, don't you understand that yet? that everything is its own opposite, that flesh is a trap with a couple of rewards thrown in: sex, coffee, wealth, drugs, things that only ever leave you wanting more. Fuck it. This is real. This is what life smells like to the third world orphan or the old man left on a gurney to stew in his own mortality. This is what we run away from: truth, life, death. If you can accept that, if you can accept reality on its own terms, then you are truly alive, not barely alive, not almost alive, but absolutely and without question. I'm leaving, Mr. Dora 5. I say. No, David, I insist you stay. You saved my life tonight, and now you must permit me to return the favor. And reaching out, Iosif snatches the mask from my face and tosses it contemptuously over his shoulder. Go find your mask. He yells at me. Go find your precious illusion, David, before the truth chokes you. I cry out in horror and stumble after the mask, trying to hold my breath for as long as humanly possible, down on my knees, elbow deep in smog, blind hands groping for breath, for salvation, and every second the urge to fill my lungs becomes more insistent, until it is a solitary scream of anguish in my skull, until my lungs ignite and burn like sodium flares in my chest. I need to breathe. I need to breathe. Every second is becoming an excruciating, mind-numbing agony. I can't find the damn mask. I'm making these hook sounds at the back of my throat as I battle the instinct to gulp air, and then the battle is over, instinct wins, and with a sob of revulsion I suck down a first toxic breath, and promptly throw up. Another breath, and again I throw up, again and again until I'm dry retching, clinging to the ground and choking on horror. Oh Jesus, the horror that any odor could be so foul, any smell so nauseating, beyond description, beyond fucking endurance. I stagger to my feet, trying to keep my breathing shallow, but I'm infected with that stench. It triggers a panic response, a need to get out of here that drives every other concern from my mind. I have to get out into fresh air. I'd rather die in the purity of a sub-zero wasteland than endure that ungodly smell a moment longer. But there is no way out. The room is infinite, or else I'm wandering around in circles, bumping into people who bump back, laughing at my revulsion, mocking me as I stagger past, and then I'm pitching to my knees, clawing at my throat as I issue a series of piercing shrieks, the panic shorting out my brain, blowing my neurons like cheap bulbs popping on a carousel. My daughter's face appears before me for a vivid moment, before dissolving into a cavity of darkness that mercifully swallows me whole. I don't remember regaining consciousness in that foul chamber. I'm not certain I ever really lost consciousness. It seems to me that I briefly entered some kind of panic room in my head, some place where I could curl up and hide whilst my body took stock of the situation. When next I become aware of my surroundings, I am straddling the waiter and my hands are firmly locked around his throat. I appear to have been throttling the poor fellow for some time. His face is swollen and dark, his eyes bulging from their sockets, and yet he still has the presence of mind to reach up and adjust my tie even as the life is squeezed from him. It's not like it's the waiter's fault. A woman's voice comes from behind me, her tone contemptuous enough to freeze me mid-throttle. I turn. Iosif's wife, Sasha Yanko, stands staring down at me, a disapproving frown on her face. Ha! I wheeze. The waiter, David. I believe you're throttling him. I let go of the waiter. Good God. I hiss. What the fuck am I doing? I'm so sorry, God. I'm sorry. Quite all right, sir. The waiter rasps. These things happen. I help him to his feet, and he in turn helps me stay on mine as the stench once again threatens to overwhelm me. Come with me, David. Sasha turns and walks away without waiting to see if I'll follow her. Will there be anything else, sir? The waiter asks as he rubs his bruised throat. The exit, I gasp. The waiter points after Sasha. I believe Madam is heading in the right direction, he says. Fetid columns of steam erupt periodically from the ground as I stumble after Sasha Yanko, Eastern Europe's #1 porn star. Along the way I pass people huddled on the ground, laughing hysterically as they inhale the toxic haze that rises through the stock grids. Others languish on sofas, sipping champagne and nibbling on hors d'oeuvres, and the sight of food passing human lips instantly triggers my gag reflex. Fortunately, my stomach has fully divested itself of its contents by this point, and all I wind up doing is belching up bad gas. Over her shoulder, Sasha informs me. They pump their own feces into a room beneath this one. Then they boil it and release the gases up through the floor grills. The stench can become quite unbearable, nauseating even. It produces a form of natural high, powerful, intoxicating, and afterwards nothing will ever appear the same again. You're all sick. I wheeze. You're fucking nuts. Because we refuse to hide from the unpalatable truth? Sasha shrugs with perfect indifference. Do you ever wonder why shit smells so appalling to us? David? Even though we produce it? Sick? I grunt. All of you nut jobs, fucking wackos. Sasha continues, unperturbed. Because shit is the byproduct of our fear and greed. She says, the exhaust fumes of our rage and frustration. It is not the food we eat that produces this stench. It is the emotions that fester inside us, the insatiable hungers we try to suppress. And to our senses it is the most nauseating smell on earth. No other species produces a stench nearly as repellent. We come to a set of heavy velvet curtains, and following Sasha through I find myself in a surreal fantasy setting. My senses jarred by the abruptness of its appearance. There is crude light here, braziers burning on either end of a large leather sofa, men and women standing frozen on wooden plinths, dressed in the costumes of Greek gods and heroes, or creatures from mythology. Minotaurs in Nazi uniform, gorgons in stilettos, harpies in expensive fur coats. Standing so still they barely seem to be breathing. Sasha settles onto the sofa and reaching out grabs my hand and pulls me down beside her. Could you make love to me despite this stench? She laughs. I stare at her and it's like a magic switch has been thrown in my head. Suddenly I'm not nauseous anymore. Wearing a one-piece dress that clings to her curves like body paint, Sasha Yanko is without a doubt the most gorgeous creature I've ever beheld. Desire floods me like a powerful narcotic, neutralizing the repulsive aroma of human feces, rendering it palatable, almost pleasurable, like the manure of farm animals, or the smell of deep, freshly turned earth. And it seems my senses are suddenly bewitched, repulsion mixing with powerful waves of desire. I can taste the things I touch, her skin, her dress, her breasts, the curve of her neck. I can hear the sound of her fingers unbuttoning my jacket, unzipping me, and all around us people stand still as marble statues posed like figures in a Greek tragedy, and it's as though they aren't there, as though they really are statues. Every aroma is significant, Sasha whispers into my ear. Every smell has been excreted by something, is the waste product of something. She leans closer until her lips brush my flesh. The whole world, she sighs, is shedding its skin, constantly shedding its skin. Imagine this, David. Try to understand this so that your every breath becomes a pleasure. Her fingers push into my trousers, her tongue into my earlobe, so that every moment you live, she mutters, will become a bliss. Your husband, I try to protest. He's a very dangerous man. The world is full of dangerous men. She laughs as she pulls my cock out into the open. The world is tired of dangerous men, she says as she lowers her head. This isn't a good idea, I warn. Her lips engulf my swollen member and I inhale that shit-scented air as though it were the finest cologne in the world. My hands flapping like vestigial wings, my toes curling into delirious knots, and every doubt in my head evaporates into a fog of indescribable pleasure. Don't stop, I moan. And of course she does. I let the air out of my lungs in a wheezing gasp. What's wrong? She's staring up at me. Do you mind the cameras? She asks. What cameras? I grunt. She seems satisfied with this. Good answer, she says and lowers her head again. But now that she's mentioned the cameras I start looking for them, and of course they are everywhere. In the shadows, hanging from the ceiling rigging, woven into the curtain fabric, dozens of digital eyes glaring at me, storing my every indiscretion on faraway hard drives. I push Sasha's head away and start fumbling my dick back into my pants. What's wrong? She asks as she wipes the back of her hand across her mouth, leaving a smear of lipstick behind that perfectly matches the scar on her husband's face. I can't do it in front of cameras, I hiss. I can't do it any other way, she retorts. I'm committed to storing my every sexual act on film. Is that a compulsion? I ask as I zip up. I don't trust my memories, she says. All the same, I can't do it. Not on camera. I'm sorry. She shrugs. You will regret that decision. When you are driving your truck with nothing but the stench of your partner's farts to keep you company, you will think of this night and you will regret every moment of it. No doubt. I shake my head. And speaking of my truck, Sasha stands. I'll show you the way out, she says stiffly. No. A voice booms from the other side of the curtains. I will show him the way out. A bolt of fear goes through me, and I'm not ashamed to say I piss my pants a little when Iosif steps through the curtains with a very large revolver clasped in his hand. The muzzle is pointed unwaveringly at my chest. Stand up, David, Iosif snarls. It is better you are standing, I think. Far more honorable. I raise my hands in horror. Mr. Dorofive, I splutter. Iosif? What's going on? Why are you pointing a gun at me? I turn to Sasha. Why is he pointing a gun at me? I demand. This is a joke, right? Sasha shrugs. My husband is a jealous man, she tells me. Stand up, David. A bullet is not the worst fate a man can suffer. I stare at her in abject terror. A bullet, I stammer. What the fuck for? You led me on. I turn to Iosif and jab a desperate finger at his wife. She led me on. I protest. She fucking started it. Stand up. Iosif's mouth twitches with contempt. Please, David, do not humiliate yourself like this. I keep my eyes on Iosif's gun as I slowly stand up. The barrel looks large enough to serve as a doorway into a whole other universe. I clasp my hands together. I could never have. I stare at him. Mr. Dorofive, I swear to God I never meant any. Shoo. David. Iosif places the index finger of his free hand against his lips and makes a hushing sound. It's okay. You saved my life tonight, so I will make this quick. I promise you won't feel a thing. Take it like a man, David, Sasha suggests. I fall to my knees. My hands still clasped together. I'm sorry, Mr. Dorofive. I plead. I didn't. Are you ready for the ultimate experience? David? Iosif asks. Oh God, Jesus, why? I howl. You have broken the sacred vow of friendship, Sasha tells me. You have touched another man's wife. You have touched that which you must not touch. Not under any circumstances. David, not for any reason. But you're a porn star, I wail. You do it for a fucking living that is strictly business, Iosif explains. This is betrayal, a quite different matter. You should know that we Russians take betrayal very seriously. So why not kill her? I wail, pointing at Sasha. She betrayed you every bit as much as I did. Do not shame yourself, David. Iosif cocks the gun. Don't kill me, Mr. Dorofive. I shriek, covering my face with my hands. I'm a fucking nobody. A sack of shit. My life's the only thing I have left. It's all I've got. Please don't kill me. Look at me, David. Iosif says softly. I want my face to be the last thing you see. I can't stop crying. Images of childhood flash through my brain. My mother crooning the words to a long-ago lullaby. Her voice so soothing, so familiar. Everything else is a blur, like confetti falling through the dark. God help me. I moan. I don't want to die. Do it, my darling, Sasha encourages her husband. I can almost hear Iosif's finger squeezing the trigger. The boom of the gun. Oh Jesus, I feel my chest spasm, my heart go into cold shock. I'm screaming and I can't stop. Can't feel the bullet either, so I must be dead already. Oh God. I'm dead and I can still hear myself scream. And then it occurs to me that I'm not dead. That I haven't even been shot. Abruptly, I stop screaming and open my eyes. Sasha has been driven to her knees by the force of the bullet. She stares up at her husband, her hands pressed against a stain of red that spreads across her chest. The bullet struck her right between her perfect breasts and I realize she is dying. Her eyes big and wounded, her teeth clenched in a tight grimace of pain. The living statues begin to sing in soft lament, their voices adding an element of farce to the moment. It feels so different. Sasha coughs up blood with the effort of talking. It's beautiful, my love. Exquisite. She gasps. Thank you. Oh, God. Thank you. And with these final words, she pitches forward onto her face. Iosif lowers the gun and contemplates his fallen wife for a long time. I am indifferent, he says at last. I thought this moment would bring me something more, some emotional release. He shakes his head. as though confused by something. "We planned this for so long," he whispers. "And in the end, nothing." I'm still staring at Sasha's corpse. My brain is empty and hollow and cold, and it will be some time before it starts processing information again. Abruptly, Iosif lets out a howl of anguish and, raising the gun, points it at the side of his head. "Sasha was right," he cries. "Death is the only thing left to experience. This life, this world, it's all a fucking sham." He stands with the gun clamped to his temple, as if contemplating pulling the trigger. After a while, he lowers the weapon. He looks old and defeated as he turns and walks back through the curtains, pausing once at the threshold. "Do you still smell shit, David?" he asks over his shoulder. I am swooning with the shock of near death, barely conscious of the question. "I smell a beautiful scented garden," I whisper. "I've never smelled anything so beautiful in my life, Mr. Dorifive." Iosif nods. "Be satisfied with the little things, David," he says. "Come, my friend. I will show you to your truck." We say nothing to each other as we drive back to the M56 highway. Dmitri huddled over the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the winding trail ahead. No words can describe the sensations I feel at that moment. The simple awareness that I am alive, that I have lived through a night unlike any other. I can smell the world, its sweetness and its desperation. I can smell sweat, blood, fear, love and hope. I can smell pinewood and frozen moss, the purity of snow and earth. I can smell diesel pumping through the arteries and veins of our truck, carbon exhaust and aging rubber, metal and plastic and silicon and fabric. I smell the colognes we earlier doused ourselves in, the lingering aromas of the warehouse. My senses are being overwhelmed. The air is saturated with scent, pregnant with odors. I am inhaling epiphanies with every breath, and it is beautiful. The world as I've never experienced it, as I could never have imagined it to be. Dmitri moans softly beside me and shakes his head as though trying to clear it of an unpleasant thought. His face is a mask of welts and bruises, every inch of visible flesh covered in tiny lacerations that resemble letters of the Cyrillic script. I don't ask him how he came by these, and he offers no explanation. I can only surmise that his experiences in the warehouse were significantly different from mine. He mumbles something, his breath adding stale vodka and a whisper of cigar smoke to the chemical banquet that assaults me. "What was that?" I ask. "I feel everything," Dmitri groans. "Every sensation. The steering wheel, the vibrations of the truck, the wind against her sides. I feel the cold, the heat, the light, the dark. I feel." He shakes his head. "I feel too much." I nod. "Maybe we spent a lifetime feeling too little," I suggest. "What did they do to us, David? For God's sake, what did we do to ourselves?" I shake my head. I have no words to offer him, nothing that would sound even remotely sane. Dmitri turns and stares at me for a long, haunted moment. "Tonight we met the devil," he says with soft conviction, and then he turns back to the road. This time I don't argue with him. The END 72 degrees IN Stilettos coming soon from Chike Deluna, a coruscating black comedy. 1 part funhouse ride, 2 parts biting satire. 72 degrees in Stilettos is the book that dares to look good in high heels. Article 1 Bangkok Desperado, sample chapter from 72 degrees in Stilettos. Bangkok, Thailand sometime in 2007. Extract from the final records of Henry Rawlings, 56, white male, widower, freelance journalist and father of 3. Missing since December 3, 2007. The phone call will change everything. I've been surfing this weird drugless high ever since I arrived in Bangkok. The heat always does this to me, slowly saps me of morale, vitality, the very will to live. I'm too close to the equator, too close to the putrid glare of the sun. Some people's idea of nirvana, my own personal idea of hell. It doesn't help that the complimentary wine flows like water at the local press club, allowing events to float past like turds in a fog. I've started making stories up and passing them off as true. Not proud of myself, but convinced my fellow journalists, conniving bastards that they are all doing the exact same thing. 5 days to go before I return to London. 5 days and all this will be forgotten or remembered badly. And then I get the phone call. The phone call will change everything. I'm heading back to my 3-star hotel in West Bangkok on the evening of my 3rd day in Thailand, and the old Beatles song, The Walrus, has just come on the radio. That's the 4th time I've heard it today. In the hotel lobby this morning, in Siam Square around lunch, and again this afternoon walking past some kid with his car window rolled down. I'm just contemplating the cosmic significance of hearing the same song 4 times in a row when my mobile spasms across the passenger seat. I glance at the dashboard clock. 7 sharp. I turn the radio down and press my headset. Hello. Do you require directions? The woman's voice is soft and sultry, like wet silk caressing my left ear. I instantly suspect a misdial. A voice that seductive has no business whispering in an old man's ear.
I'm sorry?
A sigh. This thing has to begin somewhere. The voice says, say for instance you don't go back to your hotel, instead you take the next left. We could then go on to imagine that you take the second right after that, followed by the 3rd left. Let me see, The voice drifts off into another sigh. This would bring you to Tombiuri Street. The voice pronounces the word slowly, enunciating each syllable. Why would I want to go to Thomburai Street? Ask. You are a journalist? Yeah. But I'm on holiday. I lie easily to strangers. A good journalist is never on holiday. I detect a slight note of rebuke in the voice. The world doesn't stop turning, you know? A deliberate pause this time. Would you agree with that last statement, Mr. Rawlings? How do you know my? The voice cuts me off. On Thomburai Street, there is a bar called the Saraswati. Let us assume you go there. I shrug. Let's assume I do. What's in the Sarasvati? A strange story. Again that sigh. I shiver involuntarily, imagining the lips that might shape such a sound. Her breath sending something warm and pleasant down my spine. Yes. The voice continues. A very strange story is waiting for you there. Very good for your career. Goodbye, Mr. Rawlings. Hold on. I protest. Click. So now I'm left with something of a dilemma. Bangkok is considered finishing school for the scam artists and con men of the Orient. Everyone who's anyone in the East Asian criminal fraternity has passed through this city at some point in their careers, to learn new cons or refine old ones, or simply to reaffirm their ties with the all-powerful Bangkok Mafia. The world-famous gem scam originates in Bangkok, the petrol coupon scam, the illegal gambling sting one to avoid like the plague. Then there's the Lucky Buddha scam, the bargain restaurants with hidden extras, the tuk-tuk driver with his own personal itinerary, all fine examples of Bangkok's less salubrious side. Hell, even the cops are rumored to be in on the action. With this in mind, I keep driving. I see the left turn the voice mentioned as it sweeps past. There's a niggling moment of journalistic doubt, and then I'm putting the whole affair out of mind, looking forward to settling back in my air-conditioned hotel room with an old Sony Chiba flick they've been advertising for days. Let the other guy sweat for a change. The phone goes again. Hello. Don't be a namby-pamby, Mr. Rawlings. The voice has a distinct accent this time, East Asian but not local, maybe Hong Kong Chinese, maybe Macau. Big strong man like you. The voice admonishes me. Take next left, 3rd right, 2nd left, 1st right. This is one story in a lifetime. I'm not a mug. I snarl. You have a story, you come meet me at my hotel? Oh dear. The voice says as the road it indicated comes into view. Looks like you're missing the big picture. Don't worry, Mr. Rawlings. God bless you, sir. Click! I swing the car left with a curse, and suddenly I'm heading into completely uncharted territory. I'm now officially on the road less traveled. My name is Henry Rawlings, former war correspondent recently turned freelance. Specializing in business mergers these days, over here in Bangkok to cover a couple of big takeovers, participate in a few ceremonies of acquisition, maybe catch some culture while I'm at it. I'm not a spontaneous person, I don't give a toss about the big picture, it's way too big for me. But something about the voice on the phone gets under my skin. It's like she knew I was going to chase her mystery story even before I did. I'm half convinced I'm entering some kind of tourist trap, but I'm worldly and fairly confident I can outwit anything the locals throw my way. Besides, if I pass this one up, I'll only spend the next 5 days fretting over what might have been. It isn't easy finding a parking spot in this city. In fact, it's darn near impossible. I have to bribe some guy to give up his space. He haggles with me and we finally agree on 150 baht. Jesus, this town's a ripoff. Now I'm walking along Thomburai Street, scanning the signs above the buildings, looking for the bar the voice mentioned. 25 House, Lucky Dip Bar, ranked world's best, Restaurant Sacramento. Plasma Video Arcade, and on the other side of a yawning alley, the Sarasvati Bar, home to the beautiful people. The beautiful people must have taken the night off. When I enter the bar, there's only the barman, a couple of bored girls dancing around a pole in miniskirts and tight halter tops, and a scattering of locals propped against the bar watching better dancers on an overhead plasma screen. Something hellish is being cranked over distorted speakers, barely recognizable as music. The girls have given up dancing to it and make supplementary jerking motions instead. Further in, there's a small cavern lit by disco lights and lined with wall-to-ceiling mirrors. There's less than 20 people seated in this cavern, a mixture of Thai locals, Filipinos, and Indian laborers, but the mirrors make it look like the place is heaving. Heads turn when I enter. Things disappear from view. Voices are lowered. Everyone's checking me out as I cross to an empty table and sit down. The atmosphere relaxes after I order a drink. Place could do with a serious refurb, but it doesn't bother the clientele who appear to be prospering well enough in the gloom. Little packages passing under the tables, money disappearing into pockets, covert signals and facial twitches, handshakes complex enough to baffle a military code breaker. I've been in the business long enough to recognize the language of contraband, and so I keep my eyes to myself and let my thoughts do the wandering. After a while, a waiter walks over to me with a gin and tonic. I thank him and settle back to see what happens next. Some 5 minutes later, a woman walks into the cavern. I've just rolled a cigarette. I'm about to light it when I sense the atmosphere change. I look up, surprised to see a young girl staring across at me. Taller than the average Thai, her hair cropped short, wearing a one-piece dress that seems better suited to a casino than this den of scoundrels. Everyone is staring at her, breathing hard, and there's a slight murmur of appreciation as the girl crosses the room to my table. "Hello," I say as she sits opposite me. The girl nods towards my roll-up and I hand it to her, and when she puts it to her lips, I light the tip, cupping the flame and using the instant her face is illuminated to study her features. Her skin is flawless, and I realize her looks are entirely natural, little or no makeup, lips forming around a perfect pout. Her eyes, half lowered, could inspire infidelity in the most pious of hearts. By the time I start rolling a second cigarette, I've almost forgotten the reason I came in here. Expert textpert, the girl says, exhaling ribbons of blue smoke that look like the vaporous equivalent of a come-on. I recognize the lines from the song. I've been hearing it all day, and I respond automatically. Choking smokers? Ah. She seems pleased and leaning across the table asks in a breezy whisper, "Don't you think the Joker laughs at you?" I raise my drink in salute. "Vintage Beatles?" I inform her. "You a fan?" She shrugs. "Come with me, Mr. Rawlings," she says. "Let me introduce you to the walrus." She takes another drag on the roll-up and then crushes it out in an ashtray. I tuck my own unlit cigarette behind my ear and stand up a beat behind the girl. "Where are we going?" Ask. There's a nervous flutter in my stomach. The girl doesn't look like a pro. She doesn't look as though she belongs in this bar at all. But still, there's something covertly sexual about this meeting. The way she guides me to the back of the cavern and up a molding flight of stairs. I feel an ambivalence in my balls. I'm not sure if I'm excited or repelled by this encounter. The prospect of some back alley dalliance with this mysterious beauty has my hormones in a temporary panic. This woman is the very epitome of seduction. I'm being led like a lamb to venereal slaughter, and I know nothing about her. I have no idea whether the other patrons of the bar are going to sneak up behind me and cut my throat the moment my back's turned. And at that point I don't much care. It's like vital sections of my brain have shut down, the wiring shorted out. All I can see are subdivisions of the girl, the motion of her buttocks beneath that dress, the smooth arch of her back, the slender shape of her neck. At the top of the stairs we head down a short passage lit by a single naked bulb, pictures of the crucifixion hanging on the walls, swimming in acres of shadow and cheap plaster, a TV murmuring in a nearby room, a bed creaking rhythmically. The sound quickens my heart. Where are we going? The girl doesn't answer. I'm beginning to breathe in irregular bursts. Collar feels too tight all of a sudden. Head feels even tighter. The girl slips from shadow to shadow, a phantom in the deepening gloom. I don't recognize myself as I stumble after her. Aging widower, 3 grown kids. I'm on the wrong side of 50 and heading into ignoble retirement. And here I am risking everything on a teenager I've barely met, and none of these thoughts occur to me at the time. Nothing is important right then. The world of right and wrong vanished back when I took that left turn. The passage leads into a small hall with a collection of glass-mounted butterflies covering one entire wall. A man sits on an exercise bike in the middle of the hall, pedaling for all he's worth. The bike's drive chain is making that illicit creaking sound I mistook for a bed. The biker is skinny and sweats profusely as he pounds away on those pedals. His machine hooked up to a nest of wires that trail across the ground and disappear into a huge circuit box in the wall. An overhead fan does little to cool the biker down, and I have to avoid droplets of sweat flung across the room by his frantic efforts. I notice 3 men gambling around a corner table, low murmur of conversation filtered through a haze of cheap cigar smoke. A baby is crying in a faraway room, dogs barking in the alleyway just behind the building. Everything feels staged, part of an enormous and elaborate con. The dogs are undercover cops, the baby a decoy, the biker is a red herring, something visual to keep the punter looking the wrong way, thinking the wrong thoughts. I'm jaded. Been traveling too long. I'm somewhere in the borderland between cynicism and outright paranoia. 84. The girl turns and indicates a chair pushed against a wall. There's a coffee table beside the chair, covered in a light scattering of magazines and paperbacks. Please sit down, Mr. Rawlings, she says. Be with you in just one moment. I must look confused because she laughs and walking up to me places her hands on my shoulders and kisses me. Her lips feel soft as clouds. I make a wheezing sound and step back. She laughs again and crossing the hall disappears down another passage. I sit by the coffee table and I can still feel her lips pressed against mine. The hall is filled with the stench of cigars and stale sweat, and the guy on the stationary bike is staring at me without expression. His legs a blur of motion as he keeps those pedals turning. What's your game? I wonder. I'm waiting for the gamblers to invite me over, for the con to begin. But they don't even glance my way. I'm almost disappointed. Come on, guys. I think at least give it a shot. I glance down at the table, couple of local fashion magazines and 3 paperback novels by the same guy, Walter R. Kravitz. I pick the paperbacks up one by one. They're the last 3 in Walter's infamous tranny detective series. I've read 2 of them, so I put them down again. The 3rd book is the one he wrote before his mysterious disappearance 7 years earlier. By most people's reckoning, the whole disappearing thing was some kind of publicity hook, though if it was, it's the longest running stunt on record. I like Walt's style, so I decide to browse through the 3rd book. I have no idea what I'm waiting for, but I guess sex with my guide is off the menu. I'm half relieved, half disappointed. I don't know if I had enough moral strength to resist her, and now I'll never know for sure. Maybe the woman on the phone was telling the truth. Maybe there is a story waiting for me here. Memoirs of a Pornographic Priestess. The title of Walt's 3rd and final novel. I start reading it, and almost at once this intense feeling of déjà vu washes over me. Starts as a shiver in my spine that works its way up to a full-blown panic attack. The book opens in Bangkok with some journalist guy driving along Sukhumvit Road when the Beatles' song, The Walrus, comes on the radio, and shortly thereafter the journalist receives a mysterious phone call. The book goes on to describe, word for word, the strange conversation I had with the woman who directed me here. I lower the book and suddenly my hands are shaking and my heart is slamming its way out of my chest. I stare down at the book's cover, a woman's disembodied legs ending in a pair of red stilettos. Then I set the book down on the coffee table and stare at it some more. It was written 8 years ago. I checked the copyright date just to make certain. Yep, there it is, 2002, 8 years and a bit, yet it describes the exact same sequence of events that led me to this restaurant. How the fuck? That's all I can think. I can't even handle the question, let alone the answer. The guy on the stationary bike suddenly stops cycling and instantly the lights dim and a moment later they go out completely. I stare into solid darkness. The gamblers are infuriated by this sudden interruption and start shouting at the cyclist, and I hear him grumbling under his breath as he begins pedaling again. That irritating squeak squeak starts up and next thing the lights come back on. There's a man standing in front of me. I curse and jerk away from him, smacking the back of my head against the wall, causing one of the glass mounts across the hall to fall and smash against the ground. Cause and effect. The guy smiles. Jesus Christ, I gasp. The guy appeared from nowhere. He's a foreigner like me, but there the similarity ends. I think he's a mix of Caucasian and Negro. His features are gentle, incredibly feminine, loose curls of thick brown hair tied back into a ponytail. Could have been a model when he was younger. His age is indeterminate, mid-40s, early 50s, well-built. He stares down at me like I should know him or something, and suddenly I do.
Jesus é o amor e Christ.
Suddenly I have it. I'm out of my chair in that instant. The guy steps back. Easy does it, lad, he cautions. Walter or Kravitz? I hiss. You're him, aren't you? He places his finger against his lips and motions me to follow him. So here he is, the man himself, Walter Roman Kravitz, sitting in a wooden chair, and I'm seated opposite him. And I still can't believe it's really him. I'm rubbing the back of my head and trying to recall every detail I can about this man. But before anything positive springs to mind, the girl who met me downstairs enters the room and hands Walter a bottle of Coke. He winces with gratitude and springs the cap with his teeth. The girl glances at me and raises an eyebrow. I say no thanks, I'm fine. So she bows and exits the room. I watch her go. Walter presses the Coke bottle to the side of his face. It's hot in this country, he complains. Any idea what the temperature is, Mr. Rawlings? Henry, I offer. 32 degrees, Henry, that's hot. Even for August, almost 100 degrees humidity. Best time to visit Thailand is between November and February. I guess you didn't know that. I shrug. No choice in the matter. I reply, I'm here on business. And how's that working for you, business I mean? Walter takes a sip from his bottle. I read one of your articles in an online magazine, something about trade agreements. I think it was a reprint. He grimaces. Pretty tedious stuff. It's just insider jargon. I tell him, wank material for the corporate boys, nothing like the stuff you do. I stare at him. You've been missing 7 years, Mr. Kravitz. Walt, he offers. You've been missing 7 years, Walt. 7 years and 3 months. That's a pretty significant chunk of history. Walt shrugs. Hoffa's been missing 40-odd and no one's complaining. He takes his glasses off and stares at me, and suddenly I'm nervous again and I can't figure out why. Who was the woman on my mobile? Ask. She arranges certain things on my behalf, Walt says. That's all I can tell you for now. He shrugs the matter aside and asks, what do you know about me, Henry? As a person or a writer? Is there a difference? I tell him what I've heard. Walter Roman Kravitz was a pagan by most accounts, a modern, which in the Aleister Crowley sense of the word, reclusive, a known transvestite and patron of transgendered arts, an outspoken social critic, a hedonist according to some, a habitual user of Schedule I psychedelics according to others. He wrote 7 books over the course of a short but illustrious career, 5 of them fiction, considered bestsellers if not exactly literary masterpieces. The 2 non-fiction books represented companion volumes in a treatise on human sexuality that attracted a considerable following at the time. In his fiction, Walter focused on the adventures of a cross-dressing private detective called Alan Quarryman, a fellow afflicted by a strange and singular quirk, his ability to resolve cases of almost metaphysical complexity, but only whilst dressed as a woman. One thing that stands out in my head is the fact most of the characters in the 5-book series have names or aliases derived from Beatles songs. I'm not sure if this is significant. The bulk of his success would only come after Walter Kravitz's disappearance, prompting many to claim the whole thing was a publicity stunt to ramp up sales. From what I've been able to gather, and I have friends who actually covered the story at the time, Walter was last seen by his housekeeper on the morning of May 14, 2003. He was heading down to his garden shed to begin the day's writing, a ritual he'd practiced each weekday morning for the past 6 years, writing from 7 until noon when he'd break for lunch and an afternoon nap, to resume writing by 4 and on through to 7. I had his work schedule down by heart. It was a pretty big story at the time. Around 12:30, when Walt still hadn't appeared for lunch, his housekeeper went down to the shed to fetch him. She found a cup of warm coffee, I conclude, a cigarette still burning in the ashtray, and your computer screen was on, with the lyrics to The Walrus written on it. Walt closes his eyes for a moment. God, man, that seems like a whole other life, he sighs. 7 fucking years. There isn't a day goes past I don't think about her, poor thing. Your housekeeper? Walt nods. I can't imagine what she felt when I disappeared like that. I frown. I can imagine she was pretty upset. He stares at me for a moment. I think I probably offended him with that last crack, but he shrugs it off and takes another swig of Coke. I tried to warn her something like that would happen, he says. So it couldn't have come as a complete shock? Something like what? Walt places his Coke bottle on the ground and holds his hands up. I stare at the wounds in the middle of his palms. They look like the marks left by nails, big 9 inches too. I shake my head, baffled. Had the man been crucified? He turns his hands over and I see the wounds on the other side correspond exactly to the ones on his palms. What does that mean? I ask. My voice suddenly strained. How far are you prepared to go for the truth? Walt lowers his hands. I don't understand what you mean. I swallow hard. I wish I'd had a Coke. My throat feels parched all of a sudden. Walt settles back in his chair. I'm about to tell you a story that might seem incredible by some standards, downright sacrilegious by others. He slips a packet of cigarettes out of his jacket and offers me one. I decline. Whether you decide to put the story out or keep it to yourself is entirely up to you, Henry. He lights a cigarette and takes a slow drag, studying me through expanding circles of smoke, waiting for a response. What kind of story? The kind that can make a journalist's career. Hold on. I feel flustered as I dig my mobile phone out of my back pocket. I didn't come prepared. My dictaphone is full and my notebook is back at the hotel. All I have to record his story is the MP3 feature on my mobile, and I'm not even sure how it works. I fidget, all thumbs as I try to figure out the controls, acutely aware of Walt's eyes on me. I must look like a complete numpty, but I was hardly prepared for this meeting. I start stammering excuses as I struggle to get the MP3 going. Take your time, Walt advises me. I'm pretty shit at technology myself. Aha! I declare as a little light tells me the mobile is now recording. Roominy Jiminy Hoppity Skippity. I play the recording back and the mobile says, Roominy Jiminy Hoppity Skip Pity. So I reset it and place it on the ground between us and settle back with an encouraging smile. Whenever you're ready, I tell him. Walt nods. By the way, he says, the girl who brought you up here, the one who kissed you? Yeah, nice-looking lass. I frown, not certain I want this particular revelation to be part of the interview. Well, she's not a girl, Walt continues. She's actually a guy. I make this strangled, squawking noise as I jerk forward, snatch the phone up and erase that last bit. My lips feel numb. Suddenly I'm scrubbing frantically at my mouth. Fuck. I hiss. Fuck. I jump to my feet, grab Walt's drink and start splashing Coke over my mouth, trying to erase the memory of that kiss. I feel queasy. God damn it. I feel sexually compromised. I glare down at Walt and suddenly I just want to punch my fist through something soft and yielding. That's the reaction I got all my life, Walt says. The idea that gender is as clear-cut as male and female is as ludicrous as the idea that evil is a simple matter of choice. Slowly I sit down. I'm quivering with indignation. The front of my shirt is soaked in Coke and I smell pungent with the real thing. I'm breathing hard but now I'm not certain what to think. I'm ashamed because I was fooled, because I got turned on, because I would have gone further if he had let me. Ugly images are flickering around in my head. I try to suppress them. Fuck it. I rasp. I'm no homo. What am I worried about? I roll my shoulders and twitch my head from side to side, summoning an air of masculine indifference. This is something I'll laugh about later. I'm too confident of my sexuality to be fazed by a little thing like this. Walt agrees. Nothing to worry about, Henry. He smiles, just one of life's quixotic escapades. You can mull over it later. The point I'm trying to make is everything is surface appeal. We accept things because they appear to be what they appear to be. That's life. Those who look deeper or experience things deeper are alienated or relegated to the sidelines. I realize I'm not recording any of this. Hold on. I crouch down, reset my mobile and sit back. Okay. Let's do this. The end. Subscribe our channel if you like. Please.